Chapter 2194. After the heavenly sword, the stars in the sky became brighter and formed the pattern of a spear. Then, a spear that emitted the light of Xing-Qian descended from the sky and flew towards Bryn. Swoosh! After the spear, there was also a Xing-Qian heavenly sword and various other weapons. There were more than a dozen weapons, and each of them emitted a terrifying aura. Pung! The heavenly sword's energy was exhausted and shattered, turning into the last of its energy and dissipating. The defensive barrier in front of Bryn trembled, but it completely blocked the attack. However, there was no joy on his face at this moment. Instead, it was filled with fear. Swoosh! The Xing-Qian spear that came after did not give Bryn any time to breathe and directly pierced the defensive barrier. Then, other attacks flew down from the front, carrying a terrifying aura as they slashed at the light barrier. The defensive barrier could not withstand the attacks of these energies and exploded. Some of Xing-Qian's weapons shattered with the explosion of the defensive barrier, but some of them went straight ahead and penetrated Bryn's body. These attacks entered Bryn's body and sent him flying for several miles. Several miles away, his body was still standing in midair, but there were several bloody holes on his chest. Sacred blood was gushing out from the holes. There was no color on his face. He looked at Xing-Qian with eyes full of disbelief. At this moment, Xing-Qian slowly put down his hands. The stars in the sky gradually disappeared. His face was also pale. The energy in his body surged, and then he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had not completely broken through, but he had forced himself to use such a move. For the current him, it was very difficult. It seemed that he had only used one move to defeat Bryn, but he had also suffered a considerable backlash. However, all of this was insignificant compared to Bryn's shocking wounds. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Bryn, who was several miles away, and said indifferently, "It's over." As soon as he finished speaking, Xing-Qian rushed forward like a meteor, carrying a terrifying power. Zichun, who had been paying attention to this scene, silently counted to 2. He turned back to look at Daf Hill again, but the latter's expression did not change at all. He did not know whether it was because he did not see the scene, or because he saw it and did not care. A violent energy shockwave came from afar, and a dazzling light scattered in all directions. It was as if a meteorite had exploded, forming a terrifying energy fluctuation. After the light faded, Xing-Qian stood in the air, his robes fluttering in the wind. His face was deathly pale and bloodless. Below him, Bryn had already lost all signs of life. 2 powerful attacks had killed a saint, and this was under the condition that Xing-Qian could barely be considered a saint, which showed how strong the other party was. Son of Xing-Qian, this wasn't just a title, it was a powerful trait. Swoosh! Xing-Qian waved his hand, and a beam of Xing-Qian's energy flew down, sweeping up Bryn's corpse and the sacred blood around it and returning to Xing-Qian's side. Cries of alarm sounded from the top of the city walls. The death of a saint was enough to cause a huge commotion in a star field. On Xing-Qian's side, he had killed his opponent, but the battle around him was still ongoing. Turning back indifferently, Xing-Qian looked at the dazzling light. After all, the latter was fighting 1 against 2. Dazzling light slash. A cold voice sounded, and a dazzling golden slash flew towards one of the saints. Such an attack caused the saint's expression to change greatly, and he had no choice but to use his strongest defense. The other saint took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack at the dazzling light. With a point of the dazzling light's jade finger, a golden light exploded in front of the opponent, and the saint was sent flying, blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. This kind of attack could only be used to scare saints in the nickel star field, but now, the dazzling light was able to injure a saint. On the other side, the powerful slash had already landed, and after a loud bang, the saint's defense was forcibly destroyed. The latter cried out in alarm and flew backwards with a look of horror on his face. As he flew backwards, he kept coughing up blood. Evidently, the dazzling light's attack had seriously injured him. Zichun also saw this scene, and a look of deep shock appeared on his face. He did not expect the dazzling light to be so powerful. As expected of the heavenly maiden of glory, he could not help but sigh in admiration. The 2 injured saints looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. When they turned back again, they saw that Daf Hill was still indifferent to the battle, and the two of them started to think of retreating. "You can't leave." A cold voice sounded. Xing Chen had already rushed towards one of the injured saints, and he could see from the other's eyes that he wanted to escape. Seeing Xing Chen, who had just killed Daf Hill's guard, the injured saint did not hesitate to turn and run. Buzz. The void trembled, and the stars that had disappeared appeared once again, forming a star atlas in the sky, and attacked the saint. Screams of terror came from the horizon, and one attack after another chased after him. Amidst the continuous tremors, the screams of terror turned into screams of agony. With the last scream, another saint died. Zichun silently counted to 4 in his heart, because Dazzling Light had already killed her opponent before Xingchen did. Xingchen and Dazzling Light, who were completely free, were slightly injured, but it did not stop them from continuing to fight. Both of their gazes fell on the saint's guard who was fighting with Bright Moon. 4 of the 8 saints had already died, but Daf Hill still had no reaction and did not even frown. This made Zichen even more unable to see through him. He even suspected that this guy in front of him was from the Moon Clan, and that he had intentionally sent these saints to their deaths. He still has a backup plan. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, Zichun shook his head. Even if he had a powerful backup plan, he should not have sent all these people to their deaths. After all these people died, Daf Hill would have to face the joint attack of several experts. Zichun didn't believe that a mere saint would be able to resist the attacks of all of them, unless he was a Saint King. But even so, he still couldn't just watch these people die. After all, these were all saints, and any one of them could have a huge impact on a galaxy. Zichun had never seen or heard of anyone who could ignore a saint like this. He could not figure it out, and could not figure it out, and could not possibly be a Saint King, so he could only continue to watch. After the 4 saints died, the 3 of them joined forces to attack the last guard, and the situation of the other party was very bleak. The 3 people from Daystar region who were fighting Zanbu and his siblings also had thoughts of retreating when they saw this scene. "Let's go." Especially when they saw that the guard was about to die, the 3 of them decisively left, and at the same time, they cursed that damned Daf Hill in their hearts. They did not know what he was doing, but he did not care about the deaths of others. In fact, they did not come here just to curry favor with Daf Hill, because they knew very well that Daf Hill could not make them Saint Kings. They came here because they were invited by Daf Hill, and if they did not come, they would be defying the Daf family. They did not dare to provoke the Daf family, so they could only come, even if they did not want to. "Don't let him escape." Zanbu Haolin's cold eyes stared at one of the saints. Whoosh! A cold light flashed in Zanbu Haolin's eyes, and the energy in his body burned like flames, and then he turned into a stream of light and rushed forward at an even faster speed. After burning the saint power, it would take a long time to recuperate. Seeing Zanbu Haolin burning the saint power, Zanbu Haolin could not help but feel touched. "Stop!" Almost in an instant, Zanbu Haolin arrived in front of the other saint and blocked him with a powerful blow. When the other 2 saw this, Fifan did not come forward to help and instead ran even faster. Whoosh! Zanbu Haolin and Zanbu Haoming caught up, and the 3 saints stared coldly at the person in the middle. The saint looked at Zanbu Haoming and said helplessly, "Brother Haoming, can you let me go? From now on, I will rely on the Zanbu family and will be at your disposal." Zanbu Haoming shook his head and said, "No." The saint smiled bitterly, but the outcome was already decided. At this moment, in the distance, where Xing Chen and the other 2 were fighting, an angry roar sounded, and then after the angry roar, there was another scream. Daf Hill's last guard also died under the siege of the 3. Of the 8 saints, 6 died, and 2 escaped. Huan Kai carried the treasure pavilion that had become the size of his palm and returned to the planet. After seeing the end of the battle, he was obviously stunned. He thought that with Zhong Dian's help, he would be the fastest, but he did not expect that he was the slowest. A group of people gathered and walked towards Zichun. Obviously, they were going to besiege Daf Hill. However, they were also confused and did not know what that guy was doing. Daf Hill's eyes, which had been closed, opened at this moment, and a hint of excitement and coldness flashed in his eyes. He looked at Zichun and said, "The battle is over. Congratulations on becoming the biggest winner." Zichun could not understand the other party's expression. At this moment, Zichun heard a sound transmission from the city wall, and his expression changed obviously. Only then did he understand the other party's true intention. He stretched out his hand and pushed behind him, saying, "Don't come near here." Doffhill smiled and said, "Why don't you let them come close? Do you think you can deal with me with just trash like you?" After saying that, Doffhill's expression became cold, and his figure flashed towards Zichun. With an unimaginable speed, he arrived in front of Zichun and kicked Zichun away. Chapter 2195. Doffhill's sudden attack was out of everyone's expectations. Doffhill had been reluctant to make a move earlier, but now he was impatient to make the first move. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes before Zichun was sent flying. Doffhill was standing where Zichun was just a moment ago with a smile on his face, but his expression was indescribably cold. "If I didn't let them come over, a piece of trash like you wouldn't be my match." Looking at Zichun, who was sent flying, Doffhill laughed mockingly. Everyone looked at Zichun worriedly. Doffhill's speed had shocked them. Dusting off the dust on his robe, Zichun looked up at Doffhill and said indifferently, "Your speed is not bad, but your strength is a bit lacking. I alone am enough to deal with you." Shameless boasting. Doffhill's eyes turned cold, and he once again charged at Zichun. With the same speed, he was already in front of Zichun. Pong! With a loud explosion, the void immediately shattered, and Zichun's figure was sent flying. Seeing Zichun flying, Doffhill's expression changed slightly. Almost 90% of his power had been neutralized. Doffhill's eyes turned cold as he continued to charge forward. Doffhill was like a ray of light, constantly teleporting, flashing, and launching powerful attacks. Zichun's body was sent flying again and again, and under Doffhill's attacks, the space around him was constantly shattering, and cracks were spreading out. On the city wall, the people from the Moon Clan were also stunned. They originally thought that since this person dared to stand in front of Doffhill, he should have some powerful means. They didn't expect that the battle would be one-sided in just one exchange. However, everyone could understand. After all, Doffhill was only in the heaven realm. What they didn't understand was why the other saints didn't help. Even the Moon Fairy was watching from the side, her eyes filled with worry, but she didn't do anything. In the continuous exchange, the frequency of space shattering became faster and faster, and Doffhill's speed also became faster and faster. Zichun's flying speed also seemed to have increased a lot, and he was vaguely catching up with Doffhill's speed. How can this be? Looking at the battlefield, everyone was puzzled. It seemed that the two's speed was now equal. Zichun, who was constantly flying back, didn't seem to be just flying, but more like he was dodging a powerful attack. A heaven realm's speed was comparable to a saint's. At this moment, they saw that Doffhill's speeds, and Zichun's. Doffhill's, of course of Doffhill's, Duff's back. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Zichun said, "Your speed is not bad. If this is your maximum speed, then you won't even be able to get past me. I'm afraid your thoughts of killing all of us to get rid of your inner demons will be shattered." Hearing Zichun's words, Doffhill's lips curled into a mocking smile, as if he was about to say, "You think you have what it takes?" But in the next moment, his expression changed. Zichun's body suddenly flashed with a bright silver light. This silver light was completely formed by the power of thunder, and it formed a pair of wings that emitted the light of thunder, growing out from his back. There were 6 wings, and as soon as they appeared, an oppressive aura spread out. That's the Thunder Clan's supreme treasure, the Heavenly Thunder Wings. Seeing the Heavenly Thunder Wings on Zichun's back, Ming Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect to see the legendary speed treasure of the Thunder King clan today. On the city wall, many of the Yu clan's cultivators exclaimed. As members of the royal clan, they naturally knew a little about the Thunder Clan. Now that they recognized Zichun's Heavenly Thunder Wings, they naturally guessed Zichun's identity. As members of the royal clan, they looked at Zichun with eyes full of kindness. Thunder King clan. Huh? I'll take your treasure and leave it in my clan. Duff Hill smiled coldly at Zichun and rushed forward again. Buzz. Zichen's heavenly thunder wings on his back flapped, and he actually took the lead to charge at Duff Hill. The two turned into two streaks of light, meeting in midair and fiercely colliding. Billowing energy surged, and the two separated. Duff Hill said coldly, "Your speed is only a—" "Is that so?" Zichun smiled coldly, and his heavenly thunder wings flapped again, and he rushed forward again. Looking at Zichun rushing forward, Duff Hill snorted coldly, and as he rushed forward, he kicked Zichun's chest. The holy light surged. If this attack landed, even with Zichen's strong physical body, he would still have a few broken ribs. Duff Hill smiled coldly, as if he could already see Zichun being kicked by him. Zichen, who was rushing forward, arrived in front of Duff Hill. In the eyes of the crowd, Zichun seemed to be taking the initiative to send himself to Duff Hill, and this kick was unavoidable. However, at this moment, a mysterious power suddenly emerged from Zichen's body. This power spread out and enveloped the surrounding space. Within the range of this space, the essence of space began to change. In the eyes of the crowd, for some unknown reason, Duff Hill's attack speed suddenly decreased, and Zichen's speed suddenly increased. Under this situation, Zichen easily dodged Duff Hill's attack, and at the same time, he turned around and kicked Duff Hill's chest. This kick landed firmly, and it was full of strength. The strange feeling from before disappeared, and everything returned to normal. The surrounding space began to shatter, and Duff Hill, who took this kick, was uncontrollably sent flying backwards. Such a strange and unforeseen event also caused numerous exclamations to erupt. Most of them knew about the heavenly thunder wings and the lightning clan's extreme speed, but very few knew that extreme speed could even change space. Mingyu knew, and the surprise in her eyes grew stronger. The middle-aged woman nodded, and a gratified smile appeared on her face. While the crowd was still in a daze, this was not the end. Zichun flapped the heavenly thunder wings and rushed forward, like a beam of light, catching up with the flying Duff Hill at a straight speed. The latter's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he forcibly stabilized his body, turned half a circle in the air, and punched at Zichen's face. Zichen's body rushed forward, as if he was taking the initiative to be hit, but at the last moment, that strange energy that could change space appeared again, and then enveloped a part of the space. Duff Hill's pupils shrank, and for the first time, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. He finally understood the reason for the strange change just now, but understanding it did not mean that he could resolve it, or rather, his speed had slowed down, and he could not resolve the attack in time. Zichen leaned his body one more time, dodging the punch. Then, he flew up and kicked Duff Hill's chest. A fierce energy exploded on the other's chest, and the powerful energy waves destroyed the surrounding space. The saint power moving around Duff Hill's body changed constantly, and his body flew backward one more time. After stabilizing his body, Zichun continued to dash forward, chasing after Duff Hill. Just like before, even though Duff Hill was prepared and could see what was going on, he couldn't dodge or resolve the situation. The Lightning Clan's extreme speed was known as the world's fastest speed. The world here didn't only refer to life stars, but it also included all alien races. In this world, the Lightning Clan's extreme speed was undeniably the best. No matter how extraordinary Duff Hill was, even if his family had a close relationship with the God Clan, in front of the Lightning Clan's extreme speed, he still had to lower his head. Thus, the crowd saw a scene that shocked them to the core. On the battlefield, Zichen and Duff Hill's speed seemed to have been slowed down countless times, and they could clearly see some of the changes in the details. In their eyes, this change was full of flaws. Not to mention a saint, even a Heaven Realm expert could easily dodge it. However, Duff Hill couldn't dodge. Each of Zichen's attacks landed squarely on him, and he had to endure Zichen's most powerful attack with his own body. Bang! Between the energy vibrations, Duff Hill continued to fly backwards. The holy power defense around him finally weakened under Zichen's repeated attacks, and finally disappeared completely. Crack. Then, Zichen's foot landed on Duff Hill's chest. The clear sound of bones breaking arose. Duff Hill was sent flying backward, coughing up blood. The thunder wings on his back continued to flap. Zichun continued to dash forward, attacking Duff Hill with the same attacks. This made Duff Hill feel helpless. In front of extreme speed, such a powerful existence was actually suppressed like this. The surrounding people were speechless when they saw this, and shock was written all over their faces. Among them, Zambu Haochu's expression was the most exaggerated. He had personally experienced Zichin's powerful physical body. He didn't expect to see Zichin's extreme speed again today. His speed was much faster than his. He believed that in a battle between the two of them, he would be worse off than Duff Hill. This was the result of Zichin's closed-door cultivation for more than a year. As his physical body grew stronger, the amount of saint energy he could gather increased as well. This amount of saint energy was gradually enough for him to carry out various forms of depletion in a battle. Although he was fighting very well now, if it was more than a year ago, his saint power would have been exhausted. Even so, the saint power in Zichin's body was being consumed at an unimaginable speed. However, the effect was still very amazing. Just when everyone thought that Duff Hill would be completely defeated by Zichin's relentless attacks, a strong light suddenly erupted from Duff Hill's body. Although this strong light still couldn't stop Zichin's attack, it allowed him to cross his hands in front of him before Zichin's attack arrived. Thus, when Zichin's attack landed, Duff Hill used the force to retreat. As his body retreated, he still maintained his balance. This was the first time he stabilized his body after Zichin displayed extreme speed. Chapter 2196. Only after retreating a full kilometer did he finally stop. His expression was full of vigilance, and the coldness and killing intent in his eyes had long disappeared. Instead, there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. His opponent's speed was the strangest he had ever seen. It was not that fast, as the difference between the two was not that big, but the mysterious energy that could cause a special change in space was the most powerful part. He stabilized his body, but his expression was very awkward. The front part of his robe was stained with blood, and there were also traces of blood on the corner of his mouth and chin, but he did not have time to wipe it off, or rather, he did not dare to wipe it off. Facing Zichin's strange speed, he could not let his guard down even a little. But unexpectedly, Zichin did not chase after him. Instead, he stood in the distance and looked at the awkward Duff Hill silently. He knew from the middle-aged woman that Duff Hill wanted to use them to kill his inner demon, so he could only fight alone, and he could only win, not lose. "Who are you?" Seeing that Zichin did not chase after him, Duff Hill gradually relaxed and asked in a low voice. His expression became serious, and it was obvious that he had already regarded Zichin as an opponent of the same level. "Zichin," Zichin said indifferently. Of course, he could tell that Duff Hill was not asking about his origin, but just his name. "Very good, I will remember you, as expected of that person's disciple. All these years, among those of the same level, no one could be faster than me, and you are the first one." Duff Hill said coldly, "But speed is not the key to victory. Now, let me see what else you have up your sleeve." Hearing this, some people in the distance wanted to scold Duff Hill for being shameless. Duff Hill obviously could not avoid this kind of speed and did not dare to fight back, but he said that speed was not the key. If this was not the key, then what was? Zichin understood what Duff Hill meant, and he was also very clear about his current situation. If there was a big gap between two people, such as one in the heaven realm and the other in the supreme realm, then speed would be the absolute advantage. However, the difference in their realms wasn't that great. In fact, Zichin was the one with the lower realm. Zichin managed to gain the upper hand in the surprise attack, but when it came to the real battle, the mysterious energy couldn't reach Duff Hill, who was on guard. Light flickered on the other party's body as a dense life force surged out from the surface of his body. The injuries he had suffered earlier were rapidly recovering. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura surged out from his body. After this aura appeared, the surrounding space began to distort. Duff Hill's solemn expression once again became cold and stern. He had been careless just now and caught Zichin off guard, allowing him to gain the upper hand. Now that he was facing his opponent, the previous situation would naturally not happen again. Swoosh! Zichun continued to use his extreme speed and arrived in front of Daf Hill in an instant. The mysterious energy began to spread out, controlling the space around him. Boom! Daf Hill's aura was extremely powerful. He punched out, and the space around him began to distort violently. This powerful force directly affected the invasion of Zichen's mysterious energy. Zichen's figure rapidly shifted between two positions, and he began to retreat. The attack didn't hit him, and he didn't cause any damage to Daf Hill either. The punch missed its target and exploded in the void. More than half of the sky shattered, and cracks spread out continuously. I told you, extreme speed isn't the key to victory, Daf Hill said in a deep voice. Zichen, who was retreating, began to shine with a dazzling golden light. He expressionlessly put his hands in front of his chest and began to form a seal. A scorching and violent energy aura surged out from his body, turning into a pure thunderbolt energy that gathered in front of him. Feeling the change in Zichen's aura, the nightmare in the depths of Daf Hill's heart was completely stimulated. He seemed to have returned to that battle in the past. He saw that majestic figure, and he saw the sky and his heart collapse on that day. His body was trembling, not because of fear, but because of excitement. It was because he was stimulated by something in his memory. His eyes were slowly turning red, as if they were filled with blood. The corners of his mouth parted, revealing a smile. That smile was ferocious and terrifying. The terrifying aura around him became even more terrifying at this moment. Under this terrifying aura, all the cultivators who looked at Daf Hill felt a chill in their hearts. In their eyes, this fellow had already become a crazy and ferocious beast. That's it, haha, that's the feeling. Daf Hill, whose eyes had turned completely red, looked up to the sky and laughed. This laughter was filled with madness, but it also carried a certain sadness, giving people an indescribably strange feeling. Then, everyone discovered that Daf Hill was actually crying while laughing. What he was crying were actually tears of blood. Those tears of blood seemed to contain some kind of powerful force as they slid down his cheeks and fell to the ground. A large area on the ground was silently turned into fine powder. Seeing this scene, a deep chill appeared in the hearts of everyone. If such a crazy guy couldn't be completely killed, then it would be a disaster for this world. Extreme Young. Zichun was expressionless. The seal in his hand had reached the end. With a low shout, the Extreme Young seal, which was emitting a blazing and violent lightning, shot towards Daf Hill in front of him. This seal's attack speed was very fast, and it contained an extremely powerful energy. Pong. Seeing this, Daf Hill raised his hand and slapped down. Zichen's heavenly path attack was directly smashed apart by this slap, allowing the violent energy to wreak havoc around him. He stood there motionless like a demon god. This is your attack. It's the same as that person's, but it's too weak, too weak. Daf Hill shook his head, and his voice became colder. Extreme Young. No one knew when, but there was a clone beside Zichen. The real body and the clone formed seals at the same time, and the two heavenly path techniques appeared almost at the same time. Then, they pulled each other and rushed towards Daf Hill. This kind of attack is more interesting, but it's still too weak. Daf Hill was still standing in the sky. His blood-red eyes stared at these two attacks, and he was verifying it with a certain attack in the depths of his memory. Apart from the power, the two attacks were almost identical. But such a weak attack, even if it was destroyed, it didn't give Daf Hill any sense of accomplishment. Boom. He slowly raised both of his palms. Saint Power surged in his palms, and he was ready to destroy these two attacks with two slaps. But who knew that these two attacks would explode before he could? The two yin and yang energies exploded, and the energy produced was terrifying. The surrounding space was completely shattered and turned into a huge black hole. A bright light flashed in Dufsher's crimson eyes. He seemed to have sensed a familiar energy from this attack. Facing the impact of this energy, his body involuntarily retreated as the saint energy in his body continued to neutralize this destructive energy. In the eyes of the crowd, such an attack was already a threat to Daf Hill. So when they saw that there were 4 Zichens on the field, they couldn't help but exclaim, "That's a little too strong." Even the three from the Zambo clan were visibly moved at this moment. Dafhil's crazy performance made their hearts palpitate. On the other hand, Zichen's expression was still calm. He just continued to form seals. If one didn't work, then two. If two didn't work, then four. Moreover, the four of them were in groups of two, containing two completely opposite types of extreme energy. When he saw this scene, the calm Zichen gave off an increasingly mysterious feeling. The energy in the sky dissipated. Dafhil looked a little embarrassed, but it was only a little. It was not even comparable to the embarrassment that Zichen's extreme speed made him look. However, as soon as he blocked this attack, he saw four more attacks flying towards him. Although there were two more attacks than before, it was definitely not the same as 2 + 2 = 4 times the attack. The power of these attacks would only be stronger. In addition, Dafhil also felt a surge of saint power from these attacks. His red eyes looked past these four attacks and looked at Zichen. He saw a cold smile in Zichen's eyes. This kind of attack couldn't even kill the heavily injured Luo Fei, let alone the powerful Dafhil. So in these four attacks, Zichen infused 4 waves of saint power from his physical body. This way, when these 4 waves of energy exploded, the 4 waves of saint power would also show great power. Boom! Under the control of Zichen's spiritual thoughts, the 4 waves of energy exploded in an instant and turned into an even more powerful destructive storm. In the storm, not only was it filled with the heaven-defying lightning energy of yin and yang, but it also had the support of saint power. All kinds of energy mixed together and caused a full-scale explosion, and the power was even more powerful. This storm instantly engulfed Dafhil, and then a loud roar came from it. A powerful saint aura surged out, and then it kept exploding, colliding with Zichen's attack. In this collision of energy, a black hole appeared in the sky. Then, the violent energy was swallowed by the turbulence in the black hole. Everyone stared at the battlefield, looking very nervous. They were all wondering if such a powerful attack could kill Dafhil. The answer was no. There was no possibility at all. Soon, saint power waves raged out, and Dafhil rushed out. In the face of such a powerful attack, he did not seem to be injured, but blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth again. Interesting. I can kill you now, Dafhil said coldly. He put his hands together and then raised them high. The energy between heaven and earth began to surge wildly. Obviously, he was going to use a powerful attack. Zichen was still silent, but in the face of Dafhil's attack, he undoubtedly responded. In his hands, there were 2 more light balls. Chapter 2197. My left hand is yang. My right hand is yin. Zichen's face was expressionless. He silently said in his heart. He stretched out his left and right hand. 2 light balls appeared. The light ball in his left hand. It was emitting a hot and violent aura. There were golden lightning snakes swimming around it. The light ball in his right hand. It was emitting a cold and violent aura. There were silver lightning snakes swimming around it. These 2 auras, they were completely opposite. However, it appeared on one person. This made everyone very shocked. And at this time, Zichen, he also completely changed. His left body, it turned golden. Even his black and bright eyes, they were also emitting a cold golden light. His right body, it was filled with silver light. One of his eyes was gold and the other was silver, cold and ruthless. What is this? Seeing this scene, the cultivators of the Yu clan on the city wall, they all exclaimed. They were also puzzled. They were also shocked. And the 3 Zambu siblings, they also did not expect. Zichen was not only a harmonious spirit master, he was actually in existence with 2 opposite attributes. At this time, Zichen, he also gave people a very dangerous feeling. It's yin and yang. The yin and yang energies are born from the same body. I really did not expect Wuji's extremely absurd theory in the past. It was actually verified. In the eyes of the middle-aged, beautiful woman, she was also filled with shock. She knew how difficult it was to achieve this step. In the past, in order to verify this theory, she did not know how many geniuses she found. But these geniuses all died in the mortal realm. At that time, everyone advised Wuji. This kind of situation did not exist in this world. Unless there were 2 bodies, He wanted to use one body to possess two types of energy. This was completely impossible. Under the persuasion of many influential existences, after many failures, Wuji had no choice but to give up on this idea. He no longer allowed his disciples to test this theory with their lives. However, he didn't expect that. She actually got it from Zichun today. He saw the combination of yin and yang energy. Just by seeing this situation, the middle-aged woman came to a conclusion. Zichun's potential would be greater than Wuji's in the past. At the same level, his battle prowess would also far surpass limitless back then. Compatibility of yin and yang. Zichun took a step forward. His left hand and right hand slowly came together. Two types of extreme energy. There was some kind of vibration. Even this move, Zichun had already used it twice. During this period of time, he had also experimented quite a few times. But at this moment, the repulsive force that was coming from him, it was still very clear. A wave was formed. It was still extremely destructive. Is this a fusion? Could it be? He confused two types of energy. At this moment, the middle-aged woman's expression changed again. The shock in her eyes became more and more intense. If Zichun could really do this, then she believed that he could kill Daf Hill. It was really a very easy thing to do. At the same time, she was also looking forward to it. After yin and yang fused, what kind of power would be produced? Unfortunately, she was full of expectations. She didn't see the scene of yin and yang fusing. She only saw yin and yang fusing. Just a difference of one word. But there was a difference of heaven and earth. But the two types of energy fused. The power that was formed was still terrifying. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Zichun's yin and yang energy, they fused with each other. Then something began to change. In the end, it turned into a two-colored thunder lotus. There was two-colored thunder swimming on the surface of his body. The energy between heaven and earth. It was being crazily sucked away by Daf Hill. Above his hands, a blood-colored longsword was appearing. Just at the moment when the blood sword was formed, the whole world turned blood-red, as if it had been dyed with blood. For such a blow, the people of the Moon Clan were very clear. The Moon Clan's restriction. It was cut open by such a sword. Between heaven and earth, it turned blood-red. The light on Daf Hill's body, it also turned blood-red. The blood-red light in his eyes became more and more intense. The killing intent also became more and more intense. This blow, it was even more powerful than when he broke the restriction. That killing intent seemed to bring people to hell. There were corpses everywhere. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Daf Hill's blood sword. It changed the aura of heaven and earth. It became the only thing between heaven and earth, with the intent to kill. At this moment, the yin-yang thunder lotus was completely formed. An aura soared into the sky from the thunder lotus. Half of the sky was blood-red. It was dyed gold and silver. The entire sky. It was completely separated by the aura of the two people. They occupied half of each other. They didn't give in. Above the blood sword, the blood clouds in the sky were spinning. It formed a huge blood vortex. In that vortex, there were streaks of blood-colored thunder and lightning falling. And above the yin-yang thunder lotus, the space was also distorted. There were two-colored thunder and lightning falling from it. These two auras, each of them was very powerful. Each of them had an extraordinary origin. Usually there would be one. It could be said to be the end of the world. But now there were two auras. The saints who were watching the battle from afar. Their expressions became solemn. His figure subconsciously retreated backward. Such an attack. Even they felt that it was very tricky. Buzz. The restriction that had just been broken. It also reappeared in the sky above the city. Flames lingered above. It enveloped the entire city. This flame light shield. It had undoubtedly become the third color in this world. But because it wasn't aggressive, so it was directly ignored. Far away, Zichun and Daf Hill looked at each other. They both saw coldness and confidence in each other's eyes. So, the two of them attacked at the same time. The yin-yang thunder lotus spun and flew forward. Wherever it passed, the space shook. It kept twisting, like water ripples. The blood-colored long sword. It slashed down. It turned into a huge, blood-colored waterfall, with the intent to kill. when the two attacks were still some distance away. The fluctuations that formed had already begun to clash. The surrounding space distorted more and more violently. In the end, it completely exploded. Two major attacks. They appeared in the black hole. They were still approaching. Swoosh. The blood sword slashed at the Thunder Lotus. It slashed on the Thunder Lotus. But there was no loud explosion. It only trembled a little. The energy of the two attacks. They were all in a restrained state. They hadn't completely erupted. Instead, the ripples formed by the tremors. It caused a large area of the sky to shatter. The entire world. It completely turned into a black hole. This was just the aftermath of the energy. The two attacks were restrained. They both wanted to destroy each other. At this moment, it wasn't just a competition of energy. It was a competition of mind power and willpower. Although Zichen's realm was lower, but the quality of the perfect spiritual sense, it didn't lose to the other party at all. The people in the distance looked at each other from afar. After seeing this scene, they had a bad feeling in their hearts. They could only retreat again. The people of the Moon Clan who were watching this battle through the light shield, they also sensed the threat. They all jumped down from the city wall. Only the middle-aged, beautiful woman was still standing there. She looked up at the two people who were still fighting in the sky. There was a faint expectation in her eyes. Boom. The two people's control of energy. They finally reached their limit. The blood sword and the Thunder Lotus exploded almost at the same time. An earth-shattering explosion came from the sky. The energy exploded. The destructive energy began to scatter in all directions. Wherever this energy passed, the sky shattered. It turned into a black hole. It swept across the ground. The earth disappeared. It turned into a black hole. It swept across the sky. The towering mountain disappeared. The dense forest disappeared, leaving behind a black hole. Everything about this. They all disappeared wherever the energy passed. Only a black hole was left. In that black hole, only the space turbulence was raging. At the same time, just as the two attacks were spreading out, Zichen and Dafil were also the first to bear the brunt. They couldn't dodge in time. They were swept by this destructive energy. After this energy spread, the two disappeared. There was only a black hole in the original place. At this moment, this violent energy was completely out of control. It was filled with extremely powerful destructive energy. They had no consciousness. They wouldn't recognize Zichon. They wouldn't recognize Dafil. Wherever it passed, it was destroyed, including the two of them, those saints who had already retreated far away. They were also affected. Other than the black hole, there was nothing left. The black hole, it became the only thing in this world. At this moment, suddenly, there was a flame. It appeared from this black hole. That flame was a light shield. It enveloped a city. It was like a boulder. It stood in the expanding black hole. It didn't move. The energy of destruction. It destroyed everything around it. This light shield that protected the city. But it still existed. There were no signs of it collapsing. This energy continued to spread. And as it spread, its power continued to weaken. After it had completely spread to this planet, that energy also dissipated. A black hole appeared between heaven and earth. Under the shroud of the rules of heaven and earth, it began to repair again. The black hole was repaired. A brand new space appeared. But the mountains, forests, clouds, and earth from before all disappeared. The figures of the three Zanbu siblings appeared. The three of them worked together to support a light shield. They looked a little embarrassed. Huan Kai's figure also appeared. He appeared at a place even further away. He walked out of the treasure pavilion. If it wasn't for the treasure pavilion, the aftermath of the energy just now, it would directly destroy him. Xing Chun, Brilliant, and Bright Moon appeared. There was blood at the corner of Xing Chen's mouth. Brilliant and Bright Moon stood behind him. Fortunately, everyone was still alive. It was just that they were a little embarrassed. After they appeared, their gazes all looked forward. That was the core of the battlefield. But at this moment, it had formed a huge sinkhole. The entire Earth seemed to have been cut off by hundreds of layers. The original city, it was built on flat ground. But looking at the city now, it seemed to be built on the clouds, the ground of the entire world. Except for the area covered by this city, The rest of the place had sunk down thousands of meters. Some places, one could still see a patch of red. That was the magma from the underground, the destructive effect of the aftermath of this energy. It was very shocking, but everyone was more concerned about. It was still at the center of the battlefield, the life and death situation of the two. A violent cough sounded. Daf Hill appeared from the sky. He was constantly coughing up blood. His body was covered with wounds. Above those wounds, there was also yin and yang lightning and blood energy entangling. Through the wounds all over the other party's body, one could vaguely see inside the other party's body. There seemed to be an object all over the body emitting energy light. That thing looked. It seemed to be a strange glowing tree. After appearing, he didn't stabilize his body. He fell to the ground head first. Daf Hill appeared, although he was in a sorry state, and he seemed to be seriously injured, but he was still alive after all. Chapter 2198. Everyone looked around, their faces full of worry. They were worried about Zichun. A few thousand meters away, the restored space slightly distorted, and Zichun's figure appeared from it. His body was also covered with wounds. In some places, the wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. However, they were merely wounds. There was no remnant energy wreaking havoc in those wounds. After he appeared, he only coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood, which was undoubtedly much better compared to Daf Hill, who was constantly coughing out blood. If Zichun didn't hide in the universe origin cauldron at the critical moment, even if he was still alive, his condition would be a few times worse than Daf Hill's. Perhaps he would be on the verge of death. There was an obvious gap between the two of them in terms of cultivation realm, and the gap in energy defense was not small either. Seeing Zichun appear in good condition, Zambu Haochu cheered loudly. Zichun was a harmonious spirit master, and his combat strength was so strong. Today, Zambu Haochu admired Zichun even more. He was glad that his elder brother had come early, or else he would have lost his life fighting against such a powerful Zichun. Zambu Haoming was also glad that when he knew that Zichun had come, he didn't purposely pick on him based on the family's principle of not provoking trouble. Otherwise, the destroyed nickel star field would be their example. On the city wall, the defensive light shield blocked all of this. Many Yu clan cultivators reappeared, looking at the city that had suddenly become grand. They were shocked speechless. A Heaven Realm expert can fight Daf Hill, a Saint Realm expert. He is indeed the strongest existence from the Life Star. The middle-aged woman's eyes were full of gratification and expectation. The battle wasn't over yet, and Daf Hill was still alive. Daf Hill came from the Daf family, a place with a lot of resources, and more or less had powerful life-saving means. The crowd didn't believe that Daf Hill would surrender so quickly and be killed so easily. They believed that the next battle would be very exciting. But Zichun didn't think so. He had already used all of his strongest moves. Although he didn't use sword draw, its power seemed to be on par with Yin-Yang Lightning Lotus. If Daf Hill had a stronger attack than the Blood Sword, then he wouldn't be able to block it. However, the other party was heavily injured. Even if he had a powerful attack, he might not be able to display its full power. After carefully comparing the two parties' conditions, Zichun regained his confidence. With a flip of his hand, a sheathed saber appeared in his hand. Seeing the sheathed saber, the middle-aged woman's eyes once again revealed a hint of surprise. She had already forgotten how many surprises Zichun had brought her today. In short, this little guy really had too many secrets, so many that even an ancestor-level existence like her was constantly moved. It was at this time that Dofasir was almost done coughing up blood. His body shot up into the sky, but he was still wobbling, obviously not in his best condition. Seeing the other party in such a state, Zichun felt even more relieved. If the other party was seriously injured, it would be easy to deal with him. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Dofasir was no longer a threat to them. The other party shot up into the sky and stood opposite of Zichun. It took him 3 breaths to stabilize his body. There were still residual energy fluctuations on the other party's wound. Through the wound, Zichun could see that there were lines of light in the other party's body. That's... His pupil shrank slightly, recalling what Zambu Haolin said to him. If he guessed correctly, it should be the other party's Void Monarch tree. so he didn't have to worry about energy consumption. But at this moment, even with that kind of supreme treasure, it couldn't heal the other party's injuries. Not to mention Dofficer, even Zichen's injuries, which didn't seem to be serious, had already damaged his foundation. It would take a long time for him to recover. This kind of injury was like Luo Fei's in the past. After being injured by Gung Lan, it would take hundreds of years for him to recover. What? You want the supreme treasure on me? After stabilizing his body, Dofficer took 2 breaths to adjust his aura, then said to Zichen. Zichen nodded honestly and said, I do want to. Dofficer heard this and laughed loudly, then coughed violently. After a while, he said, You're very honest, but I don't want to lie to you. I want your life very much, and that includes the lives of everyone here, except for the 3 natural servants that I reserved. With your current strength. Zichen frowned slightly. From the other party's words, he didn't hear madness, but absolute confidence. He couldn't figure out where the other party's confidence came from. It was obvious that the other party was seriously injured. Even if he had forbidden weapons or saint weapons, he couldn't escape the fate of death, unless the other party had someone comparable to a Saint King behind him. Otherwise, he still couldn't turn the situation around. But obviously, that wasn't possible. There were no Saint Kings here, and even if they came from the Dofficer family now, it would be too late. Currently, there was no teleportation formation on this star path that could directly cross star fields. Dofficer didn't know what Zichen was thinking. He looked at Zichen and said, I still have a few powerful methods that I haven't used yet, but it seems like you have some backup plans as well. These methods may be powerful, but they won't be able to determine the outcome of this battle. Now, let's use some real methods to determine the outcome of this battle. Zichen looked at Dofficer with a puzzled expression as he saw Dofficer's left hand chopping off his right arm. Poof! A ray of light fell, and Dofficer's right arm was chopped off. Self-mutilation. This scene caused everyone to be incomparably astonished. The cultivators who had returned to the city walls to watch the battle were even more speechless when they saw this scene. Why didn't you fight a proper battle? Why did you have to hurt yourself? Did you really think that Zichen wouldn't have the heart to kill you after seeing your self-mutilation? Did you really think that he would let you go and recover before attacking this place? A saint cutting off his right arm in a battle of life and death obviously wouldn't do it just to gain sympathy. At the very least, Zichen didn't have such a silly idea. His expression became very nervous, and his right hand subconsciously rested on the hilt of his sword, preparing to use the sword drawing technique. He thought that his reaction speed was fast enough, and he was ready to kill after noticing the abnormality. But all of this was too slow in Dofficer's eyes. He looked at Zichen and sneered. Too late. Indeed, it was too late. The moment the severed right arm left Dofficer's body, it exploded. Then, Zichen felt a sharp pain in his chest. His right hand that was holding the scabbard loosened subconsciously, and then he clutched his chest, almost falling down. Just a moment ago, it was as if a long sword had pierced his heart and then ruthlessly rotated twice. Dofficer saw Zichen's change and was a little stunned, but after using his strongest method, he believed that everything was over, so he didn't care about Zichen's abnormality at the moment. Now, all eyes fell on Dofficer's exploded right arm. As the right arm exploded, a destructive aura that was more than 10 times more terrifying than the previous energy explosion was released from it. It was as if a peerless evil that had been sealed for millions of years was suddenly released. At the place where the right arm exploded, the space distorted, forming a vortex, and a fist appeared from the vortex. The fist, emitting a golden light, appeared from the vortex. However, as soon as it appeared, the light was like a materialized sharp sword, piercing through the sky that had just healed under the laws of heaven and earth. Just the light it emitted was already so powerful. There was no need to think about how terrifying that fist was. After the fist appeared, there seemed to be a faint roar ringing out from it. The roar was like the sound of the world, reverberating in their sea of consciousness, causing the words vast and insignificant to appear in everyone's minds. The fist was like a vast giant, standing between heaven and earth, while they were like tiny ants crawling on the ground. The restriction that had not been shaken by the energy shockwave earlier began to tremble violently as soon as the fist appeared, as if it could not withstand the terrifying pressure. At this moment, fear emerged in the hearts of all the cultivators. After seeing the fist, they had an instinctive urge to kneel down, as if it was the highest life form in the world, and also the strongest attack. And such a blow, not to mention destroying this small planet, it was even possible to destroy the entire star field. The middle-aged woman's expression changed drastically. She looked at the fist that had rushed out of the distorted space, and her face was filled with fear and despair. Of course, she knew what it was. Back then, this thing was lost in her hands. It was also because of this that when Wuji arrived, he almost destroyed this star field. But she did not expect that the thing that Wuji did not find back then would fall into the hands of the Da family and now appear here. During this time, the one whose expression changed the most was Zichen. The moment the fist appeared, he knew what it was. This was the right arm of the god of heaven, or rather, the right hand of the god of heaven. However, it was not the kind of existence that was sealed, but the complete right arm of the god of heaven that was not sealed. Seeing Zichen's change of expression, Daf Hill laughed loudly, and tears of blood flowed out of his eyes again, looking even crazier. This was his plan. He would use this strongest method to kill Zichen and everyone else, completely dispelling his inner demon, then bring his 3 slaves back to the family and begin to cultivate quietly, trying to break through to a higher realm. It was precisely because of the existence of the god's right arm that he was indifferent to the deaths of those people, even though it had been weakened for countless years. He even felt that it was a pity that 2 of the saints had escaped. In Dafhill's heart, those saints did not die in vain. Their deaths had successfully triggered the inner demon in his heart, causing his hatred to accumulate even more. This way, after killing everyone, the inner demon would be completely dispelled. Although the inner demon in his heart could not be dispelled, it would become the direction of his efforts. Without the inner demon, the pressure would become the motivation to help him break through to a higher realm. This fist went straight for Zichen. He would be the first target he killed, followed by the saints, the tribe, the planet, and finally this star field. He wanted to completely dispel the inner demon, so he would make this star field disappear along with it. He could not do all this, but the right arm of the god of heaven could definitely do it. However, could the right arm of the god of heaven really do it? Chapter 2199. The aura emanating from the god's right arm made everyone feel despair. This was the real end of the world. With just one punch, the light was enough to make the world collapse. Even the ancestor of the Yu clan was in despair, let alone the others. The fist, which carried an aura that made people want to worship, was headed for Zichen. He would be Daf Hill's first target, and the first person the god's right arm would destroy. It was believed that Zichen would not even have a corpse left after this punch landed. The aura of despair filled every corner. Facing this punch, Zichen's right hand was still clutching his chest. He could feel the power of this punch, and he could feel the aura of despair that filled this world. However, he did not feel the despair that he had imagined. His expression was very shocked, and there was a touch of disbelief and a touch of undetectable strangeness. His left hand that was holding the scabbard loosened, and the scabbard fell to the ground. Zichen did not pay attention to it. He clenched his left hand into a fist, and the aura of the god's left arm that Yaozu had sealed for him was fully released at this moment. This left arm had been sealed for too long, and a lot of energy had been lost. Although the aura was still very strong, it was much weaker than the aura of the god's right arm at this moment. However, the aura of the two came from the same source. Just like the Saint Crystal that Zichen had condensed, it corresponded to a heavenly realm expert. At this moment, the aura of his left arm was like that of a heavenly realm expert, and the god's right arm was equivalent to that of the Saint Crystal. After releasing his aura, Zichen clenched his fist and punched out. Instead of calling it a punch, it was more accurate to call it a block. This was because not only was the punch powerful, but it was also very fast. As soon as it rushed out of the spatial passage, it arrived in front of Zichen. Zichen's heart began to beat violently. The piercing pain disappeared and was replaced by excitement, just like when he had sensed the god's left arm boom. Cammy's right arm was powerful and ferocious. In everyone's imagination, Zichun would be blasted to smithereens by this punch. But things didn't go that way. When the powerful fist arrived in front of Zichun, it suddenly stopped. The violent wind blew Zichun's robe and swept up Zichun's black hair, making a rustling sound. Zichun stood there and punched out his left fist with great difficulty. It stopped in front of Cammy's right fist. After that, there was silence. There was only a terrifying surge of energy, a whistling wind, and a strong heartbeat. How could this be? Daf Hill, who was laughing madly, suddenly froze. He stared blankly at the scene in front of him, not understanding what was going on. How could such a powerful punch be blocked by Zichun's tiny fist? Moreover, the sudden sound of a heartbeat between the heavens and the earth made him feel very uncomfortable. Heaven and earth became quiet again. This scene was far beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone who looked at this scene in the sky woke up from their despair and stared blankly at the sky. There, Zichun was still standing. His tiny fist blocked the terrifying fist. Could it be? The middle-aged woman vaguely guessed the reason, so she was even more shocked. But in addition to the shock, a gratified smile appeared on her face again. Zichun could sense that this punch was very powerful. It could even destroy a star field. But the moment this fist appeared, Zichun guessed that it might not hurt him. Of course, it was just a guess. There was no way to prove it. If he wanted to prove it, he had to release his aura and punch with his left fist. He could only punch with his left fist. In the end, his guess was right. Daf Hill's greatest weapon had stopped right in front of him, and as his heart beat faster and faster, Zichun gradually discovered that there seemed to be some kind of connection between him and this god's right fist. This connection was like a family member calling out to him. The heart was an existence second only to spiritual sense. It was the most important thing. Zichun believed that the god's spiritual sense had long been obliterated. The only thing that was not dead was the physical body. In the physical body, the heart was the real core, the real boss. This right arm of the god, which was obviously not completely refined and tamed, would definitely not hurt the boss after sensing the existence of the boss. It might even stay by the boss's side. The heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and the thumping sound made everyone's heart feel uncomfortable. You have the heart of the god in your body. Damn it, how could you have the heart of the god? Suddenly, a sharp scream came from Daf Hill's mouth. At this moment, his voice had completely changed, and he seemed to be very flustered. His eyes regained their clarity, and they were full of disbelief. The god's right arm was his greatest reliance. Zichun did not pay attention to Daf Hill. He only stretched out his right hand tentatively. His right hand slowly moved forward, preparing to land on the god's right arm. Damn it, get out of my way. That's mine. Daf Hill screamed and rushed over. Boom. The light on the god's right arm became brighter again. The light was like a sharp sword, and it pierced through Daf Hill's body. Daf Hill's body was sent flying again, and the connection between him and the god's right arm disappeared at this moment. There was no trace of blood on his face. It was unknown whether it was because of his injuries or because of the shock. In any case, he knew that he was finished. He was indeed finished. He was completely finished. Zichun's right hand had already landed on the right arm of the heavenly deity. The heavenly deity's right arm began to vibrate, releasing terrifying waves of energy. These waves of energy intentionally bypassed Zichun and dispersed in all directions. The first to bear the brunt of it was the spatial vortex behind him. It completely collapsed, and the god's right arm was no longer under Daf Hill's control. It completely regained its freedom. Then, the right arm began to shrink bit by bit. In the end, under everyone's stunned gazes, the god's right arm became the size of a normal arm and merged with Zichun's right arm. This merging was very simple, and it was completed in an instant. After that, Zichun's right arm was pulled down. As if the right arm was extremely strong, Zichun's body tilted, and then he sat diagonally in the air. He shrugged his right arm and looked at Daf Hill in the distance. The latter's eyes were full of despair. However, when he saw Zichun, the despair in his eyes turned into deep hatred and resentment. He looked at Zichun and said, "Zichun, I will remember you. I will not let you go." It should be said that I will not let you go. Zichen looked at Dafil and said coldly. At the same time, the sword spirit appeared beside him, ready to kill his opponent. Haha. Dafil laughed again. His eyes were no longer red, but his expression was very crazy. He ignored the wounds on his body and stood up again. You think this is my real body? Haha, this is just my clone. Defeating my clone is nothing to be proud of. When my real body comes out, it will be the time of your death. Zichen's expression was obviously stunned. He had never expected that this Dafil was just a clone of the real body. However, looking at the void monarch tree in his opponent's body, which was gradually showing its real body, Zichen understood why his opponent's clone could exist for so long. When my real body comes out, I will kill you. Don't run away because of fear. Even if you run to a life star, I will go there and kill you myself. Dafil's body gradually became blurry. It was a sign that his clone was disappearing. The moment before it disappeared, he grinned at Zichen. Zichen, take good care of the god's right arm for me. When the time comes, I will personally take back what belongs to me. Also, I will take away your god's heart and left arm. For some reason, Dafil's last sentence was transmitted through voice transmission. Dafil's body completely turned into energy and disappeared, leaving nothing behind. However, the void monarch tree, which had lost its host, appeared in the sky. Just like the void monarch tree, after it appeared, its body kept disappearing, as if it was in between reality and illusion. Swoosh! At this moment, a beam of starlight descended from the sky and covered the void monarch tree. The void monarch tree stopped disappearing and stood quietly in the sky. Once this thing loses its host, it will disappear very quickly if we don't seal it with energy in time. Xing Chen's voice sounded. Everyone walked over from afar. At that moment, everyone's eyes were filled with the joy of surviving a calamity, as well as unconcealable shock. What happened today was simply too shocking. Everyone looked at Zichen with admiration, shock, and a strange expression. Especially the three Zambu siblings. They couldn't understand why such a powerful attack would stop in front of Zichen. Moreover, Zichen had only stretched out his hand and put away the attack. Although they didn't understand, the three of them admired Zichen even more. At this moment, they were sure that if Zichen wanted to, it would be too easy for him to destroy the Zambu family's saints. At this moment, they had made up their minds to get on good terms with Zichen. This time, they had indirectly offended Dafil. If they didn't get on good terms with Zichen, they would have suffered a great loss this time. Looking at the smiles on everyone's faces, Zichen also smiled lightly. This battle was really dangerous. Fortunately, Dafil's trump card was the god's right arm. If it was a saint weapon, then today would have been really troublesome. But before he could greet everyone, his body, which was sitting diagonally in the air, fell little by little to the ground. Seeing Zichen like this, Xingchen asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" I also. Before Zichen could finish his sentence, his body began to descend faster and faster. Finally, he crashed heavily onto the ground. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and a deep hole appeared in the ground. Zichen's figure appeared in the big hole, and his voice came from the ground. I didn't want to do this, but it's too heavy. I really can't hold it anymore. Everyone was shocked. They looked at each other and then burst into laughter. Chapter 2200. In this battle, the people brought by Zichen all made contributions and killed several saints. This time, Zichen himself turned the tide. Not only did he save the Yu clan, but he also saved the entire Dei Star Zone. This was a disaster that affected the entire Star Zone. Unfortunately, no one knew about it. Zichen deserved to be called a hero and should be worshipped by everyone. The light shield above the Yu clan trembled and the flame restriction dissipated. The Yu clan cultivators inside cheered and rushed out of the city. They came with anticipation and gratitude. However, they didn't see a hero. They only saw a black hole in the ground. The hero was shouting for help in the black hole. Everyone's excited expression froze. They were stunned. There was a huge gap between their mood and before. I said, "Stop laughing. Get me out of here." Zichen's voice came from the ground. Xingqian and the others were still laughing. The members of the Moon Clan who had just arrived also smiled knowingly. The heroic image of Ziqian in their hearts had also collapsed. Although he didn't have that heroic image, Ziqian's weight in their hearts didn't decrease at all. Instead, they felt closer to Ziqian. Moon Ancestor. The beautiful middle-aged woman jumped down from the city wall for the first time. The Yu clan cultivators around her bowed. She came to the entrance of the black hole and looked down at Ziqian. Greetings, Moon Ancestor. Xingqian and the others knew who she was and immediately bowed respectfully. How's Ziqian? Moon Ancestor asked. There's a force blocking us. We can't get him out, Xingqian said. The beautiful middle-aged woman nodded. She raised her hand and pointed at the black hole. A bright beam of moonlight energy gushed out from her fingertip and extended toward the black hole below. After a while, Ziqian's body turned sideways and was lifted up by the beam of moonlight energy. Previously, everyone had tried many methods but failed to get Ziqian to come out. Now that the Moon Ancestor had arrived, Ziqian had successfully come out. This caused waves of cheers. Ziqian's expression was still very awkward. His right arm hung limply. After he appeared, he smiled at the crowd and was about to bow to the Moon Ancestor. Unfortunately, half of his body could not move. Your situation is too special, so there's no need for formalities. Follow me into the city. The Moon Ancestor led Ziqian and the others into the city, while the other Moon Clan cultivators followed behind them excitedly. The Moon Clan's crisis this time was resolved just like that. The cultivators of the Yu clan all appeared in the city and looked at these people with gratitude. Mingyue, bring them to their accommodations first, the Moon Ancestor ordered. Mingyu nodded and led them to the hall. Ziqian and the Moon Ancestor went deeper into the Moon Clan. Ziqian's right arm was very heavy, as though it contained a mountain. He could not move it at all. The energy in his body could not extend to his right arm either. His entire arm was as heavy as a cripple. As he walked forward, he sensed that the cauldron of creation was trembling more and more vigorously. It seemed to be very excited. Ziqian tried to call out to Cauldron Spirit, but did not receive any response from it. The Moon Ancestor led Ziqian to the core area of the Moon Clan. There was a simple and unadorned black castle. The castle was very large and sturdy. However, there were no rooms in the castle. There were no upper and lower floors either. It was like a huge, meticulously decorated warehouse. At the very center of the castle was a huge furnace that was several meters wide. The bottom of the furnace was densely covered with glowing magical matrices. The magical matrices almost covered the entire floor of the castle. A terrifyingly high temperature surged out from the furnace. Elder, this is... Ziqian's heart skipped a beat when he saw the unadorned furnace. His expression was one of indescribable astonishment. This is the other part of the cauldron of creation left behind by Wuji, the Moon Ancestor said as he looked at the furnace. The Moon Clan has been relying on this thing to protect themselves all these years. Ziqian had learned from Qingnu that Wuji had taken away the core of the cauldron of creation. Now, it seemed that this furnace was the core of the cauldron of creation. Radiance flickered around Ziqian's body. The cauldron of creation flew out from the furnace. It exuded an ancient and vast aura. After it appeared, it trembled uncontrollably. The huge furnace that was burning above the magical matrices in front of them also began to tremble, causing the restrictive formations in the area to tremble. The Moon Ancestor was not surprised by this scene. He said calmly, "If you let the two fuse now, the cauldron of creation will indeed become even more powerful. However, you do not have the strength to control it. You can only leave it there forever." The cauldron of creation was of great use to Ziqian at this moment. Naturally, he could not leave it there. With a thought, Ziqian tried to summon the cauldron spirit and forcibly put the cauldron of creation into the cauldron of creation. The other cultivators in the cauldron of creation were also drenched in cold sweat. Just a moment ago, they felt the temperature in the world suddenly rise sharply. The high temperature actually made them feel an intense sense of danger. You have just fused with the right arm of the god of creation. The energy in the cauldron of creation has not been sealed. That is why there are such uncontrollable factors. Now, I will help you seal the right arm of the god of creation, said the Moon Ancestor. Thank you, Elder. Zichen saluted respectfully with one hand. The moon ancestor formed a seal with both hands. Under the control of the moonlight energy, Zichen's body slowly floated up and stopped at the top of the cauldron. Even with his current physique, he could still feel the terrifyingly high temperature at the top of the cauldron. If it were not for the protection of the moon ancestor's energy, Zichen would have been incinerated by the heat. Focus your mind and calm your qi. Seal it with me. The moon ancestor's voice sounded. Zichen closed his eyes and tried his best to sit cross-legged. The saint energy in his body began to gather. Then, like a small snake, it coiled around his right arm. During this process, Zichen sensed two types of energy from the outside world. One of them was the violent flame energy from the cauldron, while the other was the moonlight energy from the moon ancestor. These three types of energy were not under Zichen's control. Instead, they were under the moon ancestor's control. When they coiled around his arm, they formed strange runes that slowly enveloped Zichen's right arm. On Zichen's right arm, patterns appeared. They were like tattoos that were engraved on his arm and slowly spread across his entire right arm. The heavy feeling was also weakening bit by bit until Zichen could control his entire right arm again. Time passed, and soon, 7 days had passed. The pattern tattoos had spread across Zichen's entire arm, and the heavy feeling had disappeared. Zichen opened his eyes and tried to move his newly controlled arm. He saw that the tattoos on his arm were slowly receding. How is it? The moon ancestor's voice sounded. It feels great. Zichen smiled and turned to look at the moon ancestor. Then, he was stunned. The moon ancestor, whose body was originally solid, had now become a blurry shadow, just like the Yaozu in the past. Shi Yin was bewildered. Shortly after, he guessed the reason. He immediately looked regretful. Apparently, because of him, another ancestor-level character was about to fall. Seeing Zichen's expression, the moon ancestor's blurry face smiled. Because of this smile, the entire room was illuminated again. Seems like you've seen them, and you know our situation. Zichen, you don't need to blame yourself. After the great battle that year, we're just a wisp of souls. We continue to stay in this world because we can't let go of our obsession. You've helped me let go of my obsession. I should thank you. Zichen shook his head. His face was filled with grief, but he couldn't say a word. He didn't understand these things. He only knew life and death. They were still alive, but because of him, they had died. The end of death is life. Sometimes, death is rebirth. I'm glad to see you today. Zichen, I'll leave the Moon Clan to you. I hope you can take them back to the Life Star. That's their real home. You have a big potential. You're even bigger than Wuji. Live well. This world will tremble because of your existence. We will meet again if fate allows it. The moon ancestor's last words arose. His blurry body vanished completely. Zichen was still sitting cross-legged above the stove, his face filled with grief. After a long time, he pulled himself together and jumped off the stove. He turned around to look at the Universe Original Cauldron, which used to belong to the Universe Original Cauldron. Then, he turned around and walked out. At this moment, all the members of the Moon Clan were there. Mingyu was the leader. Apparently, they knew what had happened. Their faces were filled with grief. They understood the forefathers' situation. Thus, when the forefathers' last wisp of soul disappeared, they didn't blame Zichen. They just didn't want to part with him. Mingyu was so sad that she stepped forward to comfort Zichen. Zichen shook his head and pretended to be okay. I'm okay. It's normal to grow old, get sick, and die. Xingchen understood Zichen's mood at this moment. He stepped forward and patted his shoulder to comfort him. The Moon Clan's crisis was over. The Moon Ancestor was dead. He had given the entire Moon Clan to Zichen. Now, what they should do next was the problem they had to consider. If all the members of the Moon Clan left with Zichen, they couldn't take the core of the Universe Original Cauldron with them. It was a real treasure. Zichen couldn't rest easy if he left it alone in this place. Thus, after contemplating for a while, Zichen decided to stay here for the time being. He wasn't the only one who had to stay. Everybody had to stay here. Thus, the cultivators who had stayed in the Universe Original Cauldron were released. They had to stay in this city for a long time. Zichen also decided to continue cultivating in seclusion here for a while, striving to make a greater breakthrough in his strength. The fusion of the two sons of Xing Chun also required some time to improve their battle strength. As for Zichen's injuries, they weren't serious this time. This wasn't because of Zichen's amazing recovery ability, but because when he sealed the right arm of the god, the energy that constantly spread out from the right arm nourished Zichen's body. His injuries were completely healed, and his physical body had improved a lot. The sudden decision to stay here was somewhat unexpected by the three siblings. Afterward, Zambo Haoming said that he wanted to go to the clan to see if there were any abnormalities. As for Zambo Haolin and Zambu Haochu, they had nothing to do all day and didn't take care of the clan. Fortunately, they stayed here. The three of them had contributed a lot this time, so Zichun didn't refuse, even though he had guessed Zambu Haoming's intentions. Zichun, I know something about the Daf clan. Before leaving, Zambu Haoming took the initiative to look for Zichun. Chapter 2201. In the past few days, everyone seemed relaxed, but they were still worried about Daf Hill's true body. Daf Hill represented the Daf family. After suffering such a huge loss, he definitely wouldn't let the matter rest. The Daf family's fury was not something ordinary powers could bear. It was just like the boundless sect's fury on the martial heaven continent. Very few powers could ignore it. Zichun wasn't familiar with the Daf family, but he knew how powerful they were. He had always been worried. Right now, the rumors of the Daf family outside are extremely powerful and mysterious. The people from the Daf family rarely appear in the world. Very few people have seen them. They've practically become legends. However, as far as I know, the reason why the Daf family did not appear in the world is because they suffered enormous losses back then. Because of that, the Daf family had no choice but to completely seal themselves off. Even now, they are unable to come out in full strength, Zambu Haoming said. You mean? Zichun looked at him. Even if Daf Hill wants revenge, he won't be able to come out in a short time. If he can come out, he won't be here with his true body, said Zambu Haoming. Zichun had his doubts about this as well. He didn't understand why the other party had sent his clone here, and why he had brought two treasures with him. Now that Zambu Haoming had explained it to him, Zichun finally understood. It was worth mentioning that Xing Chun had already given the Void King tree to Zichun, and Zichun had no intention of declining it. It meant too much to him. With it, Zichun could fight against two Void King trees. Zambu Haoming left, but the information he gave was still very useful to Zichun. It came from the harmonious spirit master he had met in the past. It was quite credible. Daf Hill wouldn't be able to come out in a short time. This so-called short time wasn't 2 or 3 months, nor was it 2 or 3 years. It might even be 200 or 300 years. Such a long period of time was enough for Zichun to build a team of saints here. Moreover, once Xing Qian and the others made a full breakthrough, their battle strength would rise in a straight line. Not to mention whether they would be able to fight those above their level. At least they would be able to easily slaughter most of the saints. The Moon Clan city was large enough for Zichen's people to live in. After releasing these people from the Universal Origin Cauldron, Zichen began refining the Void Monarch tree. This was an advanced version of the Void tree. It could be placed in one's own world, and its energy would recover very quickly. For Zichen, who had a doppelganger that was no weaker than his main body, this was a priceless treasure. The next step was to refine it. This process was a little slow, and the seemingly gentle Void Monarch tree resisted strongly when Zichen tried to refine it. Swish, swish. The Void Monarch book swayed continuously, and the energy within it began to surge, forming an energy storm that raged in Zichen's sea of consciousness. Zichen's golden soul stood outside the storm, looking at the Void Monarch tree's sudden increase in resistance. He was very surprised. In the outside world, the energy between heaven and earth was constantly converging towards Zichen's residence, forming a huge energy vortex. The violent energy fluctuation also alarmed many people here. These people quickly flew over, but they could no longer see Zichen's residence. All they could see was the surging energy of heaven and earth. The energy was almost tangible, and it flooded Zichen's room. The energy vortex was still expanding, and the energy it contained made these heavenly realm cultivators' hearts palpitate. What's going on? Mingyu, who had just arrived, asked curiously. It should be Zichun refining the Void Monarch tree, Xingqian said as he looked at the scene before him. Although the Void Monarch tree was not as miraculous as the Rainbow Sacred Tree, it had its own extraordinary functions. Not only could it replenish the energy consumed by Heavenly Realm cultivators, but it could also replenish Saint power. Its effect might not be as powerful as the Rainbow Sacred Tree, but the two were of the same grade. Zichun tried to probe with his perfect spiritual thoughts, but he was bounced back by the energy storm again and again. The storm was temporarily not aggressive, and could only prevent Zichun's spiritual thoughts from entering. However, once the storm completely occupied Zichun's Sea of Consciousness, Zichun's Sea of Consciousness would definitely be shattered under the storm's rampage. With a faint smile, Zichun's figure flashed, and his body shone with brilliant golden light. He rushed directly to the center of the storm, where the Void Monarch tree's main body was. The Void Monarch tree trembled, and the energy storm it formed became even more terrifying. Zichun, who was moving forward, felt an extremely strong resistance. This resistance slowed his body down, and there were fluctuations in this resistance that targeted the soul. During this time, Zichun tried to use his extreme speed, but it was useless. Within the range of the storm, the space was completely dominated by the Void Monarch tree. Zichun had no choice but to retreat. Despite his failure, Zichun did not look dejected. Instead, he had a surprised smile. His spiritual thoughts were known to be perfect, and he had many privileges. If even Dafhil could control a Void Monarch tree, how could Zichun, with his perfect spiritual thoughts, not be able to refine it? Standing outside the storm, he reached out his left hand. Golden light flashed in his palm, and a long golden saber with a scabbard appeared. This was a golden scabbard formed by his perfect spiritual thoughts. In the world of spiritual thoughts, its effect was almost the same as the black scabbard. He slowly placed his right hand on the scabbard. As the light surged, he unsheathed the saber. The golden saber light appeared, and it rushed forward, cutting open the storm in front of him. It continued forward in a straight line until it reached the Void Monarch tree. Then, it turned into a pure spiritual thought and landed on the Void Monarch tree. The originally brilliant Void Monarch tree had an additional ray of golden light on its surface. In Zichun's spiritual sea, there was also an additional spiritual thought belonging to the Void Monarch tree. He waved his hand lightly, and the storm that had been cut open disappeared. The Void Monarch tree flew towards Zichun and entered his body. The storm around them grew stronger and more terrifying. Faint sounds of wind and thunder could be heard. This caused many people to have worried looks on their faces. But soon, they found that the storm's power was weakening. In just a few breaths, the storm had completely disappeared. The gathered spiritual chi of heaven and earth scattered like a dissipating rainbow. Zichun's residence reappeared. With a creak, the door opened, and Zichun walked out. Seeing that everyone was here, Zichun thought about how the Void Monarch tree had caused a great deal of pressure. He nodded at everyone. Xingqian and the others nodded in response. They didn't continue to say nonsense like congratulations. They turned around and left. They all had their own things to do, and this kind of thing was not difficult for Zichun. Seeing that Zichun had walked out successfully, there was indeed nothing to congratulate. Diren, who was about to leave, was called by Zichun. The latter was stunned and turned to look at Zichun. The other Heaven Realm cultivators who were about to leave were also stunned when they heard Zichun call out to Diren. But soon, there was an obvious change in their expressions. Obviously, Zichun only had one purpose in calling out to Diren, and that was to let him find a suitable person to prepare to condense the Saint Crystal. When Diren walked out of Zichun's room, there was a hint of pride on his face. So, everyone was even more certain of their guess. They all surrounded him, trying to please him. This time, Zichun gave Diren a lot of spots. He also deliberately relaxed the rules for the number of spots. Of course, the premise was that he still had to choose from the strong. For this reason, Diren took 3 full days to decide on the candidates. Then, he brought the two of them into Zichun's room. After sensing the energy attributes of the two, Zichun nodded at their nervous expressions. The two of them thanked him gratefully and left. 2 months later, above Zichun's residence, the laws of heaven and earth began to surge. The aura of saint power spread out and engulfed the entire moon city. The cultivators who sensed all of this walked out of their rooms. When they saw the scene in the sky, they revealed puzzled expressions. Some of them knew what was going on, and their expressions became extremely shocked. In particular, the two from the Zambu clan were so shocked that they were speechless. In just 2 months, Zichun had condensed a saint crystal. Although they could sense that the saint crystal didn't contain much laws, it was still a saint crystal. The formation of a saint crystal caused a shock. But in just 5 days, in Zichun's residence, the world changed again. Another saint crystal was formed. In just 5 days, even a god wouldn't be able to condense another saint crystal. This was something that everyone was sure of. However, such a situation could only mean one thing. There were 2 harmonious spirit masters here, but they knew very well that Zichun was the only one in the room. The answer was obvious. The other was Zichun's clone. The clone could condense a saint crystal. What level of clone was that? After Zambu Haolin and Zambu Haochu guessed this, they naturally became more and more shocked. The original Zichun couldn't condense a saint crystal with his clone. However, after obtaining the Void Monarch tree, he could barely do it. It was just that the time needed was slightly slower. Moreover, he only condensed 5 types of laws, not the 8 types that Zichun condensed a few days ago. However, being able to succeed in one try was enough to prove that the clone had the same perception as Zichun's true body. One had to admit that the Buddhist sect's golden arhat body was indeed extraordinary. When he thought of Buddhism, he would naturally think of the monk. He wondered how the monk was doing now. Therefore, Zichun thought of the monk's other divine abilities. Among them, there was the Buddhist sect's mantra. He had only learned 3 words and was still halfway to go. Last time, he couldn't get the mantra from the monk. This time, Zichun decided that once he met the monk, he must get all the mantra. Since he had already verified that his clone could condense a saint crystal on his own, Zichun's true body began to fully cultivate and strive to break through to the saint realm as soon as possible. As for his clone, he began to condense a saint crystal with the help of the Void Monarch tree. Therefore, Zichun began the longest period of seclusion since he came to the Star Road. It lasted for 10 years. Chapter 2202. 10 years was not a long time for a cultivator, but for the current Zichun, it was a rare long period of seclusion. In the eyes of a cultivator, 10 years was almost the blink of an eye, but it was enough for a lot of things to happen. For example, in the Yu clan, according to the clone refining a saint crystal every 5 months on average, 10 years was enough to refine 24 saint crystals, which could create 24 saints. 10 years of continuous cultivation would allow Zichun's body to become even stronger. With the support of many fortuitous encounters, saint force would fill his entire body. 10 years was enough for Brilliant to completely transform and become a true saint, not only with a saint body, but also with a saint realm. 10 years was also enough for the 2 sons of Xing Qian to merge perfectly, making Xing Qian a saint like Brilliant. They were special to begin with. Their physical saint energy was not cultivated step by step. Instead, it was condensed directly. 10 years was enough for them to fuse with it. As the Moon Maiden of the Yu clan, Mingyu also had a saint body. This was specially prepared for Mingyu by the Moon Ancestor. For some reason, Mingyu was unable to merge perfectly, but in these 10 years, she had merged perfectly. Zichun had not come out for 10 years, and no one knew his realm, but if he was said to be the strongest in the team, then many people would doubt it. If Xing Qian and the other 2 were the strongest, then many people would silently agree. In these short 10 years, in the blink of an eye, there were 3 more powerful saints in the Day Star region. In addition, there were nearly 10 more saints. Huan Kai had successfully entered the saint realm, and there were some others who had obtained saint crystals later, and they had also entered the saint realm. During this period, there were many who were refining saint crystals, and after a certain period of time, they would also enter the saint realm. Zambu Haolin and Zambu Haochu had stayed here for 10 years, and their progress was not small. In these 10 years, Zambu Haolin came every 3 years, but he did not see Zichun. The reason why he was so diligent was naturally because of the saint's might that had appeared in this part of the sky over the past 10 years. Zichen's speed and success rate in condensing Saint crystals was astonishingly high, making Zanbu Haoming somewhat restless and eager to trade with Zichen a few times. It was a pity that Zichen had been in seclusion for 10 years and had not taken a single step outside. The only person who could see him was Diren. 10 years wasn't a long time, but many things could happen. The outsiders could successfully break through the barrier of the Martial Heaven continent and invade on a large scale. Right now, the Martial Heaven continent was embroiled in the flames of war. But because of Su Mengyao's Great Net plan, all the cities had seals above them. There were also teleportation matrices in the cities. As long as they had enough resources, a Heaven Realm cultivator could reach any designated location within a day. The mortals of this world had all been moved to small worlds, while the villages, towns, and other forces had all been moved to cities. In the entire Martial Heaven continent, aside from the forces and sects, there were only magnificent cities left. These cities all had Heaven Realm experts overseeing them. Aside from these Heaven Realm experts, existences like the Devil Ape, Longhu, and Barbarian Dragon were constantly shuttling between the cities. Once a city was in danger of being breached, they would immediately rush over to provide support. As these people continued to provide support, over time, they were respectfully called Celestials. These outsiders were unable to destroy the Martial Heaven continent in a short time, and they could not waste their advantage in numbers. Therefore, they directly entered the Martial Heaven continent to fight. But when they arrived here, the situation was very different from what they had imagined. The people here were already prepared, and their defenses had also taken shape. The cities were like turtles that had retreated into their shells, making it impossible for the outsiders to find an opportunity to attack. Once they gathered a certain amount of troops and prepared to break through the seals above a city, many Heaven Realm experts would quickly appear. All of them flew out of the city. Their numbers were relatively small, but their combat power was incomparably great. When they fought against Heaven Realm experts, they could practically slaughter those in the same realm. Therefore, as soon as they entered this world, these outsiders met with trouble, a very big trouble. Even if their target was only a very small city, they would still encounter powerful existences that could slaughter Heaven Realm experts, causing them to suffer heavy losses. For a time, the outsiders were in a state of panic. They were all guessing how many terrifying experts there were on this continent. In the Martial Heaven continent, when facing the invasion of the outsiders, with the help of the Celestials, they saved many people and helped many cities to resolve the crisis. Among them, there were many existences that they were familiar with. They were also existences that had always been famous, such as the heaven-rending devil ape, the evil good monk, and so on. Other than that, there was also an extremely special existence. They were once looked down upon by others, but now they also had a respectable name, and that was the Night Walker. They were assassins that hid in the darkness. But unlike many years ago, they no longer tried to assassinate human cultivation geniuses. Instead, they all turned their targets to the invading outsiders. After they killed someone, they would always collect the enemy's head at the first moment. During that time, they would not let go of even one. However, some people found that when these people collected the heads, they would only collect the heads that they had killed. As for the heads that others had killed, they wouldn't even ask about them. As time passed, these people killed more and more outsiders. Adding on the fact that their individual combat power was so great, and they were so elusive, they began to be respected by others. They became night walkers on the same level as the heaven-rending devil ape and the others. Su Mengyao was overseeing the everlasting sect. As one of the Martial Heaven continent's major powers, as well as the Heaven Defier Zichen's power, they naturally received special treatment from the outsiders. However, this sect had far more experts than the outsiders had expected. From the start of the battle, they had never taken the initiative to retreat. Each time, they would send out an army of experts to fight the outsiders head-on. This region could be said to be the most miserable place in the entire southern region. The majority of the outsiders' forces were held here. Su Mengyao and Zichen's close female friends would go to battle almost every time, personally participating in the battle. Their power was shocking. After being unable to take down the outsiders for a long time, the outsiders had no choice but to request for the Heaven Defiers to return. Although many heaven defiers had been scared away by Zichen back then and had stepped onto the star path, there were still some who remained in the outsiders' territory, waiting for orders. These heaven defiers were all powerful. After entering the martial heaven continent, they had caused quite a bit of trouble. On the same day, 2 cities had been captured. The formations in those cities had been destroyed in an instant. The majority of the cultivators in those cities had already left, but there were still quite a few who had died. However, on that day, the outsiders had also lost 2 heaven defiers. One of them had been killed by the heaven-rending devil ape, while the other had been assassinated by the night walkers. Weren't these heaven defiers scared away by Zichen? How dare they come here? They're simply courting death. Hearing the news, Evil Good and Evil slammed the table and stood up. He directly left the city to find the heaven defiers. In the entire world, everyone knew that Zichen was powerful and could kill heaven defiers. However, no one knew that Evil Good and Evil Good was much stronger than Zichen. He had even dealt with Zichen. Because Zichen's edge had been too dazzling, he had almost become a foil. Now that Zichen was gone, Evil Good and Evil Good's era had finally arrived. In one day, he had killed 3 heaven defiers. In other places, the heaven-rending devil ape, Formation Master LV Pong, and the others were also killing heaven defiers. 10 years was enough time for those cultivators who bore the mission of saving people and searching for opportunities to enter the true star path. Manshur, Shun Tiandao, and the others had been fighting along the way. It was very difficult for them to survive. They firmly believed that there would be opportunities to become saints on the star path. They firmly believed that the star path would be very beautiful and that they would be able to find Zichen. They were accompanied by many people along the way. During the journey, they would encounter many companions. The group was growing and shrinking, as if it was an endless cycle. When they walked out of the star path and saw many shining planets, they cheered and roared excitedly, thinking that they had ushered in a new life. Unfortunately, what awaited them was destruction, crazy destruction. As far as they could see, all the cultivators that appeared were enemies. These enemies were all crazy and killed as soon as they saw them. Although they had killed along the way, they still couldn't get used to this way of killing. After losing some companions, Manshur and the others finally became bloodthirsty and began to kill these people. Like the outsiders, as long as they could see a cultivator, as long as they didn't come from a life star, they would kill them on sight. The star path showed them the cruelest side, but it also showed them the strong side. Half-saints and false saints could appear at any time, and their battle strength was very strong. Manshur and the others' group was shrinking. They began to flee in the star path. They could only rely on plundering to recover their energy. They couldn't find places to trade, because the cultivators in those trading places would also attack them. Therefore, when they ran out of resources, they would plunder the trading places and slaughter all the living creatures in the trading places. Their numbers were getting smaller and smaller, but they were gradually familiarizing themselves with the rules of the star path. After 10 years of seclusion, Zichen finally came out. He opened his eyes and stretched. His bones made a sound like frying beans. His whole body was shining. It was the light of Saint Power. The light of Saint Power filled every part of his body. Now, Zichen was fully deserving of being a saint. His physical body had already condensed all of the Saint Power. However, he was still thousands of miles away from the legendary level where his body and bones were comparable to saint weapons. It was very difficult to reach this level. Even Xing Chun and the others hadn't reached this level yet, but they could still be called saints. After 10 years of seclusion, Zichen had become a saint. Walking out of the cauldron of all things origin, Zichen saw his clone in the hall. Because of the Void Monarch tree, the clone didn't dissipate after 10 years. In these 10 years, the clone had a deeper understanding of harmonious spirit master. Seeing Zichen, the clone smiled and then merged with Zichen's real body. The clone's understanding in these 10 years would become Zichen's understanding at this moment. Chapter 2203. Walking out of the room, he announced the end of his seclusion. Zichen's results were not small, and so were the others. Zichen quickly gathered Xingchen and the others. After sensing the changes in their auras, He was quite surprised and nodded in satisfaction. In addition to Xingqian and the others, the rest of the saints had also come. In addition to Zambu Haochu and Zambu Haolin, there were a total of 15 saints here. Such a huge lineup surprised Zichen a little. With his physical body becoming a saint, there was no point in continuing to stay here. Zichen had gathered everyone to discuss the matter of going to the next star field. "Sir, we have been waiting for a long time," Huangkai said with a smile. The other saints also nodded, looking very excited. "Go to the Nephis star field." Zambu Haolin was slightly startled when she heard Zichen's words. She pursed her lips as if she had something to say. That star field is called the Nephis star field. The others looked at Zambu Haolin because they had never stepped out of Moon City in all these years, so they naturally did not know this. Zambu Haolin nodded and said, "In the past, this star field had other names, but as time passed, it has been forgotten. Everyone who mentions that star field will call it the Nephis star field." Zambu Haolin's expression became solemn. "I suggest that when you go to that star field, it's best to bring fewer heaven realms with you." "Why?" Zichen looked at her in confusion. "That star field is different from the star field here. They are already considered the central region of the star path. The killings there are more cruel, and there are many forces. Most importantly, they belong to the radical faction of the star path. They have a natural hatred for existences from life stars. As long as the two sides meet, only one person can survive," Zambu Haolin said. "There is such a place? Doesn't that mean that star field is the end of the road for cultivators from life stars?" Zichen said with a surprised expression. "It's true. As far as I know, after so many years, not many cultivators from the life stars could cross that star area and get to the deeper area. Even if they did, they were the best of the best." Zambu Haolin nodded and said, "The forces of Sin star area will send some people to monitor the void outside the star area. On the one hand, it's to deal with the fugitives. On the other hand, it's more to prevent the cultivators from the life stars from entering." When Zichen heard this, his good mood started to dissipate bit by bit. He seemed to see many cultivators being cruelly killed in the outskirts of the star domain, forbidding them to take a single step forward. He said in a low voice, "Tell me how many forces there are in the star domain, and whether there are any saint rulers." "There are 3 overlord forces in Sin star area. They are the Bessie family, the Connor family, and the Norman family. In these 3 families, there are more than 10 saints, but they are all ordinary saints. There is no saint ruler." Zambu Haolin shook her head and said, "Now, whether there are any saint rulers on this star path is another matter. It is said that those experts were all killed by your teacher. Until now, there has been no news about saint rulers on this star path. There are also some rumors that the reason why Sin star area hates people from life stars so much is because of your teacher's massacre that year." Zichen nodded and said indifferently, "It will be easier if there are no saint rulers." His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Since he had come to the star path, he had to do what he could. "What? Do you want to attack the 3 families?" Seeing the murderous intent in Zichen's eyes, Zambu Haolin said, "I advise you not to have such thoughts. It's not just the 3 families that are against you. The other alien races are the same. That place is a land of sin, a paradise for all the radicals. If you want to use the same method, it won't work. At that time, you will know that the enemies you are facing are not just the 3 forces, but all the lives in the star area." Zichen smiled coldly and said, "So what? If worst comes to worst, we'll just annihilate that star region and completely sink it. If a star area disappears completely, it will attract the attention of the existence in the depths of the star area. To you, the loss outweighs the gain," reminded Zambu Haolin. Zichen already knew that this was just the beginning of the star path. There was no way back. If he wanted to return to the Heaven Martial continent, he had to go deeper. Anyway, he had to go deeper. The Sin star area was a tumor that targeted life stars. He had to remove it. However, considering what Zambu Haolin had said, Zichen had to face this problem seriously. Thus, he decided to go deeper. He didn't want to take everyone with him. Moreover, the other half of the universe origin cauldron was still here. He couldn't abandon this place. Thus, Zichen decided to leave some people behind and take the others with him. Of course, Those who stayed behind were the alien space pirates who were willing to follow him. Zichen only took 20 of them. He would take the rest of the slaves he had rescued. Among the Glory Clan and the Moon Clan, Zichen would also choose some of the stronger ones. His purpose this time was to fight. 5 days later, while Zichen was arranging people, Zambu Haoming came to the Moon City again. This time, he met with Zichen smoothly. The two of them reached an agreement. A few days later, 3 Heaven Realm experts from the Zambu family came to the Moon City. They respectfully met with Zichen. Then, the 3 of them stayed behind. Zambu Haoming and Zambu Haochu returned to their family. Zambu Haolin was familiar with the Sin Star area, so she stayed behind to guide Zichen. Zichen led the thousands of people. After reorganizing, they set off for the Sin Star area. It was worth mentioning that Mingyu didn't leave. She chose to stay in the Moon City. Zichen's clone, who could refine Saint Crystals, stayed with the Void Monarch tree and the Heaven Realm experts who had obtained Saint Crystals and were still refining them. In addition, Zichen also left behind some people he had specially selected to refine Saint Crystals. With Mingyu and the furnace here, Zichen wasn't worried about being attacked by external forces. Thus, it was safe enough. After they left, a total of 6 saints left the Zambu Star area. They led an army of cultivators and began to enter the Day Star area. The Zambu family, which had been stable for many years, began to occupy this star area. There were no more saints in this star area. The 2 who had escaped had already migrated with their families 10 years ago. Therefore, with 6 saints overseeing the star area this time, their entry into the star area went very smoothly. The only difficulty was the subsequent unified management, which was a very long process. The 3 Saint Crystals and the friendship with Zichen had been exchanged for the Zambu family's invasion. Of course, the Zambu family had to provide the resources needed to refine Saint Crystals. No matter how one looked at it, the Zambu family had profited from such a deal. However, Zichen had other considerations. At the moment, he had already left the Day Star area. On the way to the Sin Star area, there were no teleportation arrays. The only way to move forward was to rely on his own ability or aircraft to fly. These 2 star fields were separated by a vast void space. Even with Zichen's speed, it would still take him nearly a month to reach the nearest planet. If he used a special aircraft, the time would be shortened a lot. Zichen and his people were still in the cauldron of all things. Beside him were Brilliant, Xing Qin, Zambu Haolin, Huan Kai, and the other 2 saints. As they moved forward, their saint aura did not spread. The aura of a life star could be easily detected. About 2 days later, they saw an aircraft that looked like a rock flying directly towards them. Soon, the aircraft arrived in front of them. A dozen alien race heavenly realm masters appeared, led by a half-saint. Kill. His gaze swept across the crowd, deliberately pausing on Brilliant and Zambu Haolin for a moment. The half-step saint gave such an order without the slightest intention of speaking nonsense. These people had cold expressions. They all rushed forward with their heavenly weapons, surging with cold, murderous intent. Then, Xing Chan released his saint aura. These people's expressions changed drastically. That half-saint cried out in alarm, "Run! He's a saint!" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Huan Kai and the other 2 saints had already made their moves. Their saint power surged, and the battle quickly ended. The group successfully obtained an aircraft. Zambu Haolin told them that this aircraft had a positioning function. Soon, other alien race cultivators would come. Sure enough, after only half a day, 2 aircraft approached them. Then, a group of foreign beings flew out of the aircraft, led by 2 half-sages. It seemed that there was a half-saint leader in such an aircraft. There was no suspense in this battle. All the foreign races that came were killed. Even the 2 flying machines were destroyed by Huan Kai. Next, the 3 of them continued to move forward in the aircraft. Along the way, they were ambushed several times. During this period, the 2 sides did not exchange many words. They did not even exchange a few harsh words. When they met, the only thing they said was to kill and then to die. Huan Kai and the other 2 were not polite. Saints Heaven severing realm masters did not let anyone go. According to Zichen, as long as they could come, they would continue to kill until no one dared to come here. After killing more than a dozen half-saints, they finally saw a larger aircraft. In this aircraft, there was a false saint. The false saint stopped Zichun and the others. After leading them out of the aircraft, he looked at Zichun and the others and said coldly, "What the hell is going on? Recently, these guys from the Life Star have all become troublesome. I have to deal with them personally." The false saint vented his dissatisfaction. Zichun, who was in front of him, was slightly moved. He stared at the false saint and heard other meanings from his words. Chapter 2204. Looking at him, Zichun said coldly, "Are there others here?" "Humph." The false saint snorted at Zichun and said, "No, they're all dead." Zichun looked at him and smiled faintly. "What? You don't believe me?" The false saint looked at Zichun strangely. "I don't believe you." Zichun answered calmly and did not attack immediately. Although the false saint in front of him was the only one he had seen in this star area, he felt that this false saint talked too much. "We've been besieging them for half a year. Do you think they're still alive?" The false saint said sarcastically, "There are a lot of them. As far as I know, no one has come to this star area in recent years." Zichun's words did not include the alien race, and the alien pseudo-saint could also understand. He said sarcastically, "Do you think all the people who come here are from other star areas? Idiot, this is also a reception area. Many people who entered the star path will appear here out of thin air." Hearing this, Zichun's pupil shrank slightly. The expressions of Xingchun and the others also changed. In this way, the people who had just entered the star path would appear here. Then, they, who had no knowledge of the star path, would have no chance of winning once they encountered these people. It wasn't hard to imagine how many cultivators from the Life Stars had been killed in this place during the endless years. "I see." Zichun nodded to show that he understood. He was more certain of what to do next. "Do you know why I'm talking to you so much?" The false saint asked again. Zichun nodded and said, "I know. You're stalling for time. Now there are 2 aircraft like yours flying this way. There should be 2 false saints on them." The false saint's expression changed, and he said in surprise, "You can sense it?" Zichun did not speak. What responded to the false saint was 3 powerful saint auras. Sensing the 3 pure saints' auras, the fake saint's face was full of horror. He looked at Zichun in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, You. The other alien races who followed this false saint were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. Huan Kai and the other 2 rushed up. Zichun's indifferent voice rang out, "Leave a few behind." The false sage was directly killed without any suspense, leaving behind 3 outsiders who were clearly terrified. However, to Zichun's surprise, they didn't beg for mercy. 2 aircraft appeared in his line of sight. Xingchun sneered and flew forward. When the fake saint on the aircraft saw this scene, he was so scared that he turned the aircraft around and ran away. A moment later, 2 loud explosions rang out in the sky. The 2 aircraft exploded, and all the cultivators inside died. At this moment, Zichun was searching his soul. His face was expressionless, and the aura around him was becoming more and more oppressive. These days, many cultivators from the Life Stars appeared. The 2 sides had a fierce battle and killed many people. However, in the first person's memory, Zichun only saw these memories and did not find anything useful. Then, Zichun began to search the second person's memory and then the third person. In the third person's memory, Zichun found a familiar figure. Looking at the figure covered in blood, Zichun cried out involuntarily, "Man, sure." It had been more than half a year since they entered this area. In the beginning, they suffered heavy losses. Gradually, they adapted to the rules of this world. Manshur and the others paid the price of more than 100 Heaven Realm cultivators. Among them, there was no lack of geniuses from big families. Among them, the experts of the Dragon Clan and the Rock Clan had all died in battle. The strongest among them, Long Yin, died in battle to cover their escape. Among the people of the 5 Elements family, only 2 was left. In addition, there were 33 people left alive in this team that had been given a mission. 15 of them were lightly injured, 5 of them were seriously injured, and 3 of them were seriously injured. The remaining 10 people had more or less wounds on their bodies. The wounds on Manshur's body were even more shocking. There was a deep cut on his back and chest that exposed his bones. At this moment, Manshur was holding a non-attributed crystal in his hand, slowly absorbing the energy inside. The reason why he was absorbing so slowly was that besides the injuries that affected his absorption, this resource was not easy to come by. More importantly, he could not waste it. Ever since they looted a trading ground 3 months ago, they had used up more than 90% of their resources in the continuous siege. The remaining resources were barely enough to sustain their consumption. Among them, those who were seriously injured had voluntarily stopped absorbing energy in order to save some resources. A Heaven Realm cultivator wearing a battle armor full of sword marks came to Manshur's side and sat down. Looking at the planets in front of them that seemed close but were actually far away, he said, "Our resources are almost gone." Manshur's hand that was holding the non-attributed crystal trembled slightly. He stopped absorbing energy, opened his eyes, and carefully put the crystal away. Now, the energy in his body had recovered by nearly 50%, but he did not dare to continue absorbing. Hearing the Heaven Realm cultivator's sigh, Manshur was stunned. To be honest, he was not good at making arrangements, nor was he good at using his brain. The only thing he was good at was fighting. Now, the problem was getting more and more troublesome. Manshur also felt that his head was getting bigger and bigger. He thought that if Zichen was here, he would be able to give everyone a chance of survival. Shuntian, who was treating the injuries of the others, also came over. His condition was better, but there were still several wounds on his body. Usually, these wounds could be completely healed with just a strand of energy, but in this place, energy was too precious, and there was no room for waste. Along the way, because of the lack of energy, many people's injuries became more and more serious. In the end, they stayed and perished together with the foreign races. I have discussed with the other 3. The pursuers will be here soon. We can't delay any longer. You take your people and leave. The 4 of us will stay. The young man who spoke was called Luoang. He was from the Luo family of the 3rd continent of the Zhanwu continent. Back then, this family had almost become a joke in front of Zichen. What nonsense are you talking about? No one can stay. If we want to leave, we will leave together, Manshur said coldly. If this continues, no one can leave. Now is not the time to be emotional, Luoang said lightly. Can we leave if we leave you behind? Look, we left so many people behind along the way, but in the end, we still can't escape. The enemy wants us to be like this. He also knows that we will be like this sooner or later, until the last person is left behind. Although he lowered his voice, Manshur's excited words still spread out, and it attracted the attention of the others. This is the best way for now. Maybe we won't survive in the end, but aren't we still alive? As long as we are alive, there is hope, Luoang said. Manshur grabbed him by the collar and said, "You said it yourself? As long as we are alive, there is hope. Then why should we stay and die?" Xuanqiao already said that if we go to that star field, there might be a chance of survival. However, given the current situation, everyone will die before we can successfully reach that star field. No, we are getting fewer and fewer people. We can't leave anyone else behind. Let's go. Let's go now. Manshur stood up and walked towards the heavily wounded. He carried a person on his back and said, "Everyone, we have too few people. We can't carelessly abandon them. If we're going to die, let's die together." That's right. Leave no one alive. Xuanqiao came forward and carried the second injured person on his shoulder. At this moment, the 2 of them had the same thought. If this was Zichen's team, they believed that Zichen would definitely not let these people, who had gone through thick and thin with him, stay behind in such a situation. The group soon set off and flew in the direction of the Day Starfield. Although they had snatched the aircraft, they had all been destroyed after suffering several losses, and knowing that there was something else in these aircraft. Half an hour later, a team composed of 2 false saints came to the void where Manshur and the others had stopped. One of the false saints withdrew his spiritual thoughts and pointed in a certain direction, saying, "There is still a remnant aura here. They are going in this direction. Everything is as expected. Let's continue to chase. I believe they won't last long." The second false saint snorted coldly and then chased after them, but his speed was not fast. Although the team they were chasing was only in the heaven realm, these people were very strong. They had killed 2 false saints and even more half-saints. During this period, they had also looted a trading place. In desperation, the 2 false saints chose to chase after them in a purely exhausting way. Although this method could not achieve success quickly, fortunately, no one had died during this period. In the process of chasing, they could also sense that this team was getting weaker and weaker. At the very least, they had killed 3 groups of people who had been actively abandoned. If this continued, these people would be exhausted to death sooner or later. These 2 false saints were full of confidence, but they did not know that somewhere behind them, there was a powerful team rushing over here. And their reinforcements were also disappearing. There is another team in front. Sitting in the false saint aircraft, Xing Chun pointed somewhere ahead and said, "Swoosh!" A holy light flashed, and the aircraft arrived in front of the false saint aircraft at a speed that was close to teleportation. Then the aircraft opened, and Xing Chun, Huan Kai, and the other 2 flew out of it. After a while, half of these people died, and the other half were captured. Soul search. After capturing these people, Zichun began to search their souls mercilessly, and his speed was very fast. He forcibly read these people's memories, just to find out about Manshur. After the soul search, these people's souls would collapse and die. During the soul search, Xing Chun controlled the aircraft to move forward at full speed. After the soul search, Zichun pointed in a certain direction and said, "This direction, limit speed." From the information obtained from the soul search, Zichun could sense that Manshur's situation was very bad at the moment, and in addition to Manshur, Shantian was also in the team. He could not understand why these people came to the star path. Could it be that something happened to the Zhanwu continent and it had completely fallen? What about the others? Chapter 2205. Where was Shang Wanhong? Where was her fortune-telling? Where was Dong Qing? There were others. The 2 who were supposed to stay in Huping City had appeared here. Zichun was very worried as he moved forward. This flying device was a false saint. After being injected with pure saint power, it flew faster. During this period, all other flying devices were destroyed. This area was under the control of the Bessie clan. They were the masters of this area and had the final say. However, in the past 6 months, the Bessie clan had encountered some small troubles. 2 false saints and more than 20 half-saints had died in the clan. One of their trading places had also been destroyed. Such a big loss had never happened in the past thousands of years. Those people were very cunning and powerful. They were not afraid of death, so there was no need to send out saints. Therefore, they listened to Bessie's new plan and slowly killed them. Just as everything was going according to plan, there were new invaders in the past few days. These people were even stronger. In just 3 days, they had killed more people than they had lost in the previous 6 months. Moreover, 8 false saints had died in 3 days. This directly angered the higher-ups, and they sent out a saint. How dare they stay on the flying device so blatantly? They're simply courting death. The saint from the Bessie clan was named Bessie Heisu. He stepped on his personal flying device and left the clan. This flying device was built at a great cost. There were only 9 of them in the Bessie clan. They were very fast, and only saints were qualified to use them. After sensing the location of those troublemakers, he sped up and chased after Zichun. Manshur had been living a hard life since he left the Zhanwu continent. This time, he had stepped on the real star path. His body and mind were under unimaginable pressure. If it were not for these people following him and going through fire and water with him, he believed that he would have collapsed long ago. Every time he was on the verge of breaking down, he would think of the days when he traveled with Zichun. He would put himself in Zichun's shoes and think about what kind of choice Zichun would make if he was faced with such a situation. Unfortunately, he wasn't Zichun, and he didn't have as many tricks as Zichun. He could only imitate Zichun's strength and calmness. 3 days had passed, but it felt like 3 years. The injuries of the 3 people beside him were getting worse and worse. Manshur had no choice but to take out the last half of the attributeless crystal and let them refine it first to recover a little bit of their injuries. However, the 3 of them refused at the same time, saying that there was no need to pay attention to them and that it was fine to just leave them here. Manshur had already said that he would not leave a single person behind. He did as he was told and brought the 3 injured people with him. The number of injured people in the group continued to increase. It had been a few days since they last encountered any non-humankind troops. More and more of them were injured, which was caused by the relapse of their injuries and the inability to recover their energy. If they had enough energy along the way, they wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. Bei Shikaisen followed closely behind Man-Shur like a wolf. He knew the situation of Man-Shur and the others, so he just followed without taking the initiative to attack, waiting for them to fall. Man-Shur didn't notice that their escape route was gradually deviating, or it could be said that under Bei Shikaisen's deliberate pursuit, they were deliberately escaping according to Bei Shikaisen's new route. At this moment, there were at least 6 aircrafts moving forward according to a specific route. From a distance, it looked like an open pocket that was going to contain Man-Shur's team. Another 2 days passed. Bei Shikaisen looked at the star map in front of him and said with a faint smile, "It's time to close the net." A total of 8 aircrafts formed a pocket and contained Man-Shur and the others. Looking at these figures around them, Man-Shur and the others who were surrounded were completely desperate. 4 false saints, 8 half-saints, and dozens of Heaven Realm experts. Such a team was enough to destroy their remnant team. Bei Shikaisen looked at Man-Shur with a playful expression like a cat playing with a mouse. This person was very powerful, but he would die under his scheme in the end. Putting down the injured on his back, Man-Shur took a deep breath. Because he inhaled too much, his previously healed wound burst open again and blood flowed out. His body, which had been transformed by a drop of heavenly God's blood essence, was on the verge of collapse under the continuous pursuit. He clenched the mace in his hand and shouted in a low voice, "Everyone, it seems that we have to reunite with the others. Before I die, I can't say anything to boost morale. I can only tell you that killing one person is even. Killing one more person is a gain." Energy light surged around Xuantian's body. He grinned at the cultivators of the Bei Shi family in front of him, his eyes full of cold, killing intent. This is indeed not a boost, but it sounds like a boost. This time, I have to kill at least 5 people because I represent the 5 Elements family. A brawny man exuding an earthy yellow light said, "My goal is not that big. Killing one is even. Killing one more is a gain. I hope I can earn a few more before I die." Luoang, who was wearing a battle armor, said with a smile. The atmosphere was very oppressive, but in the face of this situation, Man-Shur and the others did not despair. On the contrary, killing intent surged around them. Even those who were seriously injured struggled to stand up and raise the heavenly weapons in their hands. It is said that there are other troubles this time. Don't talk nonsense. We have to end this quickly. Among the Bei Shi family, a false saint said indifferently. Bei Shikaisen raised his right hand. As long as his hand fell, a fierce battle would break out. He believed that none of these people would survive. But before his right hand fell, he sensed a violent energy fluctuation coming from the horizon. This fluctuation was very strong, and it obviously came from an aircraft. These people subconsciously looked back and saw an aircraft emitting a golden light at the end of their line of sight. This aircraft was a typical false saint-level aircraft, but its speed was unbelievably fast. Just as these people were stunned, the aircraft had already reached the central region in their line of sight. In the blink of an eye, the aircraft had stopped in front of them. Everyone was stunned. They raised their heads to look at the flying machine that was so fast that it was strange. They tried to guess who was in the flying machine. Man-Shur and the others' expressions did not change much. After all, they were going to die today. No matter how many enemies came, it would not change their fate and their determination to fight to the death. The aircraft opened, and a figure walked out. It was a young and very handsome figure, exuding a star-like light. When the people of the Bei Shi family saw this person, they became more confused because they did not know this young man at all. Moreover, the aura of this young man was not the same as theirs. On the contrary, it was very similar to the existence they were about to kill. Why was it so similar to them? In the case of preconceived notions, these people did not have time to react. Then, a second person walked out of the aircraft. This was a woman with straight and slender legs and a tall figure. The golden robe around her waist was tied with a purple belt, which perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure. Their gazes shifted upwards. Above the towering jade peaks, above the fair neck, they saw an exquisite, perfect, and flawless face. At this moment, everyone's eyes were dazed. They had never seen such a perfect woman. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was a fairy or a goddess. They believed that in the Beishi family, or even in the entire Nephis star area, there was no woman as beautiful as her. Moreover, the aura of this young man was obviously different from theirs. Seeing Brilliant walking out of the aircraft, even though Manshur and the others were determined to die, their pupils couldn't help but shrink. The word stunning appeared in their minds. Manshur thought that he had seen many beauties, such as Jin Xingcheng in Huping City and Zi Chen's confidence in Piao Mist City. Their faces were flawless. However, when he saw Brilliant today, he was still dazed. Then, they were shocked to find that Brilliant and that young man had the same aura as them. It meant that they came from the Life Star. However, why were they on the aliens' aircraft? Had they joined the alien tribes? Such a handsome man and a beautiful woman had joined the enemy's arms. Manshur thought it was a pity, but his murderous intention didn't diminish. However, at this moment, the aliens finally pulled themselves together. They realized that something was wrong. They screamed hoarsely, "They aren't our fellows. They're from the Life Star. They're our enemies." With a cry of surprise, the others also came to their senses. Then, they took out their weapons and flew forward, surrounding the aircraft. As for Manshur and the others, they were completely ignored. This action made Manshur and the others exchange looks. After exchanging looks, they saw the suspicion and embarrassment in each other's eyes. They guessed that they had misunderstood the other party. 2E threw Manshur a questioning look. Manshur shook his head, indicating that he should wait and see. If they ran away now, they would be caught soon. He thought that since these people had proactively appeared here, they should have some special accommodations. Moreover, this handsome man and beautiful woman in front of him gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through. He believed that these two weren't ordinary people. Right after that, the third person appeared. His aura was also from the Life Star. The fourth person appeared. He was also a cultivator from the Life Star. These foreign race beings looked extremely nervous. Their hands that were gripping onto their weapons were trembling slightly. The appearance of these people gave them an immense amount of pressure. Manshur's team was more suspicious. However, they relaxed a lot. No matter what, they were all existences from the Life Star. Although they didn't know each other, they had a common enemy. Moreover, Manshur vaguely noticed that after these people appeared, they would first glance at him, and their gazes were filled with goodwill. Manshur's suspicion didn't linger for a long time. Soon, the mystery was solved. Another man walked out of the aircraft. He was also a young man. Although he wasn't as handsome as the previous one, the difference wasn't big. He was wearing a black cloak, which gave him a unique aura. Appearance wasn't important. Aura wasn't important. The most important thing was that everybody here, including Manshur, knew this man in the black cloak. He was the legend of the Zhanwu continent. His name was Zi Chen. Chapter 2206. The black-cloaked man walked out of the aircraft with a gentle smile on his face. He ignored the aliens and looked at Manshur and the others. Manshur and the others recognized him at first glance. However, they were stunned for 3 seconds. Their faces and eyes were filled with disbelief. Some of them even tried to blink until their eyes hurt. Then, they opened their eyes again to make sure they weren't hallucinating. When they opened their eyes, that man was still standing there with a gentle smile. Reality and memory merged as he looked at them. To Luoang, the black-cloaked man in front of him used to be the nightmare of his family. However, at this moment, he found that this man was closer to him than anyone else. It was as if all the fear in his heart had dissipated when he saw the person in front of him. As long as he saw him, he would feel a sense of security that he had never felt before. His mood was also relaxed like never before. It was as if all the injuries on his body had disappeared at this moment. He had become stronger again. He believed that he would be more decisive and ruthless than before. The number of enemies he killed would be more than he had expected. Tuyi's feelings were the same as Luoang's. Zichun was the nightmare of the 5 elements aristocratic families. He was the target of their hatred. But now, he found that this figure was so amiable, and his smile was so gentle. Zichun. Finally, a cry of alarm rang out. It was from a seriously injured cultivator. He seemed to have used up all the strength in his body to shout out such a thing. Right after that, his voice had created a chain reaction. More and more people screamed. All the living cultivators from the life stars looked at them with excitement. Looking at these people and their excited faces, Zichun nodded and said, "You guys are safe." Everybody cheered. Zichun's power was deeply rooted in their hearts. They trusted Zichun a lot. Many people in the team were exhausted, but they didn't fall down. They wanted to see what would happen next. They wanted to see the aliens being killed with their own eyes. It had nothing to do with trust. It was about faith. Kill. In the face of this unexpected scene, Beishi was caught off guard. He could not see through these people, but after hearing the cheers, he knew that these people were in cahoots. Thus, he coldly shouted. The people around him were all unafraid of death. He believed that with so many people attacking together, this team of less than 10 people would definitely suffer a great loss. Zichun did not respond to Beishi's words. He merely said, "Let's end this quickly." Then, Beisai Kaisen was stunned, and so were the aliens who were ready to charge forward. The other 3 false saints were also stunned. Manshur and the others were also dumbfounded. Powerful Saint Chi was released from these people. It was pure Saint Chi. It was the Saint Chi of a true saint. This saintly might was much stronger than that of a false saint. Saint, Saint. Beishi Kaisen cried out in alarm. His eyes filled with shock. The others were the same. Manshur and the others were completely petrified. They knew that there were saints on this star path. They also knew that saints were very powerful, much stronger than false saints. But didn't they say that saints were very rare? Didn't they say that there were very few of them? Why did so many saints appear at this moment? Even that young man was a saint, and that peerless beauty was also a saint. Even Zichun. Oh, Zichun did not release any aura, so they couldn't see his cultivation level. But to be able to lead these saints, even if Zichun wasn't a saint, he was comparable to a saint. The battle ended without any suspense. During this period, there was almost no effective counterattack. All the aliens were killed, and even the aircrafts exploded. After the battle ended, seeing that all the aliens were dead, someone in Manshur's team finally couldn't hold on and fell. But Zichun was here. As long as their souls were not forcibly destroyed, they would definitely not die. These saints all rushed up, releasing pure and gentle saint energy to heal these people. Zichun came in front of Manshur and Shun Tiandao. The two looked very excited. Looking at the two, Zichun frowned slightly and said, "Your injuries aren't very serious. Why aren't you healing?" Shun Tiandao lowered his head in shame. Manshur directly said, "There are no attribute-less crystals." Knowing how difficult it was to survive in the star path, Zichun nodded and said, "Heal your injuries first." With that, hundreds of attribute-less crystals appeared in front of him. Each of them emitted a bright light. Piled up together, it was dazzling. Everyone was stunned when they saw these attribute-less crystals. It seemed that they had never seen so many attribute-less crystals. Looking at the stunned crowd, Huan Kai smiled and said, "Don't just stand there, quickly accept it. If it wasn't for the fear of scaring you all, the attributeless crystals that my lord took out could pile up into a mountain." When everyone heard this, their expressions became even more interesting. But they also keenly heard Huan Kai call Zichun Lord. Sure enough, Zichun was indeed Zichun. Wherever he went, he was extraordinary. If the injuries were too serious, these saints would help to heal. If the injuries were light, they would absorb energy to heal themselves. The 2 shocking wounds on Manshur's body were healed by Brilliant. The latter also thanked him gratefully. "Let me introduce you. This is Brilliant, from the Brilliant King clan. This is Xing Chun, from the Star King clan. This is Huan Kai. This is Manshur, my life and death brother. And Shun Tiandao, also my life and death brother." Zichun introduced the saints one by one to Manshur and the others. After hearing that Manshur and Shun Tiandao were Zichun's life and death brothers, they nodded their heads in goodwill. After that, Manshur introduced the others to Zichun. During this time, Tu-yi and Luoang's expressions were somewhat reserved. Zichun smiled faintly and said, "The matters of the past are in the past. Now, we have a common enemy." The two of them nodded. Their nervous mood relaxed a lot. "Why are you here? What's the situation in the Zhanwu continent? What's the situation in Huping City?" After the introduction, Zichun asked the doubts in his heart. "Everything is fine. We came here this time." Manshur explained everything in detail. After knowing that these people came here just to try their luck, Zichen's hanging heart also relaxed. As long as the Zhanwu continent still existed, it was fine. As long as everyone was still alive. By the way, you just said that the foreign races might have already invaded the Tianwu continent. When we came, the foreign races were already trying to break through the barrier. Now that more than 10 years have passed, I believe they have already entered the Tianwu continent, said Manshur. The invasion of the foreign races was faster than he had expected. However, it had already been a few decades. He believed that with the acceleration of the time castle, the people of the Tianwu continent had already made preparations. "You guys heal first," said Zichun. After the saint from the Bei Shi clan sensed the location of Zichen's aircraft, he chased in a straight line. It had to be said that a high-quality aircraft was extraordinary. Its speed was also very fast. In just 2 days, he chased from the Bei Shi clan to the outskirts of the Nephis starfield and caught up with Zichun and the others. When he walked out of the aircraft, his saint aura appeared between heaven and earth. That aura was very oppressive. If it was before they met Zichun, this saint aura would have shocked Manshur and the others. However, with so many saints here, it was a joke for a lone saint to come here and show his saint aura. There was only one person on the aircraft. He stood there indifferently, his saint aura spreading out. He looked at Zichun and the others coldly. All of them stood up, but after glancing at the saint, their eyes fell on Zichun. Clearly, they were waiting for Zichun to make a decision. Zichun turned to look at Brilliant. The latter nodded and walked toward the saint from the Bei Shi clan. Brilliant's appearance made the saint's eyes flash with a strange light. His gaze became slightly heated. He could not figure out why Brilliant would take the initiative to come forward. It was a sign of weakness. Yes, this was very likely. However, the saint soon realized how ridiculous his thoughts were. His expression changed obviously. He looked at Brilliant in shock and said, "Saint?" Brilliant's saint aura surged around him. He had become a powerful saint. Just as Brilliant's saint aura was released, Xing Chuan rushed forward. His saint aura naturally spread out. The saint from the Bei Shi clan was shocked. He could not figure out why there were 2 saints in this team. Run. In a situation of 1 against 2, he was no match for them. Therefore, he decisively ran away. However, just as he turned his head, he was shocked to find that the black-robed youth who had been standing in the distance without moving a step was already standing beside his aircraft. Scram. He did not have time to figure out what was going on. He had a bad feeling and rushed toward the black-robed youth. At the same time, he clenched his hand into a fist and gathered powerful saint aura. Looking at the incoming fist, Zichun smiled faintly. Golden light appeared on his right hand. Then, he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out. There were saint aura fluctuations in the golden light. The 2 fists collided as the opponent looked shocked. Boom! There was a violent explosion. The energy waves dispersed. Zichen's robe fluttered. He stood there without moving. The energy waves dissipated when they reached him. On the other hand, the saint from the Bexi clan was sent flying by Zichen's punch. As he flew back, he coughed up a mouthful of saint blood. His expression was filled with fear. Chapter 2207. To be able to send a saint flying with a single punch, Zichen's strength was truly shocking. Although Manshur and the others had guessed that Zichen was strong, they were still shocked speechless when they saw it with their own eyes. You. The saint from the Bexi family looked at Zichen in shock. Zichen looked at him and smiled faintly. A star chart fell from the sky. It was the pattern of the 7 stars, and it fell beside the saint. The 7 stars seal. Brilliant took a few steps forward, and the spiritual consciousness in his sea of consciousness moved toward the saint. Brilliant's spiritual consciousness was like a soul spear, forcibly entering the saint's sea of consciousness. The sealed saint's body kept trembling. When Brilliant was still in the heaven realm, he could read the saint's sea of consciousness. Now that he had broken through and reached the saint level, his soul had become even stronger. He was not only reading the saint's sea of consciousness, but also forcibly controlling the saint's soul. Once controlled, the saint would become his slave. Under the flabbergasted gazes of Monsieur and the others, the saint that was sealed earlier suddenly opened his eyes, and a formidable aura erupted from his body. Zichun retreated, and the saint turned around and launched a powerful attack. The false saint flying device that Zichun had plundered exploded. Monsieur and the others were stunned, not knowing what had happened. "You guys take a rest first." Zichun turned around and said to Monsieur and the others. At the same time, he waved his sleeve, and a light of energy fell on them. There was a suction force in the light of energy. They did not resist and all entered the universe origin cauldron. After that, they saw many pairs of eyes staring at them curiously. At first glance, Shi Yin found that there were several thousand of them. Moreover, the aura they emitted was the aura of a life star. Among them, there were not only false saints, but also many saints. Outside, the saint who had destroyed the flying device bowed to Brilliant and said respectfully, "Beisai Heisu greets Master." With Xing Qin's 7-star seal and brilliant soul, the two of them managed to control the saint of the Bexi clan in a short amount of time. "This is Zichun. From now on, his orders are my orders," Brilliant said calmly. "Greetings, Lord Zichun." Without any intention of disobeying, Bizarre Heisiu turned around and bowed to Zichun. "How many saints are there in your family?" Zichun asked directly. "My lord, there are a total of 9 people. How is your relationship with them?" "We're all from the same family, so there's no good or bad relationship between us. We don't keep in touch much, but I have a good relationship with Mi Qing." "All right, take us to your family." "Yes, sir." Zichun and the others disappeared, leaving only Beisai Heisiu behind. He turned around and entered his aircraft. He started the aircraft and flew toward his family. On the way back, he met other cultivators of the Bexi clan. After seeing the saint's aircraft, they all appeared and bowed to Heisiu from afar. "I've dealt with all the invaders. You all continue to patrol," Heisiu said as he stood in the aircraft.
Yes.
These people continued to disperse, and Heisiu hurried back to his family. In another space in the origin cauldron, Zambu Haolin looked at Zichun and said, "You're playing with fire. We might be besieged." A soul contract is the strongest power in the world. No one can disobey it, not even a saint, Zichun said in a deep voice. He had seen this scene when he first came to the star path. Once the soul was controlled, it was impossible to die even if you wanted to. All you could do was follow the master's orders. Moreover, Brilliant Soul Technique was not an ordinary method of recognizing a master. It would leave a deep imprint in the other party's soul. It was a memory imprint. It could make Heisiu develop a sense of trust and dependence. There would be no problems. Before coming here, Zambo Haolin had said that Zichun would have to face an enemy of a star field. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to be enemies with all the enemies in a star field. It was obviously impossible to fight head-on, so he thought of another possibility. And it just so happened that he met Heisiu, who came alone to hunt him down. This was simply an unexpected surprise. "Sir, what should we do next?" Huan Kai asked excitedly. It was so easy to get such a powerful saint as a companion. The efficiency was simply too high. First, find a way to control the other saints of the Bexi clan. Then, find a way to nibble away at this clan, and finally nibble away at this star field. This was Zichun's plan. His ultimate goal was to control the entire star field. It took Heisiu 4 days to return. When he walked out of the aircraft, he saw Mi Qing standing on the high platform in front of him, looking at him. "I heard you killed them," Mi Qing said when he saw Heisiu walking over. "Isn't that a piece of cake? Why are you here?" Heisiu said lightly, "To see how you're doing. You're injured. Who are the other party? How could they hurt you?" Mi Qing asked in surprise. "It's just a few false saints. I didn't pay attention to them before and was slightly injured due to carelessness." Heisiu waved his hand and said indifferently. After that, He walked toward his residence, but after taking a few steps, he looked back at Mi Qing and said, "It's rare for you to wait for me here. Let's go to my place and have a few drinks." Mi Qing smiled and said, "I have nothing to do recently, so I'll have a few drinks." "Since you're drinking, how can you leave me out?" A forthright voice sounded, and a muscular man with a bare upper body walked over. Wherever he passed, the cultivators of the Bexi clan bowed respectfully. "It's you, Meng Shan," Heisiu said when he saw the muscular man. "Why? You don't welcome me?" The saint named Meng Shan came in front of Heisiu. At this moment, Dazzling transmitted an order to Heisiu. If you want to go, then go. Your legs are on your body, aren't they?" Heisiu snorted and seemed a little reluctant. It was obvious that the relationship between the two wasn't very friendly. "Haha, this time I'm not just looking for you to drink. This time, it's settled. The three of us will attend the meeting of the three clans in half a year," Meng Shan said with a smile. "The three of us? Isn't the patriarch the one who goes there personally?" Mi Qing asked in confusion. Maybe he thinks it's not a big deal this time, so he decided to let the three of us go. "Let's go and have a drink first. Anyway, there's still half a year to go." When the three of them went to Heisiu's residence, Brilliant learned about the so-called meeting of the three clans from Heisiu. In truth, it was a gathering held once every 1,000 years. At this gathering, as long as you talked about the things that happened in this star field, the three clans would get to know each other better. You could also take out some resources and organize a competition to reward this star field. During this time, there would be activities like fighting. This kind of situation wasn't rare in the Tianwu continent. What Zichun really cared about was how many saints the three clans would send. According to Heisiu, each clan will send 3 saints. The 3 of them entered the room. Heisiu took out some wine and signaled for the servants to prepare some side dishes. Soon, several exquisite dishes were placed on the table. After dismissing the servants, Heisiu mysteriously took out a simple cauldron and said, "Gentlemen, I obtained something good this time." "Oh." The two of them looked over, not suspecting anything. "Take a look at this first." After saying that, a ray of light emerged from the cauldron and enveloped the entire room. "What is this?" The two of them stared blankly at this scene. "It's something good." An indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Zichun and the other two appeared and looked at the two of them indifferently. "Who are you?" Seeing Zichun suddenly appear, the two of them were obviously shocked. At this moment, Heisiu suddenly attacked, hitting Mi Qing beside him with a palm. Mi Qing was sent flying by the palm. He looked at Heisiu in disbelief and said, "Heisiu, what are you doing?" Heisiu smiled coldly and said, "Nothing. I'm just giving the two of you a chance." As he spoke, the 4 of them attacked together, surrounding Mi Qing and Meng Shan. The battle didn't last long and ended quickly. On the other hand, the soul control took a long time. Fortunately, the 3 of them were drinking in the name of drinking, so they didn't give themselves away. On the other hand, the injuries on their bodies were difficult to explain. Meng Shan greets Master. Mi Qing greets Master. After forcefully controlling their souls, the two of them bowed respectfully without any resentment in their eyes. "After you leave, if anyone asks about your injuries, just say that Heisiu obtained a strange little cauldron that is difficult to control and has a strong attack. You were careless and suffered some minor injuries," Zichun said from the side.
Yes.
The two of them nodded respectfully. They stayed there for a night. After they left Heisiu's room the next day, the news of Heisiu obtaining a strange little cauldron quietly spread among the saints of the Besi clan. When they heard that the little cauldron could injure a saint, it piqued the curiosity of the other saints. Therefore, they all came to find Heisiu to find out more about it. Heisiu didn't refuse them and generously shared it with them. There was no doubt that all the saints who left this place had suffered some minor injuries. After they were injured, they naturally began to praise that item non-stop. Thus, in the course of a few days, the news of that item reached the clan chief's mouth. A strange little cauldron? The patriarch of the Besi clan frowned slightly. Yes, it's a very strange little cauldron. It can injure a saint cauldron. It should be some kind of broken weapon. I was injured like that last time. Heisiu is quite bad. He deliberately didn't tell anyone and insisted on letting me experience it for myself. Mi Qing said as he rubbed his chest. I have to go and take a look. On this day, the patriarch of the Bessie clan came to visit. He was the last saint of the Bessie clan who wasn't controlled. Chapter 2208. Silently controlling the 8 saints of the clan sounded a little exaggerated and unrealistic. However, if one knew that the one controlling them was the goddess of the Glory clan, the son of Xing Qian of the Star clan, and the heaven-defying being of the Life Star, the combination of these 3 would make the impossible possible. During this time, Brilliant had used up too much of his soul power. Unfortunately, Zichan and Xingchan couldn't help him much. If Zichan had become a saint and had the perfect spiritual sense of a saint, he could easily do this. Unfortunately, he only had the soul of a heaven realm saint. Even if his perfect spiritual sense was different, he still couldn't control the souls of saints. Controlling the souls of 9 saints was already the limit of what Brilliant could do. So after controlling Patriarch Bei Shi, Ziqian needed to think about the next step of his plan to nibble away at them. I heard that you got a strange little cauldron. The family head went straight to the point. Hashio was stunned. He nodded and said, Yes, I got one. Is there a problem? The family head frowned and said, I got it myself. What problem can there be? I was careless and suffered a little. I suspect that this thing used to be a saint weapon, Hashio said. A saint weapon. The family head's heart jumped. A saint weapon was as tempting to a saint as a saint king. Once one had a saint weapon, they could defeat those of the same level. A saint weapon was very precious. Ordinary saints couldn't get one. Even saint kings didn't have a saint weapon. I have my suspicions, but I'm not sure. I let them take a look, but they couldn't find anything. Since you're here, you can take a look too. Hashio took out the universe origin cauldron. He and the family head were both saints. Their positions in the family were almost the same, so he didn't need to be so polite. The family head held the universe origin cauldron in his hand and studied it carefully. The cauldron trembled slightly. A light of energy appeared and covered the room. Patriarch Bessie's expression became vigilant, but Hasher sat there indifferently, as if he was already used to this. What is this thing? Clan Master Baisai looked up at the light barrier and asked casually. At this moment, a glowing fist suddenly rushed out from the universal origin cauldron and struck Master Baisai's chest. The latter's heart, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. His saint energy naturally surrounded his body. This punch contained immense power, and it instantly destroyed the patriarch of the Bei Shi family's defense. The punch landed on his chest, and the patriarch was sent flying. That's the weird part. His body flew backwards and crashed into the light barrier. The leader of the Bexi family looked in front of him in shock. He did not think that this was some kind of sneak attack. Swish, swish, swish. With a flash of light, Ziqian and the other 2 appeared and looked at each other coldly. Hasher also stood up and respectfully stood behind the 3 of them. Hey Su, you damn thing. How dare you betray the family? As soon as he saw the 3 of them, Master Bei Shi understood what was going on. It was all a scam. Obviously, all the saints were being controlled. He was quite decisive. He immediately turned around and was about to rush out of here. Pong! But just as he turned his head, he saw a golden light, and his head collided with the golden light. The strong recoil caused him to see stars, and his body couldn't stand steadily. Xingchen and Brilliant followed the 2 and began to control each other's souls. Hasher stood behind respectfully. He knew that he did not need to do anything in this situation. Hasher, you damn thing. Do you know what you're doing? Our Bexi family is ruined by you. You bastard. You're leading the wolf into the house. You've ruined the entire family. Master Bei, she kept cursing. He was very emotional. In this situation, Brilliant would be able to fuse with the other's soul more smoothly. Master Bei, she was in complete despair. He had already guessed that all the other saints had fallen. After a while, the master of the Bei Shi family radiated golden light. The figure in his eyes flashed and disappeared. His desperate and ferocious expression returned to its normal calmness. He stood up from the ground and bowed respectfully to Brilliant. Bei Shi Kong Hong greets Master. I hope Master can forgive me for offending you earlier. Brilliant nodded his head. His beautiful face was now deathly pale. In this short period of more than a month, she had forcefully controlled 9 saints. She had consumed a lot of her soul and needed a good rest. After instructing the other party to listen to Zichun, Brilliant turned into a stream of light and entered the universe origin cauldron. Next, she focused on recovering her consumed soul. Beside Brilliant, Zambuhaline stared at her with her mouth agape. She never thought that Brilliant, who had become a saint, would have such a terrifying method. In a short period of time, she had controlled 9 saints. In this way, the other party had 9 saints guarding him. This method was much faster than condensing saint crystals and allowing one to break through step by step. However, this was not something to be envious of. Controlling a saint was not like controlling a heavenly realm expert. As long as anyone got the other party's soul imprint, they could easily control the other party. A saint's soul was too powerful and difficult to control. If one soul was not strong enough, it would be impossible to control them. Take her for example. Even if she was given the method to control souls, she would not be able to control even a saint. This was the uniqueness of the soul. Unless she could become a saint ruler. All 9 saints of the Beishi clan had been controlled, but it would undoubtedly take a long time to control the entire Beishi clan. Therefore, the only thing Zichun could do for the time being was to let Bei Shikonghong issue an order. If any cultivators from the Life Star were found, they were not to be killed. Capture them all. Although this news was a bit sudden, they could still accept it. However, if Zichun rashly issued an order not to kill, in this deep-rooted situation, no one would obey. In Zichun's opinion, the only way to completely control this star field was to go to war. Everything in the Beishi clan was running as before. Zichun did not ask about it. During this time, the news of the 3 clans meeting had spread. Many Heavenly Realm experts had signed up, eager to try. This time, the 3 clans would give out some Saint Power Crystal chips as a reward. With these chips, one would have a chance to become a false saint. In a situation where becoming a saint was an extravagant hope, becoming a false saint was the goal of many people. Hashio was a little busy these days. He was mainly responsible for selecting people to participate in the 3 clans meeting. Soon, the appointed time arrived. Hashio and the other 2 set off with some Heavenly Realm experts to the center of the Nephis starfield, the Nephis star. This time, because they were in the Nephis starfield, they did not need to take aircraft. They only needed to teleport. The Nephis star was the true core area of the Nephis starfield. It was jointly controlled by the 3 clans. It was also the most prosperous area. The trade volume every 100 years was a huge figure. The 3 clans meeting was also an extremely rare ceremony on the Nephis star. Heavenly Realm experts and false saints from all over the Nephis starfield would come here to try their luck after the ceremony began. If they were lucky enough to obtain a Saint Power Crystal chip and become a false saint, they would have a chance to enter the 3 clans. For many Heavenly Realm experts, this was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. When they arrived at the Nephis star, Hashio and the other 2 went directly to the end of the meeting. There, the saints of the 2 clans had already arrived. Just as he had expected, the other 2 aristocratic families had each sent 3 saints, and the patriarchs were not among them. Hashio, I didn't expect the 3 of you to come this time. A saint from the Norman family walked out and cupped his fists at Hashio and the other 2. I didn't expect it to be you. Chojun, Hashio smiled and walked forward. The few saints nodded in acknowledgement, which was considered a greeting. After that, they all took their seats. Chojun said, Hashio, I heard that you've encountered some trouble recently. Even you came out personally. Has it been resolved? Bessie Hashio said indifferently, It's a small matter. It's been resolved long ago. I'm very curious about what happened. Even you came out personally. Could it be that a saint has invaded? How is that possible? It's just a few false saints. They relied on their powerful trump cards to look down on us. I've already killed them. Oh, the trump card of a false saint? Is it a forbidden weapon? As the 2 sides talked, the saint's attention was attracted. You can say that. I've got one. Everyone, please open your eyes. As he spoke, Bessie Hashio took out the universe origin cauldron. These people all looked at it curiously. Don't underestimate this thing. It's said that it's a broken saint weapon. There's a universe inside. Bessie Hashio released a beam of energy, which caused the small cauldron to tremble. An energy light gate appeared in front of the small cauldron. The moment they saw the door of light, everyone's expression froze. Everyone, do you want to go in and take a look? Bessie Hashio pointed at the light gate and smiled. These saints looked at each other. Why? Are you worried that I'll harm you? Bessie Hashio joked with a smile. Hashio, what are you talking about? Since you're sincerely inviting us, we'll go in and take a look. The saint from the Norman family laughed. The others also stood up. They were very curious about what was behind the light gate. As for worrying that Hashio would cheat them, there was nothing to worry about. They had 6 saints. Even if the 9 saints from the Bessie family were all together, they would have to pay a great price to kill the 6 saints. They believed that the Bessie family would not do such a thankless thing. Thus, the 6 saints entered the universe origin cauldron one after another, followed by Hashio and the other 2 saints. After entering, they saw an empty space. There was nothing here. Nothing, the saint from the Norman family said. But soon, his expression changed. He saw several figures appear out of thin air. The aura emitted by these figures was that of a saint. Chapter 2209. Although the light shield formed by the universal origin cauldron could merge with its own world, it could not withstand too many attacks from saints, let alone dozens of saints attacking at the same time. Therefore, Zichen changed his mind and let Beisai Heisu take these people into the world of the universal origin cauldron. If they fought here, even if the sky collapsed, the people outside would not notice anything unusual. Moreover, the 3 forces knew each other very well. They knew what methods each other had and how much power they had, so they were not worried that Beisai Heisu would cheat them. Therefore, the saints who came in saw more than a dozen saints, including Zichen and the other 2. Heisu, what do you mean by this? Seeing these people emitting saints' auras, the saint of the Norman family changed his expression and questioned Heisu. Beisai Heisu looked at these people and said indifferently, "Nothing. I just feel that there are too many forces in this star field, so we should reduce the number." When the 6 saints heard Beisai Heisu's words, their expressions changed. One of them cried out involuntarily, "They're all from the life star." Heisu, you colluded with these people. Have you forgotten how that person slaughtered our family's ancestors? Beisai Heisu spread his hands and said, "I'm sorry, that was a long time ago. Moreover, we have killed as many people as that person over the years. The times are changing, and we need to look forward. It has always been my wish to unify the star field." Humph, even if you have so many helpers, you'll have to pay a great price today, the saint of the Norman family said coldly. Kill. Zichen looked at this scene indifferently. He waved his hand, a cold light flashing in his eyes. No matter what the enmity between the 2 sides was or what the cause was, there was no possibility of reconciliation. If they wanted the future generations to have a better life, these saints had to die. Of course, the more important reason was that the brilliant light could not control more saints. Zichen's body shone with golden light. Saint power surged as he rushed toward a saint. The saint tried his best to resist. As the 2 clashed, violent energy surged and the saint was sent flying. That's the physical saint power. Looking at Zichen's glowing body and feeling the powerful force in this attack, the saint who was sent flying exclaimed. He was shocked. Pong! Pong! At the same time, Xingqian and the brilliant light attacked. The 2 saints responded and retreated, also showing great shock on their faces. Both of them possessed the saint energy of the flesh. However, there were actually 3 formidable and terrifying fellows amongst this group of over 10 saints. Just these 3 fellows alone could challenge 6 saints, not to mention that there were other saints eyeing them covetously. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Looking at the situation before him, the saint from the Norman family called Qiu Jun shouted loudly, "There's no misunderstanding here. Saint of the saints of the Norman family saints, the saints of the saints was. Of the saint was on. Saint was on his face was beyond on the other of the saints. Is was it? Is was on the other hand, was on. Was on is. Sure enough, Not everyone would fight to the death when they saw the life star. When their lives were threatened, they would calm down. Unfortunately, Zichun did not need to calm down now. In the world of the cauldron of all creation, there were no other colors other than the space's unique brightness. Saint power began to surge, forming a terrifying ripple that caused the space to distort violently. Saint blood with strong fluctuations sprinkled in this space. The saint blood was bright and dazzling, with a thick, bloody smell. 6 saints had been slaughtered in this battle. Logically speaking, it should have been very intense and tragic. It was undoubtedly very difficult for 6 saints to fall at the same time, and the losses on one side must have been great as well. However, there wasn't any suspense in this battle. Beisai, Heisu, and the other 2 didn't even participate in the battle. They just watched quietly as the saints screamed, and cried for help in despair. Their hearts were trembling out of fear. They used to think that saints could do whatever they wanted and were hard to kill, but the battle in front of them completely overturned their thoughts. Even without this space blocking their escape route, these 6 saints still could not escape. They were afraid, but they were also glad. It was the first time they felt that it was not bad to have such a master. The battle was over. A crisp sound with a hint of violence was heard. A very expensive jade cup was smashed on the smooth floor and exploded. Shards flew everywhere. The room was silent. Only the crisp sound of the falling jade shards hitting the floor could be heard. At this moment, there was a thick layer of jade shards on the smooth floor. Each of them was very expensive. Speak, what is going on? The cracking sound that lasted for a long time finally disappeared, and an angry roar sounded. Connor Jianyu turned his head to look at the entrance. That pair of weather-beaten face looked at the people kneeling on the ground, and his expression became more ferocious. 5 false saints were kneeling on the ground. They were mainly in charge of the 3 aristocratic families meeting, but this meeting had undoubtedly become the biggest joke in the Nephis starfield. 3 saints of the Connor family had suddenly died one day. In addition, the saints of the Beisai and Norman families also died on the same day. Their soul imprints were shattered. They were confirmed dead, but there was no corpse. There were no traces of a fight. The 5 of them knelt on the ground, not saying a word. Their bodies kept trembling, looking very frightened. The body of the false saint who came to report first was outside at this moment. No one could guarantee that the family head would not kill the 5 of them if he could not vent his anger. After a long time, Connor Jianyu gradually calmed down. He said coldly, "What is the situation now?" A saint with cold sweat on his forehead raised his head and said in a trembling voice, "The family head of the Beisai family has rushed to the Nephis starfield. He is asking us for people." Beisai Konghong, that old bastard. I haven't asked him for people yet. The emotions that had just been suppressed almost exploded again. Only Beisai Konghong? The 6 saints of the Beisai family have all arrived. The family head of the Norman family and other saints of the family have also rushed to the Nephis star. The family head of the Norman family said that if you don't give him an explanation, this matter will not end. Bullshit. Who will give me an explanation? After a long while, the family head of the Connor family recovered and said coldly, 9 saints died there. Even a ghost would not believe that there is nothing suspicious about this matter. Now, immediately find out where the saints of the other families are after this incident. Inform the other saints of the family to hurry back. We will also go to the Nephis star. The family head of the Connor family added, "Remember, be fast." Yes. The 5 saints heaved a sigh of relief. Their lives were saved today. After the 5 of them left, Connor and Jianyu sat alone in the messy room, furrowing their brows, not saying a word. After an unknown amount of time had passed, he let out a long sigh. Troubled times. As expected of one of the 3 great families, Connor Jianyu quickly received the news. When the 9 saints died, the saints of the other families were in their family mansions and did not go out. After the incident, they rushed to the Nephis star immediately. Kongkong Jianyu led the 7 saints of the family and immediately headed to the Nephis star. In this star field, the 3 great families had nearly 30 saints. In addition, there were some saints from other small forces, but there were very few of them. In the Nephis star field, they had to rely on the 3 great families. There were not many saints, and they could be completely ignored. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to attack the three great families. Of course, this was also a scheme to cause the three great families to fight among themselves. No matter what the situation was, the meeting between the three families could not continue. The news of the 9 saints dying in a day had spread and caused a commotion. Connor Jeanyu brought people to the Nephis Star and came to the special hall where the 9 saints were discussing. This place was already heavily guarded, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. "Old thing, you're only here now. Where are my men?" Seeing Connor Jeanyu, Bei Shikong Hong said angrily. "You're asking me? I'm the one asking you. Where are my men?" Connor Jeanyu did not back down. "Bullshit. Our people were the last to arrive. At that time, the people from your 2 families had already arrived. Tell me, are you 2 planning to join hands to deal with our Beishi family?" Bei Shikong Hong asked coldly. "If we wanted to work together to deal with you, we would have done it long ago. Why would we wait until now and use such underhanded methods?" Jeanyu laughed sarcastically. "That's enough. Both of you, calm down first." The 9 of them disappeared from this place. "I think we need to investigate this place thoroughly." Looking at the 2 who were arguing nonstop, the head of the Norman family stepped forward to smooth things over. "We've investigated this place hundreds of times. There's nothing unusual. This must be a conspiracy. We can't just let it go like this." The head of the Bei-shi family said indifferently, "If I find out that someone deliberately framed us, even if it means the destruction of our Bei-shi family, I will seek justice. This is what I want to say to you too. Don't let me find out who's behind this. If I find out, it'll be a bloody battle." The head of the Connor family said fiercely, "That's right, a bloody battle." The head of the Bei-shi family was not to be outdone. The head of the Norman family shook his head helplessly and signaled for the saints who came later to join in. They deliberately spread their spiritual thoughts around the place, not letting any corner go. Moreover, it was a superposition of perception. Every corner of the room would be swept by several spiritual thoughts. It could be said that they were searching inch by inch. During this time, the 2 family heads stopped bickering and joined in as well. Outside the room, the cultivators of the 3 great families surrounded the place. Even a fly could not enter or leave. This kind of investigation was useless. Before the saints of the Connor family arrived, they had searched this place at least hundreds of times, but to no avail. In fact, the head of the Norman family did not have much hope. There were no important clues left in this place. It was as if the 9 of them disappeared into thin air and entered another space. At this moment, a saint from the Connor clan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. His eyes were fixed on a certain space, and there was obvious change in his expression. Everyone turned to look at him. The latter pointed at a certain space and said, "There's something unusual here." Chapter 22:10. The spiritual senses of all the saints swept towards the direction the patriarch was pointing at, but they didn't find anything unusual. "What do you mean?" The patriarch of Bei-shi turned around and stared at the saint coldly. "My soul is rather special, and I can sense the abnormalities here. There's a very obscure ripple here, and I can sense it." The saint didn't like the patriarch's attitude, but this matter was of great importance, so he could only suppress his anger. "Abnormalities, obscure ripples." The patriarch of Bei-shi sneered and said, "We can't sense it, but you can. Then tell us, what's wrong with this place?" The patriarch of Bei-shi's tone was a bit aggressive, which made the patriarch of Kong Na very unhappy. He looked at the saint and said, "Seventh brother, show some frogs at the bottom of a well." The patriarch of Bei-shi's face turned ugly, and even the other saints of Bei-shi's face gradually darkened. The saint had already started to form a seal, and his spiritual senses surged out of his sea of consciousness. No one cared about this anymore, and they all stared at the place where the saint's spiritual senses landed. Time passed by, and more spiritual senses gathered in that space. The saint seemed to be having a hard time controlling these spiritual senses, and sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. No one said a word, and they all stared nervously. Nearly 15 minutes later, the saint's spiritual senses were fully released, and there was a trembling sound, and a spatial ripple spread out. As if some spatial restriction had been undone, the space there constantly twisted, and then an illusory spatial door appeared. This door gradually solidified, and it became a glowing spatial door. Seeing this spatial door, everyone was stunned. "Humph, and you still say it's not your doing. Look, it's already out. You're not going to tell us to go in, are you?" The Patriarch of Bay she snorted and said sarcastically, "You idiot, go in if you want." The Patriarch of Kong couldn't be bothered with him, and he stared at the spatial door and asked in a deep voice, "Can you sense what's inside?" The saint shook his head and said, "I can't sense it. We can only go in and take a look." The head of the Bay she family crossed his arms and sneered without saying a word. The head of the Norman family frowned slightly and stared at the door in front of him. No one knew what he was thinking. "Which one of you will enter?" the Connor family had asked. Everyone looked at each other. Obviously, no one was willing to go in. After all, this place might be related to the deaths of the 9 saints. Whoever went in might die first. How could there be such a portal here? Who sealed it here? The Norman family head said with a frown. The saint who had opened the restriction earlier said, "This situation can't be said to be a deliberate seal. In this world, there are always some strange things that travel through space. Perhaps there is a problem with the node, and they will appear in a certain space. To be honest, if it wasn't for my special soul, I wouldn't have been able to sense this place. Moreover, I have a suspicion that this might be some kind of lost ruin." "Lost ruin? Why don't you say that it's some kind of relic treasure?" the head of the Bay Shi family mocked. The saint glanced at the head of the Bay Shi family and said, "We can't rule out that possibility. Perhaps it's an ancient ruin. If that's the case, then it can explain why the 9 saints died here. Moreover, they didn't necessarily die. Perhaps it was a very clever spatial isolation that prevented their soul imprints from sensing their master's existence." The head of the Bay Shi family's expression changed. This time, he did not say anything. However, when he looked at the door in front of him, his gaze seemed to burn with passion. The other saints also felt their hearts skip a beat, but they did not say anything. In actuality, they did not believe that one of the 3 clans would plot against another clan because there was no need for that. If they wanted to plot against another clan, they would have done so long ago. The most important thing was strength. No clan had the strength to plot against the other 2 clans. As such, the other party's explanation was very reasonable. Some kind of ruin had appeared. Perhaps when they were discussing something, the space suddenly rippled. Then, they searched for the ripples and found this door. Out of curiosity, they all walked in. The saints did not say anything and stared at the door in front of them with a strange light in their eyes. Looking at the Bexy family's head, who had a hateful expression just now, the Connor family's head sneered in disdain. He said, "Everyone, since someone doesn't believe us, I suggest we send someone in to investigate." "That won't do," the head of the Beishi family immediately said. "Who can be sure that this isn't your scheme?" The head of the Connor family said coldly, "Then what do you want?" "If we're going in, we're going in together," the head of the Beishi family immediately said. His words were quickly approved by the head of the Norman family. If there really was an opportunity here, they could not let anyone obtain it. Moreover, in this situation, they could only believe in the existence of an opportunity. Of course, an opportunity coexisted with danger. The 3 factions quickly came to an agreement. They would each send a saint to investigate, and the 3 of them would act together. If there were any abnormalities, they would immediately retreat. The people were quickly chosen, but before this, in order to ensure fairness, the 3 of them left their soul imprints and placed them in front of everyone before entering. There was a flash of light in the space door, and the 3 of them disappeared. Everyone stared at the space door, waiting for the 3 of them to return. Time began to pass. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, and soon, a minute had passed. The soul imprints were still intact, and nothing happened to the 3 of them. 15 minutes passed, and everything was still fine. The head of the Beishi family said impatiently, "It looks like there's no danger inside." However, as soon as he finished speaking, there was a cracking sound. The soul imprint of the saint from the Norman family shattered, indicating that the saint had died. The head of the Beishi family swallowed his words, and his expression became unnatural. The others continued to stare at the 2 soul imprints. They were now certain that the death of the 9 saints had something to do with this place. Another 15 minutes passed, and the saints from the Connor clan were also dead. Now, only the Bexy clan was left. What happened? Why didn't he come back? The head of the Connor family's expression darkened as he glanced at the head of the Bay-Shi family. How would I know? The head of the Bay-Shi family sneered. We can't go on like this. We don't know what's going on inside. Send another person in. This time, send a clone, and let us see what's inside, the head of the Connor family said. This suggestion was unanimously approved by everyone, and even the head of the Bay-Shi family couldn't say anything. Thus, a saint who was good at using clones walked out from the Connor family. A clone walked in, and at the same time, transmitted everything he saw to the main body through the soul projection, and the main body transmitted it to the space in front of him. In the space, there was a desolate land, and from time to time, a gust of wind would blow, and the clone's robe would flutter. There was no danger around, and the clone began to move forward. As he moved forward, he still didn't find anything unusual. Through the soul projection, everyone could see that it was a unique space, and the atmosphere was somewhat similar to that of a relic. You can speed up appropriately, the head of the Connor family reminded. It was a clone, and even if it was killed, it wouldn't be a loss. Thus, the clone began to fly forward at high speed. About 3 minutes later, another space appeared in front of the clone. This space was relatively small, like a sphere, and appeared in front of him. In that space, there was a towering black castle. As the doppelganger approached, everyone could clearly see the words on top of the castle opposite them. Treasure Pavilion. In addition to this discovery, they also saw the saint from the Bei-Shi family. He was standing outside the treasure pavilion, looking forward with anticipation. He said, "It's my turn now." The closed castle door opened, and an indifferent voice sounded. You can choose items of different levels after passing the trial of different levels. If you pass the final trial, you can make the treasure pavilion recognize you as its owner. There are a total of 9 levels. Choose your level. Level 4. The saint couldn't wait to say, "Those 2 idiots chose level 9. How can there be such a good thing?" After passing level 4, you can only get an incomplete saint weapon. Now, let's start the trial. The indifferent voice continued to sound, and a beam of light shot out from the treasure pavilion and landed on the saint. The saint's body moved forward with the light, but the latter seemed to have noticed something and suddenly turned his head. When he saw the clone, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "How dare you sneak attack me? Die." Before the body entered the treasury, a beam of energy shot out and landed on the avatar of the saint, forcefully destroying the avatar. Outside, everyone's vision turned black, and they couldn't see anything. Patriarch Connor, Patriarch Norman, and other saints from the 2 families looked at Patriarch Bei-Shi at the same time. Their expressions were very unfriendly. "Why are you looking at me? What does it have to do with me?" Patriarch Bei-Shi said coldly. "What a good plan. You didn't come out and made us think that it was full of danger, so we didn't dare to go in rashly. You can go in after we leave." Patriarch Connor laughed mockingly. They had heard the indifferent voice from the treasure pavilion very clearly. This was indeed a place of opportunity, and there were a total of 9 levels. The reason why the 2 saints died was because they chose level 9, which was the most difficult level. The latter chose level 4. Once he succeeded, he would get an incomplete saint weapon. If level 4 succeeded, he would get an incomplete saint weapon. What about level 5 and 6? Would there be a real saint weapon? Ancient inheritance. At that moment, that was what everyone thought. Chapter 22:11. No one would think that this was a trap after seeing the scene through the doppelganger. Although the scene had changed very quickly, there were still some saints who were sharp enough to notice the broken restrictions around the treasure pavilion. These broken restrictions were still very clear and should have been broken by the 9 saints together. However, they seemed to have made the same choice and all died in the treasure pavilion. There was nothing suspicious about all this. As for the saint of the Bexy clan, he had destroyed his doppelganger before leaving. Naturally, he did not want everyone to share the treasures here. In other words, this was not a place that could only be explored once. Perhaps one could choose multiple times, as long as one could survive. If the situation before them was divided into 100 parts, then there was only one chance that this place was a trap, and 99 chances that it was an opportunity. Let's go. They were all saints and were very decisive. When faced with such a choice, they would not hesitate too much. Patriarch Connor was the first to lead his men in. Brother Konghong will also go first. The saint family leader of the Norman family smiled and led the others in. Although the people of the two clans did not deliberately say anything, the saints' actions had undoubtedly made them very unhappy. Therefore, the two clans would deliberately exclude them and make them stay at the inn to make the choice. Seeing the last person walk in, Bexi Konghong could not help but smile. There was no such thing as an ancient relic. All of this was deliberately arranged by Lord Zichun. To be honest, this arrangement was not only humane, but also very realistic. If he had not known all this beforehand, he would have really believed that this was an ancient relic. Why aren't we going in? Seeing that Patriarch Bexi did not respond, a saint behind him asked doubtfully and seemed a little anxious. Bexi Konghong smiled coldly and said, "We don't have to go in. Lord Zichun will definitely make them make a very satisfactory choice. Now, begin to assemble the team." When the saints heard this, they suddenly realized that this was actually a scheme. They had all taken it seriously at first. The remaining 5 saints quietly left the place. Next, they would launch a surprise attack on the two clans according to the plan. They had a total of 9 saints on their side, but the two clans did not have a single one. They believed that this battle would end without any suspense. Once all 12 saints had entered, the spatial door opened by the universe origin cauldron closed. They did not see the same environment as before, but instead saw independent and spacious worlds. The 12 of them were divided into 12 independent spaces, which made them very puzzled. It seemed that under such circumstances, there was no suspense in the battle. Zichun, Xingchun, and Brilliant each entered a world and faced a saint. As for Huan Kai and the others, they were in groups of 2 or 3 to deal with the others. This method of walking right into the trap was like catching a turtle in a jar. Looking at the black-robed young man in front of him, Connor Zhanyu's expression turned serious. He asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Zichun replied indifferently, "The person who will kill you." Kong Na Zhanyu's expression changed slightly as he understood everything. He said emotionally, "There is no primordial relic at all. This is all a trap to bait us." Zichun nodded as a smile appeared on his face, as if he was praising the other party for being smart. "So, you colluded with the Beishi clan?" "No, you came from the Lifestar, and the Beishi clan hates the people there. They will not cooperate with you, unless you control them." Connor Zhanyu's expression turned ugly, and he was very shocked. To control 9 saints, what kind of strength did that require? As expected of the family head of a force, you are indeed smart. With a faint smile, Zichun walked forward. His body shone with golden light as his saint aura began to surge. He was ready to attack. From the moment the other party appeared, Connor Zhanyu's expression turned serious. Even if he sensed that the other party was only in the heaven realm, he still did not underestimate him. As expected, he saw the saint aura surging around the other party. He could tell that it was the saint aura condensed from the body, and his expression was full of surprise. Swoosh! With a tap of his foot, Zichun rushed forward. His powerful saint aura was fully displayed. Everywhere he passed, the space vibrated with a strong pressure. Boom! Connor Zhanyu's aura was violent. His robe fluttered, and his saint aura was like a tidal wave. His long hair danced wildly under the energy, and his eyes became very cold. His hands hovered in front of his chest, and he began to form seals. The seals changed quickly, and the pure saint aura gathered in front of him in the next moment to form a light shield. Just as the light shield was formed, Zichun's figure had already appeared in front of him. A dazzling golden fist struck the light shield viciously. The other party's reaction was so fast that Zichun was slightly surprised. Boom! With one punch, the light shield exploded. Zichun's fist did not slow down, and it turned into a golden light that continued to rush forward. When the light shield was formed, Connor Zhanyu's body began to retreat. When the first light shield exploded, his expression changed slightly, and the second light shield appeared. He kept retreating, and continued to form seals. It was not until the third light shield appeared that he completely neutralized Zichen's attack. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he sensed a fierce wind coming from the side. This wind was accompanied by a strong sense of danger. He tapped his foot, and his face turned unnaturally red. His entire body began to twist, and like a ray of light, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zichen's sweeping kick missed. He looked at Conrad Jianyu, who had appeared 100 meters away, in astonishment. Conrad Jianyu had just dodged his attack, which was equivalent to teleportation. Conrad Jianyu's expression was very ugly. In just a short exchange, he could feel that the other party was difficult to deal with. The saint aura condensed from the body was the power that all saints yearned for. The attack was indeed powerful. If it was a direct confrontation, he would definitely not be the other party's opponent. He knew this very well, and he kept retreating. At the same time, his hands kept changing seals, and a strong aura burst out. Divine Crane Strike. With a loud shout, the rolling energy gathered in front of Conrad Jianyu like a tidal wave. The energy gathered together and formed into the shape of a divine crane. It raised its head arrogantly, and its cold eyes stared at Zichun, and a violent aura was released from its body. With a loud and clear cry of a crane, the divine crane flapped its wings and rushed towards Zichen with a strong gust of wind. This was an attack from the Heavenly Path technique, and it was controlled by a saint, so its power was naturally strong. Looking at the divine crane that was rushing towards him, and feeling the aura from the other party, Zichen felt his scalp tingle. Around his body, golden light shone, and pure saint aura condensed on the surface of his body. He clenched his right fist, and even more saint aura condensed. He clenched his fist, rushed forward, and punched out. A fist and a crane met in midair. Boom! The energy contained in the golden fist exploded, forming a terrifying force that spread out in all directions. After taking Zichen's punch head-on, the majestic divine crane let out a wail and dissipated. The powerful impact caused the Saint Aura defense that formed on the surface of Zichen's body to be extinguished. His face was slightly pale, and without hesitation, he rushed into the violent energy. Conrad Jianyu was still retreating. He had already seen where his opponent's weakness was, and he believed that such an attack would definitely make his opponent suffer. But in the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a figure pass through the violent energy and rushed towards him at an unimaginable speed. Damn it, he cursed in his heart. He had no choice but to raise his palm to meet the attack. The surging Saint Aura gathered in his palm, causing the palm to suddenly expand. It was like a huge millstone, and it whizzed towards Zichen. Zichen, who was rushing forward, still punched out, but this punch was even more powerful. Pung! The fist and palm collided, and the golden light retracted. The light on Zichen's body dissipated, and his body that was rushing forward was directly blocked. His body stopped on the spot, swayed slightly, and then took 3 steps back to neutralize the force of the impact. Looking forward, the energy palm in front of Conrad Jianyu exploded with a bang, and his body was directly sent flying. In the process of flying, he also coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He looked at Zichen with eyes full of horror. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Looking indifferently at Conrad Jianyu, who was lying on the ground coughing up blood, Zichen's hand flashed, and the scabbard appeared. Wait, don't kill me. The huge difference in strength between the two made Conrad Jianyu know that he was no match for his opponent today. The fear of death made him subconsciously raise his hand. Zichen did not stop, and his right hand slowly rested on the hilt of the scabbard. You can't kill me. I am the head of the Connor family, an overlord of the Star Road. If you kill me, you will go against the rules of the Star Road, and you will be hunted down by the managers of the Star Road. Seeing that the other party's expression did not change, Connor hurriedly said, Since I came to this part of the Star Road, I have yet to see a manager. Zichen smiled coldly, and the golden light around his body flashed again. The number of big powers in the Star Road is limited. Once one side is destroyed, it will definitely attract attention. The real manager of the Star Road is in the depths, and they will send out secret guards to monitor everything. If you kill me, you will be in trouble. Connor Jean-Yu said anxiously. Shua. Zichen did not believe in the so-called manager at all. His right hand exerted force, and the broken scabbard was unsheathed. A bright light flashed past Connor Jean-Yu's body. The battle ended. Looking at the dead Connor Jean-Yu, Zichen took a few steps forward. With a wave of his sleeves, the corpse disappeared. In the next moment, Zichen's figure disappeared from this space, and he went to another battlefield. This was a large-scale battle between saints, and it was the largest battle since the battle with Wuji years ago. A total of 20 saints died. Unfortunately, there were no spectators in such a battle. At this point, the saints of the Norman family and the Connor family were all killed. At the same time, the Bexy family, under the lead of 9 saints, launched an all-out attack on the two families. Chapter 22:12. The entire Nephis star field had fallen into total chaos, and battles were constantly happening. With the saints leading them and catching them off guard, the two great families, who were still grieving over the death of their saints, suffered great losses. In this battle, Zichen didn't participate. Instead, he sent Huan Kai and several saints from the Life Star to lead thousands of people from the Life Star to participate in the slaughter. The appearance of these people caused a great sensation in this star field. The forces that were watching from the sidelines even had the intention to help the two great families. However, after Huan Kai and the others showed their great strength, these forces chose to remain silent. In this world, how could there be so many enemies? If they really didn't fear death and fought to the death with the cultivators from the Life Star, they wouldn't have survived that year. They would have been killed by Wuji alone. After the two small forces were destroyed by Huan Kai, many families remained silent after learning that the Bexy family had colluded with the people from the Life Star. Those who remained silent were those who had great concerns in their hearts. However, there were more forces that also chose to join the Bexy family after seeing that the future would be dominated by the Bexy family. They joined in and became allies with the group led by Huan Kai. Together, they went to destroy the two great families, Norman and Connor. Reality was so cruel. Staying in the Bexy family and listening to the news from the battlefield, Zambu Haolin still felt like she was dreaming. These three great families had developed in the Nephis star field for many years, and their forces had been deeply rooted. However, Zichen had come here, and in less than a year, he had taken control of the Bexy family and destroyed 20 saints from the other two families. Although this kind of slaughter wasn't as fierce as Wuji's in the past, the impact it caused was no less than that year. It was even more far-reaching than that year. In the past, Wuji was just killing. However, as long as the foundation of the families was still there, they would grow quickly like spring grass. The fact was indeed so. After hundreds of thousands of years of development, these forces had become strong again. They had also carried out a comprehensive slaughter of the cultivators from the Life Star. But this time, Zichen uprooted these forces, making it impossible for them to grow. For example, if the Luo family disappeared from this star area, the cultivators from the Life Stars in that star area would receive fair treatment. Nickel star area was the same. Because of the relationship between Zanbu star area and Zichen, they even treated the people from the Life Stars well. Dei star area was also a subsidiary of Zanbu star area. And this sinful star area, which was the most important one and related to the future of Life Stars, would soon be occupied by Zichen. It was believed that after many years of operation, this star area would not only stop killing Life Stars, but also become a base for those cultivators. It would be a pure land for them in the Star Passage. Zichen and Wuji were both from the Martial Heaven continent, but their styles were extremely different. Wuji's personal strength had been recognized by the Star Passage, causing this star area to tremble. He had also become a forbidden legend, but he had not left anything behind for his descendants. In fact, he had even brought trouble to them. However, Zichen had completely solved this problem this time. If one had to compare these two people, then Wuji had walked the path of an individual, the path of supremacy, while Zichen had walked the path of a commander. Not only did he have to be strong, but he also had to lead a group of experts to control the many uncertain factors in the Star Passage. Seeing Zichen's results, Zanbu Haolin rejoiced that her family had made the right decision. Such an existence could not be provoked, and once it was unavoidable, she had to go all out to kill him. She could not give him any time to breathe. Otherwise, she would have to pay an extremely heavy price. Looking at Zichun, who was sorting out the information, Zanbu Haolin stepped forward and asked, Zichun, what are you going to do next? Zichun glanced at the other party with a puzzled expression. If the two aristocratic families are destroyed, how will you let them stand here? Zanbu Haolin asked again. Zichun smiled and said, in this world, there is not so much hatred that can't be resolved. Look at them now. Aren't they trying to adapt to all this? This battle should last for a long time. During this process, the survivors will slowly adapt to the existence of the life star. This was Zichun's plan. Using battle to sharpen everything, they would eventually adapt. He believed that after this war was over, the surviving non-humankind beings would all be on his side to some extent. Manshur and the others had fully recovered from their injuries, so they soon joined the battle. They had been through many battles before, so they had adapted to the alien race's fighting style. As the battle continued, Manshur and the others were not afraid of death, which left a deep impression on others. Good, very good. After the battle, the trading area was recovered. Looking at the people who were cleaning the battlefield, 2E came to Manshur and said excitedly. Manshur nodded. To the others, the battle was cruel, but they enjoyed it very much. Compared to before, this battle was indeed enjoyable because they didn't need to worry about the consumption of energy. They only needed to focus on killing. Zichun had given them so many resources that they didn't dare to imagine. And Zichun had only one request for them. Don't die, and use the resources as they liked. In this battle, as long as they didn't deliberately find trouble with the false saint experts, Manshur's team could be considered invincible. Luoong and Shun Tiandao also walked over. Since they had come to the Star Road, they had never thought that they could fight like this. Moreover, the people they hated so much before had become allies in just a blink of an eye. They had to admit that this was fate playing tricks on them. It's too bad that they died too early. Everyone, who was in a good mood, suddenly thought of those who had died along the way, and their mood became gloomy. Manshur sighed and said, look on the bright side. From the moment we set foot on the star path, our lives were no longer our own. Now, to be able to have such a situation, it is already a great blessing for us. Although we have suffered heavy casualties, but the people who come later will have a much smoother road. After arriving here, there will also be more opportunities. In the face of some inexplicable danger, there will always be people who want to set a precedent, and when they enjoy certain results, there will always be predecessors who die in battle. The Nifa starfield was worthy of being called a place of guidance. After the battle, Zichun also arranged some people to guard the outer void. During this period, they encountered dozens of heaven realms from the Jammu continent. They were lucky to have not been ambushed when they came here, and after hearing that Zichun was guarding this place, they all looked very excited. Every person who came here would have someone to inform Zichun. Some of them were the second wave to come to the Star Road after Manshur and the others. Gradually, Zichun guessed that all the cultivators from the Jammu continent would appear here. If that was the case, then Lei Dong, Five Elements, Black Dragon, and the others would also appear here. Then what was their situation? Were they killed, or did they go somewhere else? For others, Zichun could completely ignore their life and death, but Zichun had to pay attention to Lei Dong's life and death. There must be something special about the other party. He must have mastered several heavenly Dao techniques of the Lightning Clan. In addition, he also had the heavenly Thunder Wings, which was something Zichun had to obtain. With this guess in his heart, Zichun ordered that some cultivators be deliberately left behind to search their souls during the battle to see if they had seen any traces of Lei Dong and the others. Following Zichun's order, after a month, there was news that they had actually seen these people. These people had arrived in this star field more than 10 years ago, but after facing this level of pursuit, they did not stay for long and entered the depths of the star field. Zichun was very surprised by this scene, because these people appeared in a group, and when they escaped, they used the Kong clan's aircraft. After that, these people chased after them. As for whether they were alive or dead, no one knew because those who chased after them did not return, including the pseudo-saint who chased after them. They actually entered the next star field alive. Hearing this news, Zichen was a little surprised, but for some reason, he was also a little relieved. However, thinking about the powerful battle strength of those people, once they gathered together, it would definitely be terrifying. And those cultivators of the Kong clan, he believed that they had not encountered such a powerful existence for a long time. They should have been stunned at the beginning of the battle, leaving time for Black Dragon and the others to escape. Lei Dong, don't die. Even if you die, you can only die in my hands. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. Some grudges could be put down, but some couldn't. Because of the heavenly thunder wings, he and Lei Dong were destined to die. Half a year later, the two great families were completely destroyed, and their headquarters were also breached. The cultivators of the two great families either died or ran away, and some radicals tried to fight back. After winning the first stage of the battle, the Beishi clan began the second stage of the purge. This purge was aimed at those radicals who did not know what was good for them. Next, this star field would become a pure land for the cultivators of the life star. Whoever opposed it would have to die. If it was an individual who opposed it, he would die even faster. In the midst of this constant purge, a mysterious force in the Nepha's star field finally couldn't sit still. The situation was developing too fast, far beyond their expectations. They felt that they couldn't let this situation continue. They had to do something. Chapter 22:13. In the Star Road, there had always been a mysterious force. Almost everyone knew about this force, but no one had ever seen it. They came from the depths of the Star Road and were the secret guards of the Star Road. They were responsible for monitoring every movement of the Star Road and allowing it to develop naturally. During this period, no big changes could happen. They didn't have much power in the star area, and there was nothing special about them. However, the force behind them was the ruler of the entire Star Road. Ever since the Rakshasa star field began to change, they had been keeping a close eye on everything, until Luo Fei's death and the destruction of the two overlords of the Nickel Starfield. Until now, the Nepha's starfield had changed hands. The overlord forces in the Star Road had been deliberately reported. During this period, the Saints couldn't kill each other. It was just like how the Gung family could easily destroy the Luo family and kill Luo Fei, but they still didn't do it. Zichen's actions had violated the rules of the Star Road. Therefore, these mysterious forces started to take action. They reported all the information they had gathered to the depths of the star area. They could turn a blind eye to ordinary internal conflicts. However, once the situation of the Star Road changed, they had to pay attention to it. This time, the Bexy family and the existence of the Life Star had joined hands. The impact would change the entire situation of the Star Road. The Sin Star used to be under the joint control of the three forces. It was the core of the entire Sin Star area, the most prosperous area. Now, it was under the sole control of the Bexy family. Zichen had also moved here from the Bexy family. He sat in the tallest building in the center. This building was built by the three forces. It was the symbol of the Sin Star. The small-scale battles hadn't ended yet. There would always be some survivors of the two families jumping out and crazily killing. Therefore, Zichen didn't send the Saints to clean them up. Instead, he asked his Heaven Realm subordinates to form an alliance with the Bexy family and other forces to slowly encircle them. After a long time, these cultivators would slowly get used to the existence of these people and wouldn't reject them. After knowing the whereabouts of Lei Dong and the others, Zichen was thinking about his next plan. It would take at least 10 years for this place to calm down. During this time, Zichen couldn't stay here forever. If he continued forward, he might be able to catch up to Lei Dong. Zichen didn't care about what Basi Kongheng was worried about. According to Zambu Haoming, the overlord forces in the depths of the star field had suffered a great loss at the hands of his teacher, Limitless. Even the Da family had closed their doors and refused to come out. Therefore, he believed that the other overlord forces wouldn't appear either. Moreover, as long as no saint ruler came, Zichen would not be afraid of anyone with his current overall strength. Before deciding to go deeper, Zichen planned to head to Dei sector to take a look. There were other people there, and he wondered how Zambu Haoming was doing. After making up his mind, Zichen, who had nothing to do here, embarked on the journey to the Dei star field alone the next day. During this period, he brought a saint-level aircraft with him. After teleporting to the edge of the star field, he could quickly reach the Dei star field. After arriving at the Dei star field, Zichun went directly to Moon City. He passed by many areas along the way, but he didn't see any battles. The peace here was beyond Zichun's imagination. Without deliberately looking for Zambuhaoming, Zichun went directly to the planet where the Moon Clan was located. On the abandoned planets outside the Moon Clan, Zichun found the figures of foreign races. After entering the planet where the Moon Clan was located, Zichun saw the towering city from afar and flew forward. The guards on the city wall cheered loudly when they saw Zichun. Then the city gate opened and Zichun walked into the city. Mingyu heard the news and quickly came. When she saw Zichun return alone, a hint of doubt appeared on her beautiful face. She asked, "Why are you alone? How's the situation?" Zichun, who was walking toward his residence, said, "Everything is under control. There are no other abnormalities here, right?" "No, it's just that outside this planet, Zambuhaoming said that he would support a line of defense for us. He's now sending people to build a city there." In the room, Zichun pondered for a moment and said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. We shouldn't stay here for too long. Do you have any way to contact him?" Before Mingyu could respond, a voice came from outside the door. "Lord Zichun, Patriarch Zambu requests to see you." Zichun smiled and said, "You're well informed. Let him in." Soon, Zambuhaoming walked into Zichun's room. After seeing Zichun, he was about to salute, but Zichun waved his hand, indicating that the other party need not be so polite. The latter asked anxiously, "May I know how Lord Zichun is doing in the Nephis starfield?" Second sister didn't cause any trouble for Lord, did she? Because the two starfields are not connected, and they have to rely on aircraft to travel back and forth, Zambuhaoming doesn't know the specific situation in the Nephis starfield. He only vaguely sensed that something big has happened there. During this time, because Zambuhaolin has been following Zichun, she was too embarrassed to send messages to her brother. "It's already in the final stage. Haolin has been following me, and she's doing well recently." Zichun, who knew what the other party meant, nodded and said. Zambuhaoming breathed a sigh of relief, but he seemed to have thought of something and asked in confusion, "What final stage?" "The forces of the Norman and Connor families have been destroyed, and the Bexy family has submitted to us. They are now trying to control the entire Nephis starfield." Hearing Zichun's words, Zambuhaoming's face was full of shock. Even Mingyue was moved. Zichun has only been away for more than a year. In such a short time, he has already taken control of the entire Nephis starfield. What kind of speed is this? "I came back this time mainly to see how things are going on your side." Zichun looked at the shocked Zambuhaoming and said. After the shock on his face faded a little, Zambuhaoming said, "They have all submitted, but it will take a long time to fully control them. The current situation should be stable, and there won't be any more wars. If Lord has any orders now, we can transfer people to help." Zichun shook his head and said, "There's no need for that for the time being. It will take some time for them to adapt. After both sides have adapted, you can arrange for some people to set up some transmission arrays between the two star fields. This way, if something uncontrollable happens, there will be support for each other. By the way, I heard that you are preparing to establish a force around here." "Yes, first for the safety of this place, and second for the prosperity and liveliness of this place," Zambuhaoming said. "There's no need to go through so much trouble here. They won't stay here for too long. When the time is right, I will take everyone and leave," Zichun said. This star field was relatively remote. If he wanted to make it prosperous, the resources and manpower consumed would be too great. It was completely unnecessary. Although he knew that the other party had good intentions, Zichun had to refuse. Zambuhaoming nodded, indicating that he would have his people withdraw soon. At this moment, the world fluctuated, and a huge vortex appeared in the sky. The fluctuations of Saint Force emerged. Zichun couldn't be more familiar with this scene. It was the sign of another Saint Crystal being formed. Zambuhaoming, who hadn't recovered from the shock of hearing Zichun's news just now, felt the fluctuations again. His expression became extremely interesting. In just over a year, Zichun had fulfilled his promise and condensed 3 Saint Crystals. Now, he had condensed the 5th Saint Crystal. The other party was only a clone, but his efficiency was much faster than many harmonious spirit masters. Zambu Haoming couldn't help but admire him. It was as if all the good things in the world were taken by Zichen alone. The luck of the whole world was on him, making people envious and jealous. After Zambu Haoming left, Zichen went to the place where his clone was. Although the clone had the Void Monarch tree and didn't need to worry about energy consumption, his strength wouldn't grow. During this period of time, Zichen's strength had improved a lot, but the clone's strength was still stagnant at more than a year ago. On the contrary, the clone's proficiency in condensing Saint crystals had increased a lot. After the fusion, he would create another clone, which would be on par with Zichen's real body. While Zichen was staying in Day Star Field, a team led by 3 saints suddenly entered the evil star one day. After the other party appeared, they walked directly to the Bexi clan's current residence. Their attitude was very rude and unreasonable. When they arrived at the Bexi clan's residence, the other party didn't need an outsider to announce their arrival. The young saint in the lead said arrogantly, "Ask the person in charge here to come out and see me." Coming here with such an arrogant attitude, let alone 3 saints, even if there were 6 of them, they would simply be courting death. So, immediately, several saints appeared and stared coldly at the arrogant young man. Although the 2 saints following the young man looked arrogant, the panic in their eyes was obvious. Obviously, this was a forced act. On the contrary, the young man in the lead was the kind of existence who was truly arrogant. "What? You still want to fight? Ask your manager to come out and see me," the young saint said with a cold smile at Huan Kai. "My sir is not here. If you have something to say it to me," Huan Kai said indifferently. The young saint sneered. "You? Open your dog eyes wide and see what kind of identity you have to be qualified to speak to this, sir." As he spoke, a black token appeared in the young man's hand. He grabbed the token and threw it at Huan Kai's face. Huan Kai caught the command medallion. The command medallion was made of an indescribable black material. It was somewhat heavy, and after it entered his hand, it was ice cold. One side of the command medallion was engraved with the 2 ancient words Star Path. On the other side, there was a large bird with its entire body burning in flames, spreading its wings, ready to take flight. What the hell is this? Playing with the ancient and somewhat extraordinary token in his hand, Huan Kai's expression was still cold. This is the Star Path Supervising Envoy's supervisory token. Beside Huan Kai, the other saints from the Bexi clan also exclaimed when they saw the token in Huan Kai's hand. Chapter 22:14. The Star Road was a place of opportunity for all the heavenly realms. It was also a place where the experts of all the worlds gathered. The experts here included the experts of the entire world. The number of experts here far exceeded any one force. Take the Zhanwu continent, for example. In the entire history of the Zhanwu continent, the number of saints they had was far less than the saints of the Star Road. It was the same for the heavenly realms. If the experts of the Star Road were to attack the Zhanwu continent, it might only take a day to destroy the Zhanwu continent. As a place where experts gathered, this place was very important. There had always been a star field manager in charge of this place. Once these star fields were in turmoil, the losses caused would be unimaginable. The token that the youth threw out was the token of the Star Road's supervising envoy. The identity of the other party was like an imperial envoy sent by a country with an emperor. The token was equivalent to the imperial sword in the hands of the imperial envoy. It could mobilize other forces, act first, and report later. In the Star Road, everyone had to abide by the rules of the Star Road. No one could disobey the supervising envoy, see the supervising token, and see the Star Road's master. After these saints from the Bexi clan saw the token, they cried out in surprise. Their faces were filled with shock and panic. Sure enough, what they were worried about would happen. The Star Road's supervising envoy had actually come. Although they didn't need to kneel down like in the mortal world when they saw the other party, their expressions were much more respectful. The killing intent surging in their bodies had also disappeared without a trace. The token in Huan Kai's hand was also taken away by a saint. Then, he respectfully returned it to the young saint. The saint said respectfully, "I didn't know that sir was coming. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." The youth nodded indifferently and looked at Huan Kai. At this moment, Huan Kai still didn't know what this token meant. His expression was very unhappy. The young saint pointed at Huan Kai and said indifferently, "Give it to him and let him return it to me. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Will, Huatevel. You are from the Huate clan." The saint of the Bei Shi clan had a respectful expression. He then turned around and handed the badge to Huan Kai. At the same time, he used his eyes to signal him not to be impulsive. Huan Kai did not understand the situation here, but from the expressions of the Bei Shi clan saints, he could tell that the other party's background was not ordinary. Since Lord Zichun was not here, he could not cause trouble, so he respectfully took the token and handed it to Will. He said respectfully, "I did not know that Lord Will was here. I hope Lord Will can forgive me." Smiling coldly at Huan Kai, Hauteville leaned forward and took the token. He patted Huan Kai's face with the token and said, "This attitude is very good. This Darren likes it." Being humiliated like this, Huan Kai's expression stiffened. A sharp light flashed through his eyes. Just at this moment, a clear and cold voice sounded from behind him. "What happened?" Zambu Haolin walked out from the back of the crowd and looked at the scene in front of him with a pair of long and narrow eyes. After seeing the token in the young man's hand, he was somewhat flattered and said, "Is it Sir Supervisor?" "Greetings, sir. Please come in, sir." Will slowly put away the token and looked at Huan Kai with a smug smile. He then looked up at Zambu Haolin. A strange light flashed through his eyes. He said faintly, "You have the final say here." "No, my lord has not returned yet." "Lord, please come in with me to rest. We will inform Lord now." Zambu Haolin bowed slightly and said respectfully. Will snorted softly and said discontentedly, "There is only one Lord Will here." "Yes, Lord Will, please come in," Zambu Haolin said in a more serious tone. The two saints behind Will finally breathed a sigh of relief. The few false saints and half-step saints behind them were also relieved. The current Bei Shi clan could be said to be like the sun in the sky. Once they offended the other party, perhaps the supervisor was not afraid, but their future days would be difficult. In fact, they did not understand why the Hort clan would send such an unreliable person to deal with the matter after the news spread. "What's your name?" Will looked at Zambu Haolin beside him and asked. "Lord, Zambu Haolin. A very good name and a saint. If you follow this lord, you can go anywhere in the Star Road. It's much better than staying in such a small place." Will said faintly. Compared to Huan Kai and the others, Zambu Haolin was more experienced in dealing with such matters, so she came to the rescue at the critical moment. If she had not appeared, Huan Kai would have screwed up the matter just now. After being led to the hall by Will and the others, Bei Shi Konghong, who had heard the news, also rushed over. He seemed to be in a hurry. When he arrived, the cold sweat on his forehead had not yet fallen. In this short period of time, Huan Kai and the others also knew the origin and identity of the other party and were very shocked. The Hort clan was another huge force in the Star Road. It was in existence on par with the former Daf clan, and its status was also equivalent to the Wuji sect in the Martial Sky continent. It could be said that in the Star Road, there was no force stronger than them. Only those who were on par with them could be said to have reached the end of the line. Bei Shi Konghong greets Lord Will. Arriving here, Bei Shi Konghong immediately bowed, looking very nervous. "Do you have the final say here? This time, you did very well." Sitting in the main seat, Will looked at Bei Shi Konghong indifferently. "I am one of the people in charge here. There is one who hasn't returned and is on his way back." After a slight hesitation, Bei Shi Konghong gave such an answer. "That person is called Zichun." "Yes, Lord Zichun. Bulsh * T, my lord. There's only my lord Will here. Since he's not here, let's wait for him to come back. I'd like to see how he's going to give me an explanation for ignoring the rules of the Star Passage and breaking the rules everywhere along the way," Will said with a cold snort. Here, no one dared to disobey Will's orders. The latter also intended to communicate with Zambu Haolin, but the other party's gaze made Zambu Haolin very unhappy. Someone had already gone to inform Zichun. This time, it was related to the Hort clan. If it wasn't handled properly, it would be extremely dangerous. There had always been a rumor that there were secret guards constantly monitoring the Star Road's movements. It seemed that this time, it wasn't fake. Zichun, who was still planning to stay in the Moon Clan for a few days, heard Xing Qin's soul transmission and knew that something had happened. He immediately bid farewell to Mingyue and left the Moon Clan. At the edge of the Day Starfield, he saw Xing Qin. The other party had sent him a message here. What happened? After seeing Xing Qin, Zichun asked. The Star Road's supervising envoy is here, said Xing Qin. What supervising envoy? Zichun looked puzzled. It's someone from the force that dictates the rules of the Star Road. How many came? Are there any Saint Kings? 3 saints came. The others are some false saints and half-saints. There are no Saint Kings, but they are extremely arrogant. Xing Qin briefly explained what had happened between the other party and Huan Kai. When Zichun heard this, his face became gloomy. He said coldly, "Arrogant my ass. Just kill them." The two turned and walked toward the void world. Xing Qin smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that easy. The other party is from the Hort clan. That clan is as famous as the Daf clan. They are all managers of the Star Road. It's easy to kill him, but soon there will be a large army from the Hort clan. I remember that clan from my memory. It's already the top clan." Hearing this, Zichen's face became even gloomier. They didn't care when our people were being oppressed, but now they are here to cause trouble. It's obvious that they are deliberately targeting us. Let's go and take a look. If it doesn't work, a cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. I advise you to give up on this idea. The assets we have accumulated over the years can't withstand this kind of torment. In my opinion, the other party is too impetuous and not as steady as Daf Hill. Perhaps he can be persuaded by some benefits, but it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Let's try to resolve this matter with some blood. This is not my idea alone. It's almost everyone's idea. The two entered the aircraft and flew toward a nearby planet. When they arrived at the Star of Evil, it was coincidentally night. When Zichun went to meet the other party, he was told that Lord Will was already resting and could not meet guests. Saints need to rest. Zichun looked at the 2 saints at the door and narrowed his eyes slightly. Their expressions became rather unnatural, and their gazes were somewhat evasive. Perhaps others did not know the strength of this person in front of them, but as secret guards, they knew very well. This person had killed Luo Fei in the Rakshasa Galaxy. In the Nickel Galaxy, he had killed several saints with his own hands, causing the Gung family and the Nico family to be completely destroyed. As for what happened in the Day Galaxy, for some reason, they did not know. Although they did not see the other party make a move this time, it was obvious that the other party had become stronger in these few years of hiding. Others may not need to rest, but Lord Will needs to. One of the saints pretended to be calm, and at the same time, he deliberately raised the volume of his voice. Humph! Glancing at the two, Zichun snorted softly and turned to leave. The 2 saints guarding the door watched Zichun leave and heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. When they looked at each other again, they found that the other party's forehead was covered in cold sweat. How was it? When Zichun returned to his residence, Xing Qin and the others went up to him and asked, "That guy is resting. He's not seeing guests." Zichun said in a bad mood, "This Hotwell does have a lot of problems. You should be more tolerant of him. After all, we're the ones who broke the rules this time. Don't provoke him. A person like him may not be strong, but he has a lot of power. It'll be troublesome to provoke him," said Zambu Haolin. "By the way, where is Basich Konghong?" Zichun turned his head and looked around. "Sir, what are your orders?" Basich Konghong walked over from the side. "Go and check on those 2 saints for me. I feel that there is something wrong with their expressions. They don't look like people from big families at all. See if you can find anything." Zichun ordered. Chapter 22:15. As the only major force in the Nephis starfield, even if they couldn't completely control the entire starfield, it wasn't too difficult for them to obtain some original information. What's more, it was information about 2 saints. In this starfield, there weren't many saints to begin with. Soon, Bei Zikinghong obtained some useful clues and immediately came here to find Zichun. "Sir, I've found out that the 2 saints and those people are the shadow guards of this star field Bei Ziqinghong told Zichen all the clues he knew and even found the residence of these people. Originally, they were hiding in the dark and it was indeed difficult to discover their identity, but now that they had followed Hotwell from the dark to the light, it wasn't difficult to obtain these clues. Oh, in that case, only Hotwell came from the depths of the star field, and the others were temporarily there to make up the numbers. Zichun raised his eyebrows slightly and said lightly, "The Shadow Guards are members of those major forces. Although they have been stationed here, they are still under the management of the family." Bei Ziqinghong said. Zichun nodded, indicating that he understood. After a moment, Zichun said, "There are some things you need to do now." The next day, at noon, Hotwell sent someone to summon Zichun. Zichun walked towards the other party's residence and saw Hotwell in the living room. The latter was wearing a luxurious robe, and his handsome face didn't look too good. When he looked at Zichun, there was a hint of anger in his eyes. This time, Zichun didn't come alone. Bei Ziqinghong followed behind him. After arriving, he bowed to the other party. Hotwell looked at Zichun as he slammed the table and stood up. It was as if he wanted to vent all his pent-up anger at this moment. He roared, "Zichun, how dare you? How dare you make me summon you personally?" Zichun said lightly, "I came last night, but unfortunately, Sir was resting and didn't want to see anyone. I didn't know when Sir would be free, so I didn't come to disturb Sir early in the morning." Hotwell snorted coldly, but did not continue to be angry. He knew about what had happened yesterday, and he had seen Zichun as well. He had intended to give Zichun the cold shoulder, but he had expected Zichun to be so worried that he did not have a good night's rest that he would come here early in the morning. Who knew that Zichun would not show up until noon? He sat down, glanced at Zichun, and said, "Zichun, do you know why this Sir is here?" Zichun shook his head and said, "Zichun doesn't know." Impudent. Hotwell's suppressed anger erupted again. He slammed the table and stood up, staring coldly at Zichun. This guy was really too uncooperative. He kept singing the opposite tune, and things couldn't continue. Fortunately, he did some homework before coming. He said coldly, "You don't know? Then I'll tell you and let you think about it. You should have an impression of the Luo family in the Rakshasa star field. You broke the rules of the star path, killed Saint Luo Fei, and destroyed the Luo family." Hotwell stared coldly at Zichun and said, "Do you admit to this? Do you admit to this?" Zichun clasped his hands and said, "Sir, I admit to this, but I don't admit to this. I destroyed the Luo family purely to protect myself and to resist the oppression of the Luo family." Bei Ziqinghong obviously didn't expect that Zichun had done such a thing, and he looked a little surprised. "Self-protection? Oppression? You're really good at quibbling. I've never seen anyone destroy a force to protect themselves. You have the strength to kill a saint. Do you still need to protect yourself? Sir, you've misunderstood. The Luo family's actions are so rampant that it makes one's hair stand on end. As an overlord force, they didn't fulfill their duties as an overlord force. Instead, they committed crimes and didn't even take the rules of the star path seriously. Everyone on the star path is equal, but they oppressed those who came to train, which led to overwhelming resentment. So everyone chose to resist," said Zichun. "You're talking nonsense. You were the one who was greedy and wanted to destroy the Luo family." "Sir, please understand. I didn't covet anything from the Luo family. Moreover, after the Luo family was destroyed, it was divided up by other forces. It had nothing to do with me. I just couldn't stand the oppression and stood up to resist." Looking at Hotwell's angry expression, Zichun said again, "Sir, I have evidence. This evidence can prove my innocence." While speaking, Zichun took out a crystal ball. In the crystal ball, there were 9 people. They surrounded Zichun and Xingchun. In the image, Zichun, who was surrounded by the crowd, looked very wronged. His body was trembling slightly, and he said to one of the old men, "I'm going to report you. I want to record your crimes." The people next to him laughed loudly when they heard this. The old man who was laughing looked at Zichun and said, "Boy, you stole my things, and you still refuse to admit it. I didn't steal it. What evidence do you have?" Zichun said loudly, looking very wronged. "Evidence? Of course, I have evidence. The 8 of them are evidence. Did you see?" The old man turned around and looked at the 8 people. I saw it. It's this boy who stole it. I saw it with my own eyes. It's the Saint Power Crystal. When he first came in, I noticed that this boy was sneaking around. I didn't expect him to be a thief. Nonsense, you're all talking nonsense. That Saint Power Crystal is mine. How could I steal my own things? I said it's mine. You're all talking nonsense. Fine. Since you said I stole the Saint Power Crystal, then tell me, how many Saint Power Crystal did you lose? 4. Haha, you're lying. I have 5 Saint Power Crystal on me. You said you lost 4. Why do I have 5? In the image, Zichen's expression became very proud. I don't believe that you have 5 Saint Power Crystal on you. You stole 4 from me. The old man still insisted. You don't believe it? Then look at what this is. Zichen smiled proudly and took out 5 Saint Power Crystal. Oh, I remembered wrong. I lost 5 Saint Power Crystal. Seeing the Saint Power Crystal, the old man slapped his head and said, You're lying. I'm not lying. I'm sure I lost 5. Are you sure it's only 5? Now you should admit that these things are mine. 6. I have 6 Saint Power Crystal. What else do you have to say? Zichen held the 6 Saint Power Crystal in his hand. Don't be so agitated. I can also say that I was the one who lost everything you had. Even your life was lost by me. Right now, I'm going to take it back. You want to kill me and steal my treasures. Kill me and steal my treasures. Yes, that's what I mean. Don't forget that this is the star path. There are rules here. This memory crystal ball recorded everything. If you let me leave now, I won't pursue this matter. If you attack me, I will definitely report you. Bullshit rules. In this Rakshasa star field, my Luo family is the rule. In this trading place, I, Luo Miao, am the rule. Let me tell you, today I want to kill you and steal your treasures. The image ended here. The old man's words were still lingering in everyone's ears. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Bei Shikonghong looked at Zichen in surprise. He didn't expect him to have this kind of thing. It was obvious that he had deliberately prepared it, as if he was waiting to take it out today. Although they were wrong, they didn't deserve to die. They shouldn't have their family wiped out. After reading the memory crystal ball, Hotwell said, Sir, don't worry. I have other things here. Then, Zichen took out all kinds of crystal balls. There were many evidence of the Luo family's crimes of killing people and stealing their treasures. In addition, there was also the scene of them auctioning their slaves, as well as the scene of the slave fight. These were all deliberately done by Zichen because Xing Chun had already told him that there were rules in the star path. If he rashly broke the rules, it would be very troublesome. After reading these memories one by one, the people around them were speechless. Sir, the star path has rules, but the Luo family didn't follow them at all. They even used their strength to persecute the trainees. If this kind of family isn't eradicated, it will be a disgrace to the star path. Sir, you intended to protect them, but they didn't recognize you. They thought that they were the rules in the star path. Zichen cupped his fists again and said, So, I admit that I killed them, but I'm not guilty. Not only am I not guilty, but those who resisted with me are also not guilty. They didn't mean to convict others. Zichen's words were completely to absolve himself. These people who didn't follow the rules really deserve to die. I hate people who don't follow the rules the most. Fortunately, Sir Zichen wiped them out. Otherwise, I would have also wiped them out when I saw this, Bei Sai Konghong said righteously. There's only one Sir Will here. Seeing Will's dissatisfied expression, the saint behind him corrected him. That's right. I hope Sir Will can make a decision on this matter. Zichen cupped his fists again and bowed. Waving his hand, Hotwell said, You're right in this matter. What about the Nickel Star region? You killed the saint there without permission and destroyed the Gung family in the Nickel Star region. How do you explain this matter? When Zichen heard this, he cupped his fists again and said, Sir, I'm also a victim in this matter. I was prepared to report those 2 forces to you. They relied on the fact that they had a saint and wanted to destroy the Yaoji family. The Yaoji family also had a saint. According to the rules, they couldn't start a war. However, those 2 forces sent several saints. At that time, I was only in the heaven realm, so I had no choice but to participate in the war. Thus, Zichen began to recount what had happened back then. Of course, Words were not proof, and everything required evidence. None of this was a problem for Zichun. These were all in his memories. He just had to use his spiritual senses to create a new crystal ball. Coincidentally, his perfect spiritual senses were omnipotent. This kind of memory copying was child's play to him. Just last night, Zichun had prepared a copy at the last minute. When the crystal ball was taken out, everyone was speechless again. The atmosphere became silent again. Chapter 22:16. The atmosphere was silent. They had come here to punish Zichun since they had solid evidence. Who knew that Zichun was prepared in advance? They didn't say a word when they saw what was recorded in the memory crystal ball. It was obvious that the two major forces were threatening Guangyao, and she had already agreed. But they still wanted to destroy her family. As for Guangyao, they naturally knew her. She was a real peerless beauty. Hotwell's gloomy eyes swept across the crystal ball. He said angrily, "If that's the case, those guys did deserve to die. You killed them well." Just when Zichun thought he had misheard, Hotwell's tone changed. They did deserve to die. But what about the Nico family? They still had a saint. Why did you kill him and bring people to destroy the Nico family and the Gung family? Zichun looked very wronged. "My lord, this is a misunderstanding. A real misunderstanding. I didn't kill the saint of that family. I didn't dare to rashly go to their family. I heard that the saint of their family left for some reason. I've been worried that they went out for revenge, so I took the entire Yao family and ran away. As for the Nico family, I really didn't destroy them. I know about the destruction of the Gung family. They were besieged by other forces. I couldn't stand the way the Gung family did things, so I brought people to attack them. But I didn't participate in the final battle and quickly left." This time, Zichun didn't lie. But everyone knew that it was Zichun who did it. Unfortunately, there was no evidence. Moreover, without a saint, those forces would not be recognized, and they could fight with each other. To put it bluntly, the saints were the ones who were truly valued in the Star Road. As for the slaughter between the heaven realms, no one would care. At this point, it was obvious that there was no way to continue investigating the Nico star field. Moreover, Zichun was indeed only a heaven realm expert at that time. It didn't seem to be stated in the rules that it was against the rules for a heaven realm expert to kill a saint realm expert. Few people knew what had happened in the day star field, not even the shadow guards. Therefore, they had nothing to say about the saints there being killed. What about here? You colluded with the Bexi clan and destroyed two major forces. This is an ironclad fact. What else do you have to argue about? Hotwell gazed at Zichun. In fact, what he had seen wasn't important. What was important was this star area. Star area. This place was known as the gateway to the War Marshal continent, the Life Star. This place was crucial. "Sir, please wait a moment." Zichun cupped his fists and said. Hotwell was startled, wondering if this guy could really produce evidence. Of course, there was evidence, and it was carefully prepared. Soon, Brilliant brought all the evidence. Of course, there were also some crystal balls, which recorded the oppression the two forces had done to the cultivators on the Life Stars. In fact, he had only memorized all of this information last night. All he had to do was find some foreign races to cooperate with him, and it wasn't too difficult. The others were looking at the crystal balls, but Hotwell was looking at Brilliant. He didn't even blink. Deep in his eyes, there was a burning desire until Brilliant left. "Sir, these are all evidence. On the Star Road, everyone is equal. However, the Norman family and the Connor family had killed the trial takers from the Life Stars. During these years, I don't know how many people they had killed, who would have made great contributions to the Star Road in the future. They didn't care about the rules of the Star Road and cut off our lives. They deserve to die." Zichun cupped his fists again. His voice was cold and harsh. "These two families were really hateful. I had advised them many times, but they didn't listen. I felt ashamed to be associated with them, so I killed them together with Sir Zichun. Only in this way could the cultivators from the Life Stars grow up and make great contributions to the Star Road." Beisai Konghong also spoke with conviction. Of course, his words were disdained by the two saints behind Hotwell. Everybody knew that the forces here were incompatible with the cultivators from the Life Stars. The Bexy family was the leader. Speaking of contributions to the Star Road, the only contribution the cultivators from the Life Stars had was that they had created Wuji. They had killed so many people that the Star Road was shaking. If this was a contribution, they didn't want it. Hotwell pulled himself together, glanced at Zichun and said, Zichun, what you said is reasonable. I admit that they had broken the rules of the Star Road, and they deserve to die. However, this isn't a reason for you to kill them. Hotwell's face showed a mocking smile. Who do you think you are? Are you a supervising envoy? Are you a law enforcer? What right do you have to enforce the law on behalf of the Huate family? If they made a mistake, someone from the Huate family will be the one to enforce the law. Whether they should be killed or severely punished, we will decide. It's not up to you to enforce the law. If everyone does what you do, what's the use of us supervising envoys? What's the use of the Star Road managers? Today, you thought they were wrong, so you could kill them. If one day, you don't like the manager, can you kill the manager too? Hotwell's words became sharper and sharper as he spoke. This was the crux of the problem. It was what everyone was worried about. It was also the main reason why Zichun came to see Hotwell as soon as he got the news. Although they were wrong, they didn't have the right to enforce the law. Zichun smiled apologetically. Sir, what are you talking about? I don't dare to disrespect you. However, this kind of thing has a big impact on the cultivators of the Life Stars. I can't just watch them die. That's why I have to do this. No matter how bad the situation is, it's still up to us. Even if they kill all the cultivators from the Life Stars, it's not up to you to kill them. After we know all about this, we will give them an explanation, said Hotwell. An explanation to whom? An explanation to a dead man? Asked Zichun. The smile on his face disappeared. Yes, an explanation to a dead man. But now, you should give me an explanation, sneered Hotwell. Zichun took a deep breath and said, I will definitely give you an explanation. But before that, I want to ask you what you think about this matter. As far as I know, this situation has been going on for hundreds of thousands of years in this star area. For such a long time, no one has reported this matter. Could it be that even Sir, the supervisor envoy of the Star Path, doesn't know about this? Impudent. Zichun, are you questioning this lord's lack of supervision? Hotwell said with a cold expression. Zichun clasped his fist and said, I don't dare. It's just that, if you don't dare, then don't talk nonsense. Tell me now, how are you going to explain this to me? Hotwell interrupted Zichun. Seeing that Zichun was really angry, Bei Zikanghong hurriedly sent him a voice transmission. Sir, you have to consider the overall situation. Zichun acted as if he didn't hear Bei Zikanghong's voice transmission. Of course I believe that this is not Sir's fault. I believe that those who reported the situation neglected to report it. It has been hundreds of thousands of years. I suspect that they have ulterior motives. While speaking, Zichun inadvertently glanced at the two people behind Hotwell. Their expressions changed, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Oh, are you going to kill those shadow guards as well? Hotwell stared coldly at Zichun and said, Are you going to kill me, the supervisor envoy, as well? Zichun remained silent. I know you have the strength, but as long as I die here, the army of the Hort family will come here in a few days and raze this star area to the ground. As for all of you, you will die here. Hotwell stood up from his seat and pointed at Zichun. I came here to ask for an explanation. How are you going to solve this matter? Zichun clasped his fists and said, Since this is Zichun's fault, then I'll use Zichun's life to make up for it. Hotwell sneered. Your life? Do you think your cheap life is worth the lives of 20 saints? Do you think your dog life is worth the lives of thousands of cultivators from the two clans? Hotwell's expression was arrogant, and his expression was indescribably arrogant. This not only shocked Bexy Konghong, but also the two saints behind him. This lord was a truly ruthless person. Even if you were from the Hotwell family, you shouldn't be so aggressive. If you were really forced into a corner, killing you would be a matter of minutes. Facing Hotwell's attitude, Zichun didn't seem to be pushed too far. He didn't forget to salute Hotwell and asked respectfully, Since Sir doesn't want to take my life, then what kind of explanation does Sir want from Zichun? Hotwell looked coldly at Zichun and didn't say a word. Bei Zikanghong carefully transmitted his voice to Zichun, telling him to look at the big picture. Zichen thought for a moment and said, "This matter is Zichen's fault. Sir, how about this? I happen to know a harmonious spirit master, and we have a good relationship. Why don't I provide the resources to let that harmonious spirit master condense 2 saint crystals that Sir needs?" 2 saint crystals represented 2 saints. More importantly, Zichen knew a harmonious spirit master as a friend, and he could casually ask him to condense 2 saint crystals. Hotwell looked at Zichen with disdain and said, "Do you think I haven't seen saint crystals before?" 4 saint crystals. Hotwell smiled but didn't say anything. 6 saint crystals. 8 saint crystals. 10 saint crystals. 10 saint crystals represented 10 saints. It seemed that no force wouldn't be tempted by this kind of free gift. Who knew that Hotwell wouldn't be moved at all? Whether it was Bei Zikanghong or the 2 saints behind him, they were all shocked by Zichen's conditions. Obviously, Zichen wouldn't joke in this case, so the 10 saint crystals were definitely real. They were shocked by the other party's generosity. Zichen really doesn't know how to explain this. I hope Sir can guide me. Seeing that saint crystals couldn't move the other party at all, Zichen could only bow again and ask aloud. Taking a deep look at Zichen, Hotwell said, "I don't want your dog life. Those 10 saint crystals are barely useful, but it's far from enough. However, I see that you are humble enough to admit your mistake. I can help you with this matter, but..." Hotwell paused here and looked at Zichen. "Please speak, sir. However, I see that Zambo Haolin and Guangyao have great potential in the future. I want to take these 2 back to the family and give them resources to improve their strength." Chapter 22:17. Hotwell's request stunned Zichen. He had been wondering why the other party was not even tempted by saint crystals, let alone 10 pieces. No great force could refuse such a temptation. Even the Hotwell family, the master of the Star Road, would never say that they would not be interested in 10 saints. However, Zichen could tell that Hotwell really didn't think highly of them. But when he mentioned Zambu Haolin and Brilliant Light, Hotwell's eyes lit up. It was a blazing greed. Obviously, this was what he was really interested in. So, Zichen was stunned. Even Bei Shi, Kong Hong, and the 2 saints brought by Hotwell were stunned. They did not expect the other party to make such a useless request. No one was a fool. They could all see Hotwell's true intentions from his expression at the moment. Giving resources to improve his strength was simply nonsense. He just wanted to take the 2 women away and make them his exclusive property. Zichen was stunned for 3 seconds. Unexpectedly, he did not get angry. Instead, he asked doubtfully, "This is Sir's request, but this matter..." Hotwell turned back and looked at Zichen with a disdainful smile. "This matter is a big deal in your eyes. Losing your life is a trivial matter, and it may even cause the death of others. But for me, it's just a matter of a word. As long as you hand the 2 of them over to me, this matter will be over." Zichen lowered his head, looking very hesitant. Hotwell sneered, "Life and death are in your hands." After pondering for a moment, Zichen cupped his fists and said with a troubled expression, "To be honest, I paid a great price for the 10 saint crystals. Moreover, Brilliant and Zambu Haolin are not my people, so I can't make the decision for them." "Sir, can you?" Hotwell snorted in dissatisfaction and interrupted Zichen. "I can give up the 10 saint crystals, but I must take those 2 people away. I don't care what method you use, but if you don't want the family to pursue this matter, I must take them away." "Sir, can you give me some time to consider this matter?" "1 day. I'm only giving you 1 day," Hotwell said coldly. Thinking of the 2 women in his mind, his heart was also incomparably hot. His eyes became blazing again, and greed emerged from the bottom of his eyes. Such a beautiful woman, and a saint at that, seemed to be rare. Hotwell, who was in a state of fantasy, did not notice Zichen, Bei Shi, and Kong Hong's departure. He believed that Zichen would definitely not reject the offer of 2 women in exchange for his safety. The 2 saints also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this matter was over. When he returned to his room, a group of people were already waiting in the living room. After seeing Zichen, Xingchen immediately asked, "How did the discussion go?" Zichen shook his head and said, "It didn't go well. I offered 10 Saint crystals, but he refused. Xing Chen was shocked. There's actually such a person in this world? But he specifically asked for dazzling and Zambiuhaolin. What? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. That damn thing. I knew long ago that he wasn't a good person. The way he looked at Sir Dazzling before was strange, Huan Kai said angrily. Zambiuhaolin's face suddenly turned pale. She did not expect the other party to make such a request. On the other hand, Dazzling's expression did not change much. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. You agreed. Xingchen looked at Zichun and asked. Everyone else also looked at Zichun. I said I would consider it when I came back. Dazzling's expression did not change, but his mood became very low. Considering Mint there was room for leeway. Was he going to repeat the same mistake again? Zambiuhaolin's expression changed, and no one knew what she was thinking in her heart. Then what do you think? Xingchen asked again. I'm still thinking about it. I haven't decided yet, so I'm not going to ask you. Zichun turned his head to look at Zambiuhaolin and asked, You are more familiar with the star path. Do you think my situation is bad? Then, Zichun told her what he had done since he came to the star path. Although she knew some of it, she was still very surprised to hear that even the Luo family of the Rakshasa star field had been wiped out by Zichun. Seeing that Zichun's serious expression did not seem to be joking, Zambiuhaolin also thought about it seriously and said, The other things may not be serious, but the evil star field is very serious. The attitude of the star path toward the cultivators of the life stars is unpredictable. Those overlords naturally have a great prejudice against the cultivators of the life stars because of what happened to your teacher. Now that we have proven the existence of the supervising emissary, they must know about this matter, but they didn't do anything about it. Obviously, they have tacitly agreed. After a pause, Zambiuhaolin continued, Tacitly agreeing to this matter has proved their attitude toward the cultivators of the life stars. Obviously, they don't want them to continue walking on the star path. Death is the best ending. However, this time, what you did will undoubtedly affect the situation of this star field. I believe that in the future, more cultivators from the life stars will come out from here and enter the star path to find opportunities. Do you think your situation is bad? Zichun pondered for a moment and said, If you put it that way, it should be very bad. It's more than bad. It's simply not worth regretting your death, Zambiuhaolin said. However, he didn't pursue such a bad thing. Not only did he not want me to die, but he also wanted the two of you. He was even willing to give up 10 Saint crystals. Why is that? Not only Zichun was puzzled by this question, but the others were also puzzled. Could it be that he knows that Sir is too strong, so he just wants to leave after getting some benefits and then bring experts to kill Sir? Huan Kai murmured. Zichun shook his head and said, That's not very likely. Before he came, he should have already known everything, including my combat strength. In that case, it can only be explained that this matter is really not a big deal to him. It proves that his position in the family is very high, and he can say whatever he wants, Xingchen said. Would a person with a very high position who can say whatever he wants be like this? Zichun asked back, What do you mean? Everyone did not understand what the other party meant. You've seen Daf Hill of the Daf family. Although he's a little crazy, he's not so arrogant. He seems to act ruthlessly, but there's a reason for it. Do you believe that such a person would give up 10 Saint crystals for 2 trivial women and end this matter so hastily? Everyone fell silent. Few of the disciples of the great families with real potential are this kind of playboy. They all have great potential, and the real playboys are almost never the core of their families. Such a big matter is related to the future of the star field. I believe it's absolutely not something that can be easily resolved, but he doesn't seem to care. There must be a reason. Everyone could guess this, but what was the specific reason? Zichun smiled and said, No matter what the reason is, we should take the initiative to take a look instead of being so passive and restricted. What do you mean? Xingchen and the others looked at Zichun one after another. That guy's attitude is too arrogant. I don't like it. Besides, why should I let him take my people away? The smile on Zichun's face disappeared and his tone became cold. Bei Shikonghong.
Yes.
Bei Shikonghong stood up. Take some people to the residence of the Shadow Guards. Kill everyone, including the family members of the 2 saints, But remember to bring back their souls. I want to search their souls.
Yes.
Bei Shikanghong was shocked by Zichen's actions, but he did not raise any objections. In his heart, of course, he did not want his master to be taken away. Send a few more people. I don't want anyone to leak the news, Zicheng deliberately reminded. Bei Shikanghong nodded and left. Everyone else looked at Zicheng in a daze, especially Zanbu Haolin. The expression on her face was indescribably complicated. She was surprised, touched, and worried. What do you mean? Xingchun looked at Zicheng in surprise. Perhaps he does have a powerful force behind him, but he's underestimating me if he thinks he can scare me with just one person. Not to mention 2 women. Even if he wants 2 men, it's absolutely impossible. He can just send an army. Zichen's words had already made his attitude clear. The other saints nodded. They were not willing to be controlled like this. Wasn't it just a battle? They were not afraid. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Sir Will summons you. Zicheng smiled coldly. As the door opened, his expression had returned to normal. He looked at the shadow guard saint behind the guard and said, Didn't you say you would give me a day to think about it? Why did you summon me? Sir said he can't wait and wants your answer now. If you agree now, this matter will end. If you don't, then he will turn around and leave. I believe it won't be long before the Huate clan's army comes and razes this place to the ground, the saint said indifferently. All right, then let's go see Sir Will together. The 2 walked towards Will's residence. After seeing each other, Will said coldly, What do you think? I'm still thinking, Zicheng replied. I don't have so much time to wait. Give me an answer now. Either agree or be destroyed, Hotwell said impatiently. Then I choose not to agree, Zicheng said indifferently. There is no such choice, unless you choose to be destroyed. Hotwell looked coldly at Zicheng. Zicheng smiled and said, Not agreeing doesn't mean I will be destroyed. With that, Zicheng took out the Cosmos Origin Cauldron and released a ray of energy, forming a light shield to seal this place. Zicheng, don't mess around. It's just 2 women. Do you have the heart to see the others be destroyed with you? The 2 saints knew what had happened, and their expressions changed. One of them shouted at Zicheng, I, Zicheng, will never be threatened. Not to mention 2 women, I won't even give you 2 Heaven Realm experts. The Huate clan, right? I want to see what's left of you after the battle back then. Zichen's expression became extremely cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Xingchen, brilliant, and the others turned into rays of light and appeared beside Zichen, their gazes cold. When the arrogant Hotwell saw this scene, he finally put away his arrogant expression. Chapter 22:18. Looking at these saints and feeling their murderous intent, Hotwell could no longer be arrogant. With a gloomy expression, he said in a low voice, Zicheng, what do you want? This situation was obviously beyond expectations. It was out of control, not obeying the supervisory order and not fearing the supervisory envoy. This should be the first unexpected situation in hundreds of thousands of years after the Wuji era. This was like a cultivator with the Wuji sect's token with a special mission to patrol the sacred land. All the forces would treat the envoy with respect and worship. They would be careful when speaking. No matter how unreasonable the request was, no one dared to oppose it for the sake of the entire family. Over time, this would become a habit. The envoy was used to no one objecting, but now there were voices of opposition. Just like the imperial envoy, who entered the nest of traitors and spoke in the name of the emperor, obviously no one obeyed. Now, Zicheng was the voice of opposition. He was also the traitor. At this moment, the 2 saints were extremely frightened. Things had indeed developed in the worst possible way. They had already felt that this envoy was unreliable, and he had come too quickly. Now, it was all over. Maybe this special envoy could live, but the 2 of them could barely be considered as followers. There was no way they could survive. Zicheng took a step forward, and the saint power in his body surged. He said coldly, What do you want to do? Can't you see? I'm going to kill you. Then you're ready to go to war with the Huate family. Hotwell's voice was still cold and calm, without a trace of panic. If the Huate family has a saint king, I'll turn around and run. If there is no Saint King, I'll kill a saint. If a group of them comes, I'll kill a group of them. Zichun said coldly. Hotwell laughed sarcastically and said, then I'll have to disappoint you. The next one to come should be a supreme saint, the strongest in this world. From Hotwell's expression, it was impossible to tell whether this was true or not, but it was meaningless. Since it was 100% impossible to hand him over, then they could only fight. In this situation, there was no need to talk about a one-on-one battle. Joining forces to end the battle quickly was the way to go. Send the signal quickly. At this moment, Hotwell's shocked expression finally changed. He formed a seal with both hands, forming an energy barrier in front of him. His figure directly retreated backward as he shouted. The two saints reacted quickly as well. They condensed saint power energy in their palms and shot it into the sky. Right now, there shouldn't be any shadow guards left alive in the entire Nephis starfield. Your signal is useless. A cold voice suddenly sounded in front of the two of them. It was Xing Chun who had already rushed over. Above the two of them, below the light shield, a star map appeared. Every star in the star map was emitting a bright light. The energy shot up from the two saints' fingertips and landed on the star chart, causing the star chart to shake. It was like the surface of a calm lake, causing ripples to form on the chart. These two energies dissipated amidst the vibrating ripples, following which the map glowed brightly, and a 7-star seal descended from the sky, shrouding the two of them. When the 7-star seal descended, the few saints behind Xing Qian swarmed forward. In this not-too-spacious living room, there were more than 10 saints. A few of them were controlling the saint power to seal the energy fluctuations in the room, preventing it from leaking out. The others were all attacking. Where do you think you're going? Hotwell, who was retreating, suddenly heard Zichen's voice behind him. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He immediately turned around and punched at Zichen's face. This punch was full of power, and it directly hit Zichen. Wherever it passed, the space was distorted, forming a terrifying energy fluctuation. However, in the face of such an attack, Zichen only slowly stretched out his hand, and his saint power gathered on his palm. Just like that, Hotwell's powerful punch was easily caught by Zichen. The powerful energy contained within the punch seemed to have dissipated due to the terrifying power formed by Zichen's bending of his fingers. Hotwell felt a sharp pain coming from his fist that was caught by Zichen. His expression twitched, and cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Before he came, he knew that Zichen was very powerful, but he did not expect him to be so strong. He was defeated in just one blow. In his eyes that were filled with pain, a cold light suddenly flashed. His left hand condensed a long sword made of saint power, and he slashed it towards Zichen's neck viciously. In the face of this attack, Zichen's expression did not change. He only gently raised his right arm. You're courting death. Hotwell endured the pain and shouted coldly. In his opinion, Zichen was overestimating himself by blocking his attack with his arm. Pong! A violent tremor suddenly rang out. Hotwell felt as if his saber had struck a divine stone. The powerful rebounding force had not only shattered his saber, but the enormous force had also nearly split open the web between his thumb and forefinger. He felt a sharp pain in the web between his thumb and index finger on his left hand, but it was still fine. However, the right fist that Zichen had grabbed suddenly emitted the sound of frying beans. That was the sound of the bones in his right hand being crushed by Zichen. The pain caused by this kind of shattering was heart-wrenching. Zichen had used a lot of power in this attack. Not only was his right hand shattered, but his right arm was also shattered. The heart-wrenching pain continued to come and was infinitely magnified. Hotwell could no longer hold it in. He opened his mouth and let out a scream. His eyes were full of fear and pain. Even tears flowed out of his eyes. He had completely lost his mental state. Zichen looked at him indifferently. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. Since you don't want to let me have an easy time, then you won't have an easy time. Zichen, I am from the Hotwell family. If you kill me today, in the future... The sharp pain came again. This time, it was Zichen who pressed on his right shoulder. His 5 fingers pierced in like an eagle's claw. As for Hotwell's right arm, Only the outer layer of skin was intact. It was swaying in front of him. The threat that was about to come out of his mouth could no longer be said. Hotwell, who was drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly begged, "Zichun, let me go. Let me go and this matter is over. In the future, we will not interfere with each other's business." Zichun looked at him indifferently and asked, "Really?" Hotwell's eyes lit up as he said, "Really, this matter is over. Just pretend that I never came here and never met you. Then I'll let you go." As Zichun's voice fell, he really let go of Hotwell. This made Hotwell stare blankly, somewhat in disbelief. Zichun looked at him and said indifferently, "This is what you said. Don't forget it." "I said it. I said it." Hotwell hurriedly nodded, but his heart was greatly relieved. Then, he endured the pain coming from his right arm and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with his left hand. However, before he could completely exhale, he seemed to have guessed something. His expression changed again. He turned around and saw Brilliant standing behind him. He saw the other party's exquisite and perfect face. He saw a dazzling golden light appear in front of him. Before he could raise his guard again, the golden light entered his sea of consciousness without warning, after which it abruptly pierced toward his soul. The pain was 10 times more intense than before. Hotwell's vision darkened, and he almost fainted. Brilliant nodded at Zichun. Zichun raised his hand and shot out a beam of energy, which landed on Hotwell's body. Hotwell's body instantly exploded, turning into dust and dissipating, leaving behind only a lonely soul. It struggled in the golden light, appearing to be in great pain. His eyes were filled with despair and pleading, and there was no longer any trace of arrogance in them. Zichun's objective was not just to kill Hotwell. He also wanted to obtain Hotwell's memories and see what was left of the Hotwell clan. The souls of disciples from large organizations were all very special. If he forcefully searched their souls, he would not be able to obtain what he wanted. It might even cause their souls to explode. As such, Brilliant suddenly invaded Hotwell's soul when he was completely relaxed and searched through his memories. As for the other side, the battle ended very quickly. Xingqian killed 2 saints and left their souls behind so that Brilliant could search their souls. Just as Zichun made his move, the other Dark Guards who were left here were immediately controlled by Huan Kai and his men. Then, according to Zichun's instructions, they left their souls behind and destroyed their bodies. In the Nephis star field, there was a small transit planet that connected many planets. There was a trading ground on it. This place used to be controlled by the Norman clan, but now it belongs to the Bexy clan. No one knew that on this not-so-large transit planet, there was a Shadow Guard base. All the information gathered by the Shadow Guards over the years would be sent to this place at the first possible moment, and then passed on to the other star fields from here. Time was of the essence. Bexy Konghong, who had personally rushed here, did not care about shocking the world. He brought a group of experts and barged into this place. Following a shout to eradicate the remnants of the 2 great families, the silence was once again broken. The cultivators from the Bexy clan were like wolves and tigers. After rushing in, they began a frenzied slaughter. Such a commotion quickly alarmed the other cultivators. They appeared one after another, their faces filled with fear and unease. This place had just recovered from the chaos not long ago. Hearing the shouts from the slaughter, some cultivators couldn't help but curse. Those damned remnants of the 2 great families, why did they come here for? After seeing the saints in the group, their hearts were filled with curiosity. They all guessed what kind of remnants were left here to alarm so many saints. On this day, 5 saints came to this small transit planet and left after killing some of the remnants. No one knew that the dead remnants were the Dark Guards of the Nephis star. Chapter 22:19. Saint-level souls. Especially the souls of saints in the big aristocratic families. Zichun didn't have the ability to completely investigate, so the main task of soul-searching fell on Dazzling. Xingqian's attainments in the soul weren't weak either. He was responsible for searching for the souls of those pseudo-saints. As for Zichun, he was searching for the souls of those half-saints and heavenly realms. Soul-searching was much more reliable than information obtained through torture. as Zichun continued to soul search. Gradually, he found out more about the locations of the dark guards in this star field. Zichun could even see their faces. In this star path, no one had ever had the idea of attacking the secret guards. Even Wuji didn't attack the secret guards back then. They had always been in the shadows. No one knew of their existence. But this time, Hotwell brought the secret guards out of the dark into the light. Coincidentally, Zichun saw through it again. So the entire huge secret guard communication network. It was unreservedly displayed in front of Zichun. Continuous soul-searching. Even with Zichun's perfect spiritual senses, he couldn't hold on any longer. But in this star path, it was known as the most powerful force. Zichun had to be cautious. Beisai Konghong. Following Zichun's summon, Beisai Konghong came to Zichun's room. Zichun passed on a spiritual sense memory to him. He said, "Send someone to bring these people back, dead or alive, as long as the memory is intact." Yes. Beisai Konghong went to carry out Zichun's order. Next, they would catch all the secret guards here in one fell swoop. Other than that, in Zichun's plan, the secret guards in the other star fields wouldn't be spared either. Since he wanted to kill them, then he would kill them all. After giving all the orders, Zichun quietly waited for news from Dazzling. 2 days later, Dazzling walked out of the room. His face was unhealthily pale. Obviously, he was mentally and physically exhausted. Looking at Dazzling, who walked into the room, Zichun and the others were chatting. Their expressions turned serious. He stared at Brilliant. He was looking forward to it. He took in everyone's expressions. Brilliant shook his head and said, "It's about the Hort clan. I can't find it. It's as if everything related to the Hort family has been forcibly erased." "Nothing at all?" Zichun asked doubtfully. Brilliant said, "It's not like we didn't gain anything. From his memory, I can see that he is not a true core disciple. At the very least, his status in the Da family was incomparable to Da Hill's. He could only be considered a collateral descendant. He left the Hort family very early on. When he left, he received a supervising envoy token. After that, he ran amok in this star path. As for who gave him the supervising envoy token, I can't see it. He heard the secret guard's message from Cheongda Star region, so he came alone. For the sake of face, he took the initiative to bring along the secret guards here. Oh, by the way, in his memory, there are memories of your teacher going to the Hort family, but there's no clear picture. It's more like hearsay. He shouldn't have participated in that battle. He didn't see it with his own eyes. So there's no hatred for your teacher in the depths of his soul. Instead, he's full of reverence. This also explained why after Hotwell knew that Zichun was Wuji's disciple, he didn't show any hatred. He even had thoughts of wanting Zichun dead. Zichun, who was still a little nervous at first, now, his expression was a lot more relaxed. He said, "So, he hasn't contacted the Hort family for a long time." To be precise, he couldn't contact the Hort family. He didn't even know how to go back. He can run amok with the token. He didn't think of going back. Obviously, this matter was suppressed in Cheongda Star region. The Hort family didn't know about this. Even if he killed Hotwell, the Hort family didn't know who killed him. In the Hort family's situation, it should be the Da family. No one would be able to come out in a short time. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The other party came this time. It was purely a coincidence. If Zichun really let him take Brilliant and Zambu Howlin away, then he could only suffer in silence. The other party didn't want to do anything to him, or had the ability to do anything to him. This matter was a false alarm. This guy was too daring. He dared to cheat in front of Zichun. But this matter violated the rules of the Star Road after all. Once those two aristocratic families walked out from the shadows and into the light, they would definitely deal with this matter again. That would be the real disaster. Before the disaster came, what Zichun could do, that was to eliminate all the dark guards. In this way, the two big families couldn't get any news. Even if they came out, they couldn't do anything to him for the time being. Oh right, when I was searching his soul, I also got an interesting piece of news. It was said that Hotwell came to Cheongda Star region this time. He heard that some kind of treasure was born in this star region. Brilliant's expression also relaxed a lot. At this moment, he chuckled. Zichun heard it. He asked curiously, "What treasure?" He didn't know the details himself. He hadn't gone to investigate yet. He just received such news. So he came here first. Chengde Star Region was the next star region. The cultivators on the life stars who had been training in the Star Road these years. Except for Lei Dong and the others. No one had been able to go in there alive. He didn't know if Lei Dong and the others were still in that star region. But Zichun had to go and find them. Not for other reasons. Just for the heavenly thunder wings. For the Thunder Clan's extreme speed. Next, it was a big move against the secret guards. Zichun sent Xing Chun to Dei Star Region to contact Zambu Haoming. He asked him to secretly bring people to monitor those secret guards, so that he could kill them all. Of course, the souls of those secret guards couldn't be destroyed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find the secret guards hidden in Zambu Star Region. This was a relatively slow process, because he had to find the contact between the two star regions. Then he could follow the vine to the melon, find the others. Fortunately, everyone had enough time to do this. For a long time, in these star regions, he would search the soul and kill the secret guards. As for how fierce the battle was, let's not talk about it for now. In short, after a bloodbath, in these star regions, there were no more secret guards. Even if a few were lucky enough to survive, their connection points were broken, and they couldn't transmit any useful information. The situation in the Sin Star region, it had completely stabilized. Everything that happened next just developed according to the normal situation. Whether Zichun would stay here. For this star region, it didn't have much meaning. After careful consideration, Zichun decided to go to Chengde Star region, but he didn't plan to bring a large group there. These people were willing to follow him. They were willing to follow him to explore the Star Road, but he couldn't keep them like pets. He took them out during the battle. When he wasn't fighting, he put them in the universe origin cauldron. Zichun decided to leave these people behind. Not a single one. Let them develop here now. Adapt to the environment here. At the same time, he planned to build this place into a base that belonged to the Life Star. As for Manshur and Shun Tian Dao, after Zichun's big battle, he arranged for the two of them to go to Dei Star region to find a clone. The two of them had strong battle power. Once they broke through to the Saint level, their battle power would naturally be stronger. When he decided to leave, Zichun wasn't sure whether to bring Xing Chun or Dazzling. The two of them had strong battle power. There had to be one person guarding this place. Only then could Zichun rest assured when he left. But who should go with him? Who should stay? Zichun hadn't made up his mind yet. On this day, Beisai Konghong came to look for Zichun. He gave Zichun a soul. The owner of the soul was a false saint. It was mainly responsible for contacting the secret guards in Chengde Star region. Zichun, who hadn't made up his mind yet, after seeing the soul of this false saint, he finally made up his mind. He looked at Beisai Konghong and said, "You've worked hard during this period of time." Beisai Konghong was in fear and trepidation. He kept saying that he didn't dare. He knew. In this team, Zichun was the real leader. His master, Dazzling, had to listen to Zichun. Zichun's words were indeed from the bottom of his heart. These days, he had always arranged for Beisai Konghong to do things. The other party was the master of this family, just like his errand boy. "I'll leave the matters here to you. Xing Chun will stay here to cooperate with you. You have to strive to control this star region as soon as possible. Then, get along with the cultivators from the Life Star." Zichun instructed. A hint of surprise flashed in Beisai Konghong's eyes, but he didn't ask anything else. He just nodded. "I'm going to Chengde Star region. I'll take Ha Xiao, Mi Qing, and Meng Shan away. Dazzling will also go with me." As for Zichun's arrangement, no one had any objections, and Zichun considered leaving Xing Chun behind. It was also because the other party had some of the soul of the former star ancestor. As for dealing with these matters, it would seem very easy. As for Dazzling, a strong soul was useful to Zichun. In addition, she wasn't good at dealing with such tedious matters. Zichun chose to take her with him. It was worth mentioning. Zambu Haolin was full of adventurous spirit. She was almost unwilling to stay in the family for a moment. After hearing that there seemed to be a treasure in Chengde Star region, she was the first to clamor to go with Zichun. As for this, Zichun didn't object. There was an additional saint beside him. Naturally, his battle prowess would also be stronger. And that Zambu Howlin was even among the saints. Her battle strength was also very high. Other than that, Zichun asked Baisai Konghong and the other two to leave with him. This surprised the three of them. They were also very happy. In addition to the soul being controlled, they didn't have any losses. They even controlled this star region, and their master was dazzling. During this time, dazzling didn't make things difficult for them. Just as the six of them were about to leave, Huan Kai, on the other hand, was clamoring to follow Zichun. He said that Zichun needed a handyman by his side, and it was precisely Huan Kai who was qualified for this task. Bring a saint to do chores. Zichun smiled when he heard this. He left all the saints here. There were more than a dozen of them. Bringing Huan Kai along wasn't a big deal, so he brought the other party along. They arrived at the edge of the Sin Star region. Huan Kai took the initiative to take out the saint-level aircraft. Zichun and the others boarded it. This Sin Star region was very unique. There were no teleportation arrays to other star regions. If they wanted to leave, they could only rely on the aircraft. However, just as they stepped into this star region, Zichun furrowed his brows. He looked in a certain direction. Chapter 22:20. Zichun, who had left the Sin Starfield. He didn't bring the universe origin cauldron with him. Instead, he left it to Xingqian. Once something unexpected happened, those people could still enter it to hide. He believed that in this world, no one had been able to break through the defense of the universe origin cauldron. A group of 7 people. They arrived at the Chengda starfield. They stepped onto the first planet in this starfield. Just as they stepped on this piece of land, Zichun furrowed his brows. He turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Baisai Mingshan, who was at the side, said respectfully, "Sir, I'll go and investigate the situation here first." Zichun didn't respond. His gaze was fixed on a certain place. Everyone raised their heads to look at Zichun. They wondered why Zichun was absent-minded. However, after raising their heads, they saw it. On Zichun's body, suddenly, the light of energy surged out. Streaks of lightning power spread out uncontrollably. This lightning power wasn't strong. It was only the energy of the heaven realm, but it was full of oppression. This caused their hearts to tighten uncontrollably. Huan Kai looked around. His expression was tense. He thought that there were enemies hiding in the dark. Boom. Violent energy was completely released from Zichun's body. His entire body had turned into lightning. Lightning snakes swam around his body. They were emitting a powerful aura. "Sir." Baisai Mingshan and the others watched this scene. They cried out in worry. At this moment, Zichun, he didn't seem to be in a good state. His eyes. He was still staring in a certain direction, but there was no spirit in his eyes. He was completely absent-minded. He would say that. The situation in front of him. It wasn't Zichun's intention. It was deliberately emitted. He looked at the changes in Zichun. Brilliant's heart stirred. He seemed to have guessed the reason. Buzz. Zichun was surrounded by raging lightning. There was a tremor. An imprint that was emitting a dazzling golden light. It appeared between Zichun's eyebrows. It was a lightning mark. It was clear. It was dazzling. Powerful. The mark of the Thunder King clan. It seems like the Thunder King clan is in this star field. Brilliant said after seeing the mark that suddenly appeared on Zichun's forehead. He had already guessed the reason for Zichun's sudden abnormality. "My lord. Master." Huan Kai anxiously transmitted to Zichun. At this moment, Zichun, his entire body seemed to have evolved from lightning. The lightning mark between his eyebrows became very glaring. The power of thunder was already oppressive to begin with. After the thunder mark appeared, its power seemed to have increased by a large margin. It actually made these saints feel an intense sense of danger. Zichun's face was no longer visible. The lightning imprint became the dominant force. Such a turn of events. It attracted the attention of the cultivators in the distance, but sensing the oppressive feeling coming from the space, they did not dare to rashly go forward. Everyone transmitted their voices. Zichun seemed to be unable to hear them. This situation continued. It lasted for a full hour. In the distance, Many foreign clans had already gathered. They looked in this direction curiously. The lightning mark between Zichen's eyebrows gradually dimmed. The lightning on his body also slowly dissipated. His figure reappeared. The mark between his eyebrows was not completely hidden. It was like a brand that was imprinted between Zichen's eyebrows. An inexplicable aura fluctuated. It was emitted from his body. "Let's go to that place." Zichen raised his hand. He pointed to a certain place. His words were filled with an undeniable tone. The direction that Zichen pointed to. It was not a certain direction on this planet. It was a certain direction in the entire star field. The lightning imprint was automatically activated. Zichen felt a kind of summoning. It was a kind of summoning that came from the depths of his bloodline. Huan Kai's holy aura was emitted. His eyes coldly swept across the surroundings. Wherever the holy aura passed, the foreign clan's expressions changed drastically. They kept retreating backward. They released their spiritual senses. They quickly retracted them. Huan Kai learned that he had found the teleportation array here. After that, the group walked towards the teleportation array. Zichen did not speak along the way. He was in silence. His expression could not tell whether he was happy or angry. Now he was sure. The Thunder Clan's foundation was here. He just did not know the situation of the Thunder Clan. He saw the situation of the other 3 royal clans. Zichen was not optimistic about the Thunder Clan's situation. According to that call, Zichen and the others were in the process of moving forward. They discovered that there were actually many cultivators. Going the same way as them, they only released a holy aura. Zichen had obtained all the clues he needed. The final destination of these people, it was a planet with a supreme treasure. As for what supreme treasure was on that planet, no one knew. No one could even say for sure. They only knew that a supreme treasure was born there. This news had already spread throughout the Chengda star field. Many foreign clans were rushing towards that place. They were constantly traveling together. Even later on, it was Zichen and the others who followed those people. Zichen was completely sure. The direction they were heading. It was the planet where the Thunder Royal clan was. Supreme treasure. What supreme treasure could there be there? Zichen's first thought was, it was something on the god of heaven. That was the mission of the Thunder Royal clan when they left the Life Star. It should be considered a supreme treasure. Other than that, Zichen couldn't think of any other treasures that the Thunder clan had that these foreign races could use. Take his heavenly thunder wings, for example. He gave it to those foreign clans. They might not be able to control it. Even if they forcefully controlled it, they would not be able to unleash the true power of the heavenly thunder wings. In the constant teleportation, Zichen passed through the thunder mark between his eyebrows. He felt that the call was getting stronger and stronger. He knew that he was about to reach a place. After 3 teleportations, Zichen came to a planet. This planet was filled with rich lightning power. Stepping on this land, he felt that the lightning power in his body became more active. In the distance, there were many cultivators. They were all here to search for treasures. In a place even further than these cultivators, it was a city that emitted the light of lightning. In the sky above the city, there was a huge whirlpool spinning. Light flickered in the whirlpool from time to time. Bolts of lightning appeared from the whirlpool one after another. They landed in the city. It was a boundless pressure. It came from afar. It made all the cultivators who sensed this pressure. Their faces couldn't help but turn pale. Those cultivators who came to search for treasures, they all stood far away. Their gazes were looking in the direction of the city. They didn't attack the city immediately. Surging holy power fluctuations were circulating. Below the city, holy light kept shining. From time to time, there were loud shouts. Thunderclap, ninth heaven. A somewhat familiar cold shout came from afar. He saw that in the sky outside the city. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared. From this whirlpool, there was a rumbling sound of thunder. Bolts of lightning came one after another. It was like a thunder dragon poking its head out, because the lightning power was too rich. It was also the foundation of the Thunder Clan. This thunder dragon seemed to be very powerful. It emitted a majestic aura. It made people terrified. Looking at this extremely familiar scene, Zichen's expression was a little absent-minded. He was a little surprised. He was a little absent-minded. He was also a little glad. This was Thunderclap Ninth Heaven. He had seen it in the Jianwu continent. It was just that it wasn't that powerful back then. The person standing below the whirlpool. He also knew him. He was Lei Dong, whom Zichun was deliberately looking for. He was also an existence that he had to kill. What Zichun didn't expect was that he had just arrived at this star field. He had just arrived here. He saw Lei Dong, and it was Lei Dong at the saint level. These cultivators didn't attack the Thunder Clan city for a long time. It wasn't because of the whirlpool above the city. It was because of Lei Dong standing in front of the city. With his own strength, he blocked the footsteps of all the foreign races. And at this moment, in front of Lei Dong, there were two foreign races standing there. They were also saints. I didn't expect you to be here. He looked at the sky. He looked at the lightning flashing around his body. He was like Lei Dong of a war god. Zichun muttered to himself. His expression was indescribably complicated. His eyesight was not bad. His spiritual senses were also very strong. Naturally, he saw on the city wall. When the people of the Thunder Clan looked at Lei Dong, their eyes were filled with worship and anticipation, apprehension and nervousness. Obviously, the other party was no longer that hateful Lei Dong. It was Lei Dong who protected the Thunder Clan. This made Zichun not know how to kill him. He stood there. He was silent, right in front of Lei Dong. The two foreign race saints standing there. They raised their heads and looked at the whirlpool of lightning. They couldn't help but frown. Then the two of them looked at each other. Their hands began to form seals. Around the two of them, energy burned. A fierce tiger image formed on the surface of their bodies. These two tigers were almost exactly the same. The tiger's roar spread throughout the world. The sound waves formed spread in all directions. It brought along a sky full of smoke and dust. He didn't know if it was because the power of thunder here was too strong. There was also lightning flashing on the surface of the two tigers' bodies. Fall, accompanied by Lei Dong's cold shout. The thunder dragon appeared from the whirlpool. He quickly descended to the ground. An earth-shaking tiger roar sounded. The two tigers, one on the left and one on the right, they rushed towards Lei Dong. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder fell first. It landed on the two ferocious tigers. The power of thunder exploded from within. It produced a series of violent sounds. The light of thunder. It filled everyone's sight. Lei Dong's figure disappeared. The two tigers were also drowned by many thunderbolts. Along the way, they could only hear angry tiger roars. No one could see clearly what was happening on the battlefield. Violent energy fluctuations. It made them retreat in horror. Looking forward, Zichun's expression became more complicated. Because he had already found out. There were already two foreign race saints' bodies on the ground. The sound of energy explosion disappeared. The violent energy dissipated. Everyone's sight returned. Lei Dong was still standing between heaven and earth. His robe was torn in many places. There were also a few obvious claw marks on his chest. They seemed to be left by the two saints. The two saints retreated. They showed their human forms again. There were more wounds on their bodies. There was still the power of thunder raging on those wounds. He looked at the two coldly. A light flashed in Lei Dong's hand. There was an additional spear that emitted a dazzling light. Chapter 22-21. It was quiet all around. The cultivators who came to search for treasures were all stunned as they watched the battle between two saints. However, even though it was 1 against 2, the two saints still suffered heavy injuries. Looking at Lei Dong, who was charging at them with a spear, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the two saints. The light in their hands changed, and two saint power swords appeared. The two of them tapped their feet in the air, and like two rays of light, they charged at Lei Dong as one with their swords. Light flashed and shone brightly. There was Thunder Saint power and other saint power. The two of them passed by each other. Lei Dong stopped 100 meters away, his back facing the two saints who had stopped as well. The spear in his hand flashed with lightning, and drops of saint blood dripped down. One of the two saints from before slowly lowered his head and saw that his chest had been pierced through by the spear. Blood flowed out from the wound, and his movements became extremely slow. His face was filled with unwillingness. and there was a touch of fear in his eyes. His body leaned backward and fell straight to the ground. One of the two saints had died. The other one slowly turned around and stared at Lei Dong, whose back was still facing him. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he charged forward again. Puff! The shadow of the sword pierced Lei Dong's back, completely piercing through his heart. The joy that had just appeared on the saint's face instantly froze. Puff! A spear flashing with lightning appeared behind him and pierced through his chest. In front of the saint, Lei Dong's figure slowly dissipated. As the second saint fell to his death, Lei Dong's body shook slightly in the air, and the spear in his hand turned into light and dissipated. He used his right hand to cover the deep wound on his left arm that had almost cut off his arm. Streaks of thunder power flowed through his palm into the wound and slowly healed it. After only 3 breaths, Lei Dong let go and no longer cared about the wound that had barely stopped bleeding. His cold gaze swept across the entire area, and his cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. Who else? Hearing this soul-shaking voice, many of the foreign race cultivators subconsciously retreated. Their cultivation levels were too low, and they were only in the heaven realm. How could they dare to show off in front of a saint, even if this was an injured saint? His gaze swept across the crowd, intimidating everyone present. Some of the saints' expressions changed slightly, evidently hesitant. Lei Dong's body slowly landed in front of the city. His indifferent voice rang out again. Although I have said many times that there is no treasure here and it is just a scam, since you insist on coming, I, Lei Dong, will accompany you to the end. If you want to enter the city, you have to go through me first. He was bathed in blood, and there were 4 saint corpses at his feet. In the eyes of the world, he looked like a demon god. The crowd was silent, as if everyone was stunned. At this moment, Lei Dong's face flushed red. He was unable to endure and directly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Spitting out a mouthful of blood seemed to have affected his injuries. His body trembled slightly, and the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. He had already killed 4 saints today and was about to reach his limit. One of the hesitant saints also walked out slowly after seeing Lei Dong cough up blood. He stopped 100 meters away from Lei Dong and said indifferently, "You are already an arrow at the end of its flight. If you continue to hold on, you will die a horrible death." On the city wall, a dignified voice rang out, "Lei Dong, come back." Lei Dong didn't turn around. He knew that he couldn't go back. More and more alien races were coming. If he couldn't stop them, the city behind him was destined to be destroyed. Those from the Thunder clan in the city were destined to die. The thunder spear that had just disappeared reappeared in his hand. He looked at that saint and said coldly, "Cut the crap. If you want to die, come." The saint laughed coldly and rushed toward Lei Dong. Lei Dong held the thunder spear and flapped his thunder wings. In the crowd, many saints watched this scene indifferently, without any change in expression. As for the heavenly realm experts, they were watching the battle in horror. After 15 minutes, the battle ended. That saint fell into a pool of blood. Lei Dong's abdomen was completely penetrated. He used the thunder spear to support his body, not letting himself fall. Sweat mixed with blood dripped from his forehead, dripping onto the dark red ground that seemed to have been soaked in blood. During this period of time, countless foreign races had died at his hands, and the number of saints had almost reached double digits. But today, Lei Dong slowly turned his head and looked at the cold figures in the crowd. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These saints were all like idiots. Their brains were all one-track-minded, and they probably wouldn't leave. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to continue protecting the Thunder clan. Luckily, Lei Dong didn't continue thinking because another saint walked out of the crowd. His eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. He stopped in front of Lei Dong and said, "I'll kill you, then kill my way into the city." Lei Dong knew that it was useless to try to persuade them. These people were all idiots. They were just like Zichun. Lei Dong hated Zichun and felt disgusted. Since he hated them, he could only kill. In his body, the saint-level thunder force slowly flowed around his body, healing his injuries. The light around his body became brighter and brighter. In the end, it was as dazzling as thunder. Another battle began. "Lord," Huan Kai looked at Zichun in confusion and called him Lord countless times. Zichun's expression was calm, but he was in a dilemma in his heart. He did not say a word. Guangyao, who could tell what was going on, also chose to remain silent. Along the way, Zichun's character was gentle and full of responsibility. He had made great contributions to the Life Star. But this time, when he came to the Thunder Clan, he showed an extremely rare cold side. There must be some kind of grudge. If it was not against the Thunder Clan, then it was against the Thunder Clan Saint. This time, the battle lasted for an hour. The Saint collapsed and died. Lei Dong sat on the ground. His injuries were very serious, and he looked like he had no more strength to fight. On the city wall of the Thunder Clan, many Thunder Clan cultivators' eyes were red. They looked at the scene unwillingly, and their eyes were filled with worry for Lei Dong. Lei Dong, who was covered in blood and could not stand up, still said coldly, "Who else?" Lei Dong was already seriously injured, but he still killed 2 saints. Now that he could not stand up, no one dared to underestimate him. There were many saints present. Some of them were shocked by Lei Dong's current state of mind, but there were still some who looked cold. 2 of them walked out from the crowd. They were obviously worried that Lei Dong, who looked like he was about to die, would explode with powerful killing power again, so they chose to attack together. Lei Dong's expression did not change. He gritted his teeth and supported the Thunder Spear. He tried to stand up, but he did not succeed after a few tries. He smiled faintly and said, "I can also kill while sitting down." Seeing Lei Dong like this, Zichun, who was in a dilemma, finally decided to abandon everything else and focus on protecting the Thunder Clan first. He let out a long sigh and stepped forward. The 2 saints were also moving forward, but their speed was not fast. They released their saint aura, as if they wanted to put more pressure on Lei Dong. But Lei Dong was expressionless. His seriously injured body was trying to gather new Thunder Saint energy. Since he had decided to show up, Zichun's speed was a little faster. Soon, he walked out of the crowd. On this battlefield, there was a 4th person. Everyone's eyes fell on Zichun. After sensing Zichun's aura, which was obviously from the Life Star, they were all stunned. Who is he? He seems to be a Heaven Realm warrior. A Heaven Realm warrior coming out now. Isn't he looking for death? Look at the mark on his forehead. It seems to be the same as the people here. Does he think that he can change everything by walking out? Whispers arose everywhere. Before he used his physical strength, Zichun was just a Heaven Realm warrior. No one thought that a Heaven Realm warrior could change anything. On top of the city wall, the other members of the Lei clan also noticed Zichun's existence. However, they were different from the foreign races. They were paying attention to the golden lightning imprint on Zichun's forehead. That was the highest grade imprint in the Lei clan. They didn't know Zichun's identity, but they knew that this young man with the golden mark wasn't ordinary. Walking out of the crowd, Zichun walked toward Lei Dong. Seeing this, the 2 alien tribe saints stopped in the distance. Unlike the others who stopped when they were still a distance away from Lei Dong, Zichun walked directly toward Lei Dong. When Lei Dong saw Zichun, his face didn't change much. He wasn't surprised or astonished, as if he already knew that Zichun would come here. However, his blood-covered face revealed a bloody sneer. Zichun stopped 3 meters away from Lei Dong. He looked at Lei Dong and said, "I've been here for a long time." Looking at Zichun's calm expression, the sneer on Lei Dong's face became more and more intense. He couldn't help but mock. "I already knew that you would come. I thought that you would only show up after I died, but you showed up earlier than I expected." As expected of Zichun, as expected of the idiot in my heart. I believe that although you were watching the battle earlier, you felt uncomfortable in your heart. Perhaps you were blaming yourself. Zichun was silent. Lei Dong suddenly laughed out loud. "Idiot. You are indeed an idiot. On the surface, you have killed countless people, but in your heart, you are still so weak. We are enemies, old enemies, and we will not rest until one of us is dead. You, an idiot, are actually hesitating and struggling. If I were you, I would wait and see, and then give the final fatal blow." "Haha, idiot. Now tell me why you're here. If you're here to kill me, although I can't wait to turn your bones into ashes and eat your flesh and drink your blood, I'll respect you from the bottom of my heart for what you've done today." Lei Dong looked at Zichun and said crazily, "Now tell me, are you here to kill me? Kill me like a man." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.